Seeing this move, Chi Anren let out a cold laugh. Tan Hongru, if this is all you've got, then this is where it ends. The very same words, thrown right back at him. She slowly raised both hands, and as her slender hands rose, countless tiny beams of light surfaced around her. When her hands lifted past her head, those beams merged into a single enormous sword of light. As her aura surged outward, Principal Su Jinghong and the assembled instructors shot to their feet. Below the stage, the other 8 trainees had their pupils contract sharply too. Advanced second stage? And that light sword, it faintly carries the shadow of resonance. How is that possible? How could she break through from intermediate 9th stage to advanced second stage overnight? She didn't dope herself for today, did she? That damages the foundation. None of the instructors understood why Chi Anren had changed so drastically, and a storm of shock churned in their hearts. Su Jinghong listened to the speculation and gave a slight shake of his head. You can dope your spiritual energy, but insight, you can't dope that. Chi Anren's power of light truly does carry the shadow of resonance. Reacting the same way as them was Tan Hongru. Impossible. Chi Anren, how could you have broken through to advanced? No, he didn't believe it. Today he was still going to crush her, to grind Chi Anren under his heel. What? Chi Anren broke through. I said she seemed different today. Turns out she broke through. But how? Yesterday, she was still intermediate 9th stage. She must have doped. The students below buzzed with talk. The only explanation that made sense was doping. They weren't Su Jinghong. They couldn't see the truth of it and could only guess wildly. Listening to the crowd, Tan Hongru had a sudden revelation and looked at her with scorn. Chi Anren, oh Chi Anren, I never knew you cared this much about saving face. Doping yourself just to beat me. I'd say this is as far as you go in this life. With that, he swept his big hand, and a long spear stabbed down from midair. Guarding against the trick Chi Anren had pulled yesterday, he mobilized his spiritual energy again and laid out a defense. Chi Anren, meanwhile, gripped the hilt of the light sword in both hands. That sword, easily over 30 feet tall and a yard wide, looked especially unwieldy held by someone so petite. Watching Tan Hongru attack, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Today, I'll shatter your Tao heart. Holy radiance, sword of judgment. With a delicate cry, the enormous light sword swept downward. Boom! In a single second, the light sword shattered Tan Hongru's spear, its force undiminished, carving on toward him. What? Tan Hongru was horrified. His strike hadn't held her off for even a second? That had used up 2/3 of his spiritual energy. The crowd below gasped too. Holy crap, I thought they'd be locked in a stalemate. Didn't expect the spear to snap in 1 second. The gap's too wide. Tan Hongru's lost. Hard to say. That strike probably drained Chi Anren too. If Tan Hongru can hang on, he's still got a chance. Wishful thinking is always lovely, and at that moment Tan Hongru thought the same. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy into a defensive spirit technique. Just then, the light sword came down. Crack. This time it didn't even take a second. Tan Hongru's armor of spiritual energy shattered. Then his body went flying backward. Puffed. Blood sprayed from his mouth, scattering through the air. Then with a thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, out cold. Dead silence. The whole arena fell dead silent. Even 7 of the remaining 8 stared gravely at Chi Anren. Intermediate 9th stage yesterday, vaulting to advanced 2nd stage today. Even a rocket wouldn't be this fast, would it? And that light element law had actually touched resonance. Didn't that mean, with enough spiritual energy built up, she could shoot straight to yellow tier? Only now did they regard Chi Anren as a true rival. Gu Qing, watching her best friend grow this strong, smiled happily. I knew Anren wouldn't stay down. Her strength now should rank in the top 3. Excellent. Su Jinghong stood up clapping, and all the instructors rose and applauded with him. I now declare, in the match between Tan Hongru and Chi Anren, the victor is Chi Anren. As the referee announced it, countless students burst into cheers. That damn Tan Hongru finally got taught a lesson. That's what you get for your arrogance, for looking down on everyone. You went down at the hands of the Chi clan's princess, so there's nowhere left to take your revenge, is there? After all, the Chi clan is no weaker than your Tan clan. When Tan Hongru came to, he completely broke down, snapping at anyone in reach like a madman, and everyone kept their distance. No, I don't believe it. How could Chi Anren get this much stronger in a single night? Something's fishy. I demand a thorough investigation of Chi Anren. In the end, Su Jinghong put him under again, and only then did it go quiet. After that, the matches continued. In one-on-one bouts, Chi Anren did indeed charge into the top 3. In the end, she lost narrowly to the other 2, her ranking settling at 3rd. Couldn't be helped. Both of them had peerless spirit veins, had cultivated for ages, their cultivation already at mid-advanced. Her spirit vein had risen to mythic, but she'd only cultivated for one night, and the gap was still wide. Still, she wasn't the least bit discouraged. She believed that given one more month, she'd surely catch up. By the year-end assessment, she was going to crush everyone in her cohort and make them grovel at her feet. She turned her gaze south, the corner of her mouth curving up. Weiyang's plane should have landed by now. Finally landed. I looked out the window and stretched. It was my first time on a plane, and I was pretty nervous. Fourth uncle had flown me through the night once before, but the two felt completely different. I wondered what it'd be like once I became a yellow-tier spirit warrior and could fly myself. I was a little excited. In a training hall at the Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association. Third elder, that Chi Wuyang has reached Quan City. What do we do next? A young man in the association's uniform asked with cupped hands. On the meditation cushion sat a figure, and looking closer, it was a woman. Her face was somewhat twisted now, killing intent stark in her eyes. He dared kill my child. I'll tear out his tendons, flay his skin, grind his bones to dust, and scatter the ashes. After venting for a while, she gradually calmed. She knew a young master like Chi Wuyang was bound to have trump cards. To take revenge, she absolutely couldn't be hasty. Startle the snake once, and a chance would be hard to find again. She might even be traced by the Chi clan, leaving herself with no escape. How are things on Shauner's end? The woman looked at the young man. She couldn't act herself, but it wasn't as if she'd made no arrangements. This plan was extremely thorough. Even if Chi Wuyang had trump cards, he wouldn't get away. The young man shook his head. We still haven't received the young master's reply. I imagine it's. Before he could finish, his phone rang. A text message. Proceed as planned. The young man brightened and hurriedly reported. Elder, the young master replied. He says to proceed as planned. The woman nodded. Understood. Notify their side, begin. Yes. The young man cupped his hands and withdrew. Quan City Spirit Warrior Training Camp. By the time I arrived, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Seeing such an imposing complex, I smiled. The next 6 months would probably be spent here. I strode toward the main gate. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch diligently, and seeing me approach, they stopped me outright. Who goes there? Before I could speak, a figure abruptly appeared between us. It startled the 2 guards, and once they saw who it was, they saluted at once. Director Chu. The newcomer was none other than Chu Tianqua, the chief commander of the Quan City training camp. Chu Tianqua nodded and looked at me. You must be Wuyang? Just as I thought, the spitting image of your father. Before coming, grandfather had given me a brief rundown of the situation here, so I knew of Chu Tianqua too. Wuyang greets Uncle Chu. I bowed first, then asked, puzzled, Uncle Chu knew my father? He'd been gone 18 years now. Could it be the two had crossed paths 18 years ago? Chu Tianqua patted my shoulder and laughed. Your father, Chi Ling Song, and I were brothers who'd put our lives on the line for each other. That story, I'll tell you slowly another time. Come, follow me in first. I nodded and followed him inside. The 2 guards were stunned. Someone who could make Director Chu come out to greet him personally. Who on earth was this young man? They committed my face to memory. From now on, not to be crossed. Wuyang, how much do you know about this year's training model? Chu Tianqua looked at this handsome youth, half a head taller than himself, and couldn't help recalling his own younger days. Time really did fly. I gave a rough account of what I knew. Chu Tianqua nodded. Since you've got it all, I won't say more. They're all gathered in the plaza now. Soon they'll be sorted into classes, and after that they'll head into the secret realm. All right, then I'll go straight to the plaza. You go take care of your business, Uncle Chu. I had no idea what expressions those 3 rascal buddies of mine would make when they heard my name. The corner of my mouth lifted, and I couldn't help looking forward to it. Chu Tianhua pointed me in a direction and left on his own. The two of us had an unspoken understanding. I didn't want to draw attention, and he wanted to see how I perform. Little did they know, this seemingly harmless youth would, before long, turn this place upside down. In the plaza, most faces wore tension, a stark contrast to the excitement of the morning. The whole morning, Chief Instructor Lin Hafei had first given a speech. The instructors had introduced themselves in turn. Then those few possessors of advanced spirit veins had been invited up to speak, and finally Lin Hafei had run through the training model to come. When everyone heard that they'd enter the secret realm that very afternoon, straight into live combat, there was a chorus of groans. Nothing taught at all, and right off the bat they're throwing us into one-on-one fights with demon beasts? Isn't that just messing around? Who teaches like this? But hearing that strong performers could earn a camp opening reward, they quietly steeled themselves. Of course, plenty were calm and unbothered too. They were either already spirit warriors or had learned some spirit techniques, and handling a basic first-stage demon beast was no problem. By the time I reached the plaza, the class sorting had already begun. Each class had 2 instructors, a head and a deputy, standing in different areas. Students whose names were called went to the area matching their class number and lined up. 50 per class, over 10,000 students, roughly 200-some classes. With this many people, the sorting would run till evening, and they'd probably be sleeping inside the secret realm tonight. I thought to myself, I could see the higher-ups' careful intent, getting everyone used to this way of life in advance, so that when the myriad races battlefield came knocking, they wouldn't be rested poorly because of the environment. Chu Tianhua had already submitted my name. I just had to wait to be called. I quietly made my way to the very back of the plaza and stood in a corner. The plaza was so vast that even with this many students lined up at once, it didn't feel crowded. Hey, look at that guy over there, so handsome. Where? How come I don't see him? The one who just arrived, in the white clothes. Wow, he really is. Huh, why do I have this familiar feeling about him? Come on, is there a single hot guy you don't find familiar? I'd barely arrived before the girls beside me started whispering. The corner of my mouth twitched, talking like that this close, and not even afraid I'd hear. I glanced over out of the corner of my eye. Among those girls, some had had their names called. Just as I was about to look away, I spotted 3 familiar figures not far off. My 3 rascal buddies. Heh. My eyes rolled, and I quietly slipped over to the very back of their line, took 3 little wooden boxes out of my storage ring, and fiddled with them a bit. Then I pulled out pen and paper, tore the paper into 3 pieces, and wrote 1 line on each. A surprise from today. Then stuffed them into the boxes. I'd meant to use them tonight, but since we'd run into each other now, then now it was. Little did I know, my whole routine was being watched by the people beside me. Damn, which great family is that guy from? He's actually got a storage ring. As for great families in Quan City, there's really only the Lin family. I've seen young Master Lin. It's not him. Probably some show-off young master from a minor family who doesn't get the principle of not flaunting your wealth. I paid no mind to the chatter beside me, a cheeky, mischievous grin on my face, and walked over to a girl not far off. Before I could speak, the girl recognized me first. Oh, you're the one from just now. Shoo. I made a hushing gesture. The girl quickly covered her mouth and nodded. Hey there, can you do me a favor? I got straight to it. Go ahead. The girl nodded. I pointed at my 3 rascal buddies. See those 3? Help me deliver these 3 boxes to them. Whatever they ask, don't say a word. Just deliver them and come straight back. Chi Jiannan thought it over and gave a chuckle. You mean that, Shin girl? True enough. Now that Wuyong's back, it's time to settle this matter. Dad, things have changed. Chi Lingtai handed over a red invitation in his hand. Shin Xincheng of the Shun family and Tan Kunkin of the Tan family are holding an engagement ceremony on the 6th of next month at the Capital Grand Hotel, and you're specially invited to attend. Chi Jiannan's hand paused slightly as he took the invitation, then he waved it off. No matter. Even I'd thought Wuyong wouldn't come back, let alone them. After a moment's thought, he went on. Here's what we'll do. Send out invitations in my name shortly. Say that this old man will be holding a homecoming banquet for Wuyong on the 6th of next month, and set the venue at the Capital Grand Hotel too. Chi Lingtai gave a wry smile. A father was a father after all, still this overbearing. Oh right. Qi Jianan added. Look into who's been caring for Wuyong all these years. They are benefactors of my Qi clan. With that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. And look into who's harmed Wuyong over the years. Bring them all to me, and let Wuyong deal with them himself. Seeing Qi Jianan like this, the whole hall fell silent. Was this still the old master they knew? He was the one who insisted the younger generation cultivate on their own, who held that as long as the other side's elders stayed out of it, the Qi clan would never back a junior. And today he was actually wielding the family's power for his little grandson. And the unlucky Wu Zhen had no idea his big misfortune was coming. Right now, he was in a fit of rage. Damn it! What the hell are you all good for? You can't find one living, breathing person this size. Does my Wu family keep you around just to eat for free? If he's not in front of me before school lets out, you can all get lost. From that day on, Wu Zhen's hatred for Qi Wuyong flowed on like a surging river. But 3 days of searching turned up not so much as a single hair, which left him beside himself with fury. He swore that even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he'd drag Qi Wuyong out, make him kneel at his feet and beg, and vent this foul temper. His chest heaved violently. You could see how furious he was right then, his heartbeat almost audible. Thump thump, thump thump. The sound of a heartbeat echoed through a black abyss. I felt the weightlessness in my body growing stronger and stronger. Aside from this heartbeat, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. I don't know how long I fell before. All at once, a point of light appeared below. Looking closer, the light shone from a crack. As I kept falling, the crack widened more and more, and from it gushed beams of every color. An ordinary person seeing this would surely have gasped. But I had my heart in my throat. I knew the more enchanting a thing was, the more dangerous. The light stung my eyes shut, and I felt my body drop into a mass of cotton. Then a powerful discomfort flooded through me. My mind spun, my body was wrenched, every kind of negative emotion magnified. Thankfully, it didn't last long. Before long, I felt my body growing lighter, my descent slowing. After a few more minutes, my feet finally touched the ground. Only then did I slowly open my eyes. Phew! I let out a long breath first and looked around. The space wasn't large. Halos of every color surged around me. Yet from them I could sense an extremely dangerous aura. As far as the eye could see, flowers of all kinds carpeted the ground. The golden finger told me these were spirit herbs left from antiquity, the kind where any single one, taken outside, would be priceless. Not far off stood a magnificent grand hall, exuding an archaic air. Above the main entrance hung an enormous plaque, carved with 3 characters. Heavenly Tao Palace. This is the place. I clenched both fists and drew a deep breath. This was where, in the ancient era, the primordial heavenly Tao had cultivated. Legend held that when heaven and earth first opened, the universe gave rise to 9 planes, called source stars, and the heavenly Tao upon a source star was called the primordial heavenly Tao. The primordial heavenly Tao governed the most fundamental laws of the universe: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, time, space, reincarnation, creation, destruction. I'd never imagined this world was one of the 9 great source stars from when heaven and earth first opened. Only, for some reason, the heavenly Tao had departed, leaving behind just this space and the innate objects the Tao had condensed. And to change my current body and reforge my spirit veins, I could only rely on the innate object this Tao had condensed, the primordial heart. Within it lay the universe's purest essence of energy. I would use its power of destruction and creation to first destroy everything inside my body, then reforge myself. No breaking, no making, face death to find life. There was an even more astonishing piece of news. Reforging the body with the primordial heart could potentially achieve the universe's mightiest, the primordial body. The primordial body was kin to any primordial law in the universe. In other words, if I achieved the primordial body, it was equivalent to holding the qualification to command the primordial laws, and that was something only the primordial heavenly Tao could do. Enough talk. First, find the primordial heart. I hesitated no longer, and following the golden finger's guidance, headed straight for the heavenly Tao Palace. Climbing the steps, I pushed open the heavy, ancient doors, and what met my eyes were 18 pillars, 9 on each side. In the center of the hall stood a bronze cauldron, with a colorful halo surging across its surface. I gave a slight smile. This halo was the same as the one outside. It seemed the primordial heart was inside the cauldron. Stepping up carefully, I heaved the lid aside. Sure enough, a heart-shaped thing flickering with rainbow light rose up, floating and pulsing. Success or a noble death, it's all on you now. I'd long since steeled myself, and now, without hesitation, I shoved the primordial heart into my mouth and sat cross-legged on the ground. When the primordial heart entered my body, I finally understood what agony was. Every kind of power interwove, destroying one another. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come. Still, I wasn't all that afraid. The golden finger had spelled it out clearly. Within my consciousness, countless visions of living beings cycling through reincarnation kept surging up. My head felt ready to explode. This pain of the soul was more than 100 times worse than physical suffering. The body's transformation was proceeding at the same time. Right then, a vigorous explosion was tearing through my body. Everything was detonating. Strangest of all, I could see within it the very form of that great explosion when heaven and earth first opened. I hadn't lived through it, but it wasn't hard to guess. This was the various powers of the primordial heart at work. At last, after I don't know how long, the pain gradually eased. Inside my body was now a sea of chaos, and even my consciousness had sunk into it. Only at the spot where my heart had been did the primordial heart keep pulsing, thump-thump. Suddenly, the primordial heart blazed. Light scattered the chaos, illuminating my whole body. I felt my consciousness grow clear again, and far, far stronger than before. I saw the bones inside my body slowly growing, blood vessels extending to every limb, every organ reborn from destruction. Everything reborn was countless times stronger than before. Finally, at the spot of my lower abdomen, I saw the thing I dreamed of, a dantian. Damn, this dantian, it's way too big. I gasped. It was far larger than that of an ordinary basic tier spirit warrior. The dantian took shape, and from it spread 9 gold thread-like things, extending toward my limbs and brain. Spirit veins. I was so thrilled I wanted to shout aloud. I knew I'd succeeded. In this life, I could finally cultivate. And what's more, these spirit veins were of innate grade, an existence that towered above mythic. It was said that every innate grade spirit vein had its own attribute. And the attribute of my primordial spirit vein, my apologies. All attributes, kin to every kind of law. The vessel of a primordial spirit vein was precisely the primordial body. Ha ha, the golden finger didn't lie to me. I've achieved the primordial body, the king of myriad bodies. I was elated for a few breaths, then reined in my temper, quietly waiting for the body's reforging to finish. What I didn't know was that at this moment, every plane of the universe had erupted into an uproar. On Blue Star, the once calm sky turned brilliant with color, rainbow halos interweaving. In everyone's mind, a single thought simultaneously surfaced. An innate spirit vein has been born. Spirit warriors, honor its master. Holy crap, an innate spirit vein has appeared? A spirit vein that hasn't shown for all these years, appearing in our generation. What an honor. Who on earth is it? I'd gladly call them my godfather. Whether Donghua or other countries, all of them boiled over, scrambling to investigate. Just who was the master of that innate spirit vein? After all, whichever country it appeared in, that country could rise to the top of the world. It was the same on the other planes. Countless powerhouses hung in the high heavens, eyes narrowed, watching it all. The primordial body has been born. Is the universe's great calamity coming? Find it quickly. Where has the primordial body appeared? Only it can lead us through that cataclysm. King of myriad bodies, is it? I'd like to see just how you're stronger than my chaos body. Where I'm strong is that I don't even know where I'm strong. In short, I'm just very strong. I'd already opened my eyes, both fists clenched, feeling out the changes in my body. 1,000 words, distilled down to one thing, very strong. The spot where my heart had been was now replaced by the primordial heart. Not just my body. Even my soul was terrifyingly strong. I felt that my comprehension had reached the level of sudden enlightenment. After the body and soul finished reforging, A cultivation art automatically formed in my mind, named the Primordial Mystic Heaven Scripture. The Primordial Mystic Heaven Scripture had 12 layers. Each layer broken through unlocked a divine ability. I tried circulating it once. The thick spiritual energy around me was immediately drawn in, strand by strand interweaving into my body, converging into the dantian. To become a spirit warrior, you had to open all 9 spirit veins. Each one opened raised your cultivation by a stage. The 9 spirit veins each had their own name. Mobilizing spiritual energy, I tried striking at the first one. Fortunately, my spirit veins had been tempered by the primordial heart, so opening them brought no swelling pain, only a faint, tingling numbness. The pleasure of that cultivation was almost impossible to pull myself from. I cultivated for I don't know how long. Only when I felt my body grow weary and hungry did I reluctantly stop. A glance at the time, 2 days had already passed. I had to admit, the resilience of an innate spirit vein exceeded my imagination. The spiritual energy each one could hold was beyond anything an ordinary spirit vein could match. That also meant, when I made my move down the road, the spiritual energy I could mobilize at once would far exceed others at the same realm. Even so, in those 2 days I'd opened 3 spirit veins. As expected, my cultivation reached basic tier spirit warrior, 3rd stage. In this world, the realms of spirit warriors, from low to high, were basic, intermediate, advanced, yellow, profound, earth, heaven. Each realm was divided into 9 substages. The peak of the 9th stage was called consummation, though it still fell within the 9th stage. From the things I'd learned in my past life, I knew heaven tier consummation was already this world's most invincible existence. For some reason, no one had ever been able to break past the heaven tier and step into the next realm. Of course, I was already quite satisfied with this cultivation speed. You have to understand, ordinary spirit warriors cultivating normally took several months to barely reach this point. Even those prodigies needed about a month to open 3 veins and break through to basic 3rd stage. I stood up, worked out this new body, and took a careful look at this grand hall. The hall was enormous. Besides that great cauldron in the center, there were 13 seats, 6 on each side, 1 at the head. Embedded in the surrounding walls were 12 gateways, all shut. I guess this was where the ancient heavenly Tao's avatars resided. Every world had its guardians maintaining order. They were called the avatars of the heavenly Tao. I tried pushing the first door. The heavy stone door droned, and I nearly spent all my strength before pushing it open a crack. Before I could even react, golden light shone through the gap, a thick power of law rushing at my face. The metal law? I closed my eyes to sense it carefully, and a look of realization crossed my face. So these 12 rooms were where the heavenly Tao's avatars cultivated. Each commanded one primordial law, answering to the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. Those 12 seats below should be theirs. The one at the head was likely for the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. I fell into thought, golden light radiating from my body. The powerful metal law swirled around me, cheering and leaping like a child. It's only because I have the primordial heart and am kin to all primordial laws. Otherwise, I'd have long since been torn apart by these seemingly harmless powers of law. I reached out and, as if stroking a child's head, gently caressed the golden light around me. From now on, I have to come here to seclude myself in cultivation. I sighed and shut the stone door. The remaining rooms didn't need looking at. They were surely where the other laws resided, for me to visit later when I cultivated the power of law. I continued forward, passing through the hall's back door. Outside was an enormous courtyard, no less than a real-world estate. In the courtyard was a field of herbs and an ancient tree. Beneath the tree, a spirit spring steamed with mist. One glance left your whole body refreshed. Farther off were a pavilion and a few wooden cabins, their purpose unknown. Most striking of all was the tower behind the buildings that soared into the clouds, its upper half veiled by colored clouds, the number of floors beyond counting. A holy land in the mortal world. I sighed, skirted the spirit spring, and walked up to the first cabin. The 3 characters' storage room met my eyes. I was slightly taken aback, then realized a place this huge, with untold numbers of divine medicines and treasures, Surely had someone to tend it. So this was the room for storing odds and ends. I gently pushed the door. The empty room held nothing but a few pill cauldrons and furnaces. The next was the pill room, equally empty. I went around the rest of the cabins in turn, all servants' quarters, until I pushed open the last one. On the wooden table, a sheet of paper and a book caught my attention. I walked up and picked up the paper first. It was a letter. Today marks the 10th year I've practiced the sword, and I still haven't grasped sword intent. The Metal Master and the Destruction Master are still arguing over which school the sword belongs to. The Metal Master says the sword is forged of metal, so it belongs to the metal element. The Destruction Master says the sword was born for destruction, so it belongs to the destruction school. Sigh. Today is the last day, and I don't know whether we can survive tomorrow's great calamity. I hope we can. I've decided to leave behind the sword manual my mother gave me. It's the only precious thing I own, and I don't want it destroyed along with me. May someone, someday, come to this place, take it out, and carry it forward. In truth, I still side with the Metal Master, because I believe the sword isn't only for destruction, but for protection too. And may you, too, use it to protect all living beings, to protect this world. I was slightly moved. So the reason the heavenly Tao vanished was that great calamity? I turned my gaze to the sword manual beside the letter. The 4 characters on the first page met my eyes, void soaring 9 swords. I dabbed a bit of saliva on my finger and started flipping through it. Perhaps because my soul had been tempered, I felt that whatever I read through once was deeply carved into my mind. When I finished the last word, closed the book, and looked back over it, I recited every word on it without missing a single one. Not only that, the moves in the sword manual turned into little golden figures in my mind, drilling each stance on their own, as if I'd personally practiced them countless times. This sword manual isn't like an ordinary spirit technique. It should be in existence above rank 1. This world's spirit techniques were graded from rank 1 to rank 5, rank 1 the highest. I remembered that in my past life, even the Chi clan's finest rank 1 swordplay wasn't as powerful as the void-soaring 9 swords. I walked into the courtyard, picked up a branch, and began to practice. The first sword, gentle breeze brushing leaves. Although I hadn't yet reached the point of projecting spiritual energy outward, with the power of spiritual energy backing it, the might of each strike was not to be underestimated. The second sword, frost blade rending the sky. It was my first time ever practicing the sword, yet it felt as if I'd practiced for years. You have to understand, for an ordinary person learning this manual, just the first sword alone would take who knows how long to learn, never mind to master. But that wasn't even the most astonishing part. The most astonishing thing was, my sword already faintly carried a trace of sword momentum. Momentum was the first step in comprehending law, something only advanced tier spirit warriors normally needed to ponder, and I'd touched the threshold this early. This invincible cheat of mine. How's anyone else supposed to live? I tossed the branch aside and clapped my hands. Then I went and looked around the pavilion and the tower. The pavilion was a place for lectures and leisure. A few meditation cushions scattered on the first floor, a few chessboards set out on the second. What the tall tower was for, I didn't know. A restriction was set at its entrance. Seemingly, you needed enough strength to enter. If only I could take this place with me. I sighed. This was a holy land for cultivation. If I could take it along, I wouldn't have to make the long trip back and forth. And those ancient spirit herbs, no exaggeration to call them divine medicines. I didn't want to squander such treasures. Pull one up, and it'd be ruined. The words had barely left my mouth. The primordial heart inside me flickered, and I felt some inexplicable connection to this space. No way. A frightening thought flashed through my mind. Sure enough, with a stir of intent, the space hummed and abruptly shrank. And I appeared first above that black abyss, back in reality. The space ultimately turned into a point of light and bored into my chest. Holy crap, I couldn't help cursing. This fortune of mine, no, this cheat of mine, was opening up a bit too hard. Not only had it reforged my body, it had also taken in a whole space. Cultivating and secluding myself from now on would be so convenient. I pulled out my phone, meaning to first send word that I was safe to my rascal buddies and teachers, only to find it was dead. I estimated the time, There were still 2 or 3 days until the Spirit Warrior training camp assembled, so I had to hurry back. The Spirit Warrior training camp was the way station between high school and college. Senior year students who'd awakened spirit veins all had to train at the camp for half a year, then take the Marshall Dow College entrance exam. I held a deep fixation on college because I wanted to take my acceptance letter and pay my respects to the grandmother who'd raised me. Even across 2 lifetimes, I'd never forget. Before she passed, the old woman still urged me to be sure to get into a college, and then to come to her grave and tell her. Thinking and thinking, my eyes grew slightly wet. I shook my head and shook off these tangled thoughts. Time to go, back first. The haul from this trip was downright heaven-defying. I looked up. The sun had already slanted west. I had to rush to the station before dark. After all, the me now was no longer the me who'd come. Now, I could proudly say it. I was a spirit warrior. Pouring spiritual power into my legs, I instantly felt them grow dozens of times lighter. A push of my feet, and whoosh, my body shot off into the distance. Quan City No. 1 High School, the main gate. 3 youths and a cold, stern young man hid not far off, eyes fixed hard on the students coming out. "Uncle, you're sure you can spirit him away without anyone noticing?" One of my rascal buddies, Lin Moyong, asked his own uncle in a low voice. The other 2 buddies, Chun Shuyuan and Su Qingchuan, looked up and stared at the young man too. This young man, both of them knew. You could say every spirit warrior in Quan City was familiar with him. Madman Lin Zhao, youngest son of the Lin family head, Old Lin of Quan City. His cultivation should have already broken through to the yellow tier by now. Yellow tier in his 30s, already a prodigy. Lin Zhao acted purely on whim, heedless of consequence. Once, over a woman he liked marrying another man, he'd flown into a rage and crippled the husband, yet call him evil, and he'd also stepped in many times to save ordinary commoners. Half righteous, half wicked, which was how he'd earned the name Madman. "Give me the target, and I'll kill him in one strike." Hearing Lin Moyong, Lin Zhao replied without a flicker of emotion. Lin Zhang put a hand to his forehead, helpless, and stressed it again and again. "Big bro, I'm not asking you to kill him. I'm asking you to spirit him away." The other 2 nodded along, though, in truth, they'd love to see Wu Jin dead too. Lin Zhao gave him a long look. "Trying to make yourself your dad's equal?" Lin Moyong thought of his own father and patted his mouth. "Slip of the tongue, uncle." Before he could finish, his peripheral vision caught Wu Zhan, whose face was gloomy right now, clearly in a foul mood. He's out, he's out." Lin Zhang quickly cautioned in a low voice, index finger pointing at Wu Zhan. Just as Lin Zhao was about to make his move, a man in black came walking from the distance. The man in black first glanced at him. Though it was a very ordinary glance, Lin Zhao felt an intensely strong pressure radiating off the man. The man in black was extremely fast, 2 or 3 steps, and he was in front of Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan, already with a belly full of fire from not finding me, was even more incensed at having his path blocked. "You dare get in my way, you am." He'd just raised his head, his eyes colliding with the man in black's deep pupils, and forcibly swallowed the rest of his words. "The capital's Qi family has business. Come with me." The man in black raised a hand and pressed it on Wu Zhan's shoulder. Wu Zhan's body instantly couldn't move. Hearing the capital's Qi family, he was scared out of his wits, squeezing out an ingratiating smile. "Sir, the capital's Qi family and we've got no connection, right? You've, got the wrong man." "Don't joke." In the spirit warrior circle, who didn't know the capital's Qi family? One of the capital's 4 top families. Who would dare provoke them? The man in black snorted coldly. "Wrong man or not, you'll know when we get there." As the words fell, he and Wu Zhan had already vanished from the center of the scene. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Not far off, the 3 of them, Lin Moyong and the others, blurted out the national quintessence in perfect unison. Lin Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. The capital's Qi family, wasn't that a top-tier clan? Why would they come here to abduct a student too? By the way, that friend of yours, what's his name? His mind extremely quick, he looked at Lin Moyong. "You mean old Qi? His name's Qi Wuyang." Lin Moyong blurted out. Hearing this, Lin Zhao turned and left, without the slightest dawdling. Hey, uncle, why are you leaving?" You can't beat that man in black. Lin Liang panicked and stepped up to grab him. Lin Zhao shot him a cold glance. Go back. Quan City is about to change. Unlike Lin Moyang, Chun Shuyuan and Su Qingchuan exchanged a look, faces shocked. Qi. He's from the capital's Qi family? Boss. Born of the capital's Qi family? The two gasped, truly unable to figure it out. Why would a top family from the capital come here to abduct a student? The only thing that made sense was that Qi Wuyang was born of the Qi family. What are you two on about? Old Qi's an orphan, we all know that. Lin Msang caught up too, raising his doubt. Chun Shuyuan and Su Qingchuan fell into thought. The very thing they couldn't make sense of was exactly this. They'd known Qi Wuyang since elementary school, and only they knew how hard his days had been. If he really were the young master of the capital's Qi family, then even as a trial by hardship arc, it shouldn't have been this brutal, surely? They were baffled, and the students at the gate even more so, watching a living person forcibly abducted right under their noses. Since when had the world gotten this lawless? Meanwhile, a piece of news went out from the capital's Qi family, shaking the entire spirit warrior world. The Qi family's young master, who'd gone missing 18 years ago, had been found. Old Master Qi would host a banquet at the Capital Grand Hotel on the 6th of next month to formally welcome the young master home. The Qi family hadn't meant to keep it secret in the first place, and the media reported it widely. In no time, the internet boiled over. Holy crap, wasn't that kid swept into a spatial rift back then? How could he still be alive? I remember watching an appraisal live stream a while back, where some youth brought a jade pendant carved with the character Qi to get valued, top-grade material. Did he expose himself right there? Sigh, why isn't it me? Where are my big-shot parents? Beyond the netizens, the great families of Donghua were even more stunned. One of the families directly involved, the Shen family. Thud, thud, thud. Old Master Shun Lifeng, tapped his finger on the table, his brows knit into a deep frown. Since becoming chairman of the Donghua Spirit Warrior Association, he'd never run into anything this thorny. Grandfather, what's there to worry about? That old Qi geezer's about to die. The moment he's gone, the Qi family will be replaced in an instant. What right would they have left to stand alongside us? A young junior spoke with scorn, treating it as nothing. You wretched thing. Who taught you to talk like that? Shen Lifeng barked, startling the boy. Jingyao, hurry and apologize to your grandfather. The young junior's mother, seeing the old master's anger flare, quickly signaled her son with her eyes. Shen Jingyao might look like a devil-may-care slacker, but the moment his grandfather's temper flared, he sobered up at once. I'm sorry, grandfather. I was wrong. Kneel. This time, Shen Lifeng clearly had no intention of letting it slide. You unfilial son, kneel and kowtow your apology now. Shen Jingyao's father kicked the back of his knee, sending him to the floor with a thump. Humph. Shen Lifeng snorted coldly. In public matters, Old Qi and I both gave to Donghua. In private, Old Qi and I share a life and death bond. Otherwise, we'd never have settled that childhood betrothal. Even if he really is finished, this old man will still watch over the Qi family. Old Qi's life and deeds. The day you can accomplish even one of them, I'll hand the Shen family to you. His whole life, even I admire to the utmost. What right does a junior like you have to judge it? You don't know how big the world is. Go back and face the wall for 3 days. The moment Shen Lifeng's temper flared, the whole hall fell silent. The second family involved, the Tan family. Crack. The sound of a teacup shattering rang out. That old thing is clearly coming for me. On his deathbed. And he still won't let a man have peace. Tan Xinxiu, the one who called the shots in the Tan family, his face flushed red, was furious. Father, why worry? Whether that old thing even lives to the 6th is still up in the air. Right? Father, set your heart at ease. From what I know, that old thing has half a month to live, tops. Grandfather, if you're troubled, I'll do whatever you arrange. Listening to his sons, Tan Xinxiu only grew angrier. But hearing his grandson Tan Kunken's line, he gave him an approving look. Everyone knew Qi Jiannan was about to die, so why wasn't the Qi family panicked in the slightest? Just how deep the Qi family's waters ran, only old men like them knew a little of. Sigh, enough. All of you go. Tan Xinxiu let out a sigh, rose, and headed for the study. The other great families of Donghua were deliberating over the matter too. They not only had to attend the Qi family's banquet, but also prepared generous gifts. The sky gradually darkened, and household after household lit their lamps in turn. I'd rushed the whole way without stopping, and now finally cleared the great mountains. Before I could catch my breath, beep, beep, beep. The golden finger's light screen suddenly popped up, sounding an alarm. A basic 5th stage demon beast strayed into a dimensional rift in the secret realm and was teleported near Biluo village. After wandering about, it will enter Biluo village in roughly half an hour. Task issued. Protect the villagers before the spirit warrior squad arrives. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 10 fate points. 10 fate points? I looked at the progress bar below. I had to accumulate 100 fate points to ask the heavens once more. A 3-star task like this only gave 10? Biluo village? I remembered it. In my past life, this village made the news directly. All because of this very thing. A demon beast strayed into Biluo village and killed nearly half the villagers. The chairman of the nearby Spirit Warrior Association was punished on the spot, and a whole batch of officials were stripped of their posts. It wasn't that they failed to act. It was that this beast appeared too inexplicably, and even with the Spirit Warrior Association investigating with everything they had, nothing came of it. Only now, with the Golden Fingers prompt, did I learn it had been teleported here. Since this life had me run into it, I would never let my past life's tragedy repeat. First, the location, hopefully not too far, or just the travel would wear me out. I looked at the coordinates. Biluo village was nearly 20 miles from me. Even at full speed, it'd take half an hour. But after rushing the whole way, my spiritual energy was nearly spent. Where would I find the strength left? And the demon beast would reach the village in half an hour too. What a ripoff. A task like this, and you don't make it 5 stars? Where's your conscience? Gripes aside, if I left a whole village unsaved, I wouldn't be Qi Wuyang. I had to think of something. Since the Golden Finger had issued the task, there was bound to be a way to complete it. What on earth would let me arrive in half an hour and still be in shape to handle that beast? The beast was 2 stages above me. At full strength, even crossing 2 minor stages, I could give it a try. If only I knew a spirit technique to boost speed. I yearned for it, just a little. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. Could it be possible? No sooner said than done. With a stir of intent, I appeared again in the heavenly Tao space and tried communicating with it through the primordial heart. It works after all. My eyes lit up, and I sped up the flow of time inside the space by 5 times. Only because I was too weak myself. Even borrowing the primordial heart, I could control time to 5 times at most. 5 times the flow, 50 minutes inside for only 10 outside. Enough. I pushed open the stone door of that space law room and walked in. Sharpening the axe won't delay the woodcutting. I'd spend half an hour comprehending a bit of the power of space, then 20 minutes recovering. After grasping some space power, my speed would surely be far faster than before. This was also my first time seeing the stone room's full appearance. Inside, it was as if there were no walls, like standing within the universe. Starlight glittered in the air, meteors streaking by now and then. A thick chain like a galaxy spanned the heavens, radiating dense space law. Could this be the great Tao of space? I recalled the records in the book. Within the universe existed countless Taos, and each person's cultivation path corresponded to one Tao. The Tao was a higher order of power composed of laws. For a spirit warrior to break through to higher realms, they had to comprehend a Tao. Of course, this didn't mean comprehending the great Tao's rules all at once. First from momentum to resonance, then to intent, forming a domain. Only after that came comprehending law, and only by comprehending law did one have the qualification to touch the great Tao. I just wanted to use this limited time to grasp a bit of space, momentum, and see whether I could awaken the divine ability of shrinking the earth into inches. But I'd still underestimated the primordial body. Why could the primordial body be called the king of myriad bodies? Precisely because of its freakish affinity. The power of law that others couldn't comprehend even if they cracked their heads open was, before it, as easy as eating and drinking. Just like now, I'd barely sat down before the dense power of space came pouring down. Others chased after the power of law, struggling for enlightenment. I was being eagerly spoon-fed. The two were beyond comparison. Gradually, I entered a state of comprehension, my chest rising and falling evenly with my breathing. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. A chest heaved violently, accompanied by heavy breathing. Lin Zhonghua, head of the Lin family, watched the old man stepping down from the car before his gate, so excited he could hardly contain himself. This man before him, an ordinary person might not recognize, but how could he not have heard of him? The Qi family's head steward, Qi Futian, Qi Jiannan's right-hand man. That the Qi family had actually sent this man to his Lin family. His Lin family was about to soar straight to the sky. Qi Futian's head of white hair was combed back, a black suit displaying the bearing of a man of high standing to the fullest. A cane in his hand, and on the thumb ring on his thumb was carved the character Qi. Old Lin, you've raised a fine grandson. The moment Qi Futian got out of the car, he looked at Lin Zhonghua with a smile. If people in the capital's top circle saw this scene, their jaws would surely drop. Don't be fooled by the cane and the doddering old man look. The ruthlessness of his methods could make a crying child fall silent. Lin Zhonghua had risen to the Lin family head seat, so clearly he was a shrewd old fox too. He knew well, if not for his own grandson's friendship with the Qi family's missing young master, he wouldn't even have the right to exchange a single word with the man. Old Qi jests, Moyang, that boy, owes it all to young Master Qi's influence. Grandfather, I'm back. Before Lin Zhonghua could finish, he heard Lin Moyang's loud, boisterous voice. Everyone turned. Lin Moyang and Lin Zhao had arrived close by. Loud and boisterous. Where's your decorum? Can't you see there's a guest? Lin Zhonghua barked, then hurriedly apologized to Qi Futian. He was a bit embarrassed too. He just said his grandson was deeply influenced by Qi Wuyang, and the kid pulled this. He'd have to discipline him properly later. Qi Futian waved a hand. No matter. A man should be free and unrestrained, generous and open. He sized Lin Moyang up and asked with a smile, You must be young Master Wuyang's friend, young Moyang? Right then Lin Moyang's hair stood on end. He felt the old man before him was like a ferocious beast. No simple figure. And what had he just said? Young Master Wuyang? Lin Moyang gasped. So old Qi really is from the capital's Qi family? Impudence. Lin Zhonghua barked. Come over and greet your grandpa Qi. Only then did Lin Moyang react, cupping his hands to Qi Futian. Greetings, Grandpa Qi. Qi Futian smiled and nodded. An exceptional grade spirit vein, not bad. You're heading to the spirit warrior training camp the day after tomorrow, aren't you? Yes, Grandpa Qi. Lin Moyang's expression turned solemn. Then he asked, worried, Grandpa Qi, Wuyang, he's all right, isn't he? He knew Qi Wuyang too well. Even back with the Qi family, there was no way he wouldn't reply. All these days of silence couldn't help but make him think the worst. No need to worry, young friend. The young master will be back in a few days. Qi Futian smiled. Lin Moyang let out a long breath. That's good then. He was honestly afraid the Wu family would pull some dirty trick. Qi Futian looked at Lin Zhao again. And this would be the madman? Daring to abduct a man at the school gate. You do live up to the name. Lin Zhonghua. So what is it that I don't know? Lin Zhao might be a madman, but he wasn't a fool. He cupped his hands all the same. Greetings, Uncle Qi. Qi Futian nodded. Without his body seeming to move, he was already in front of Lin Zhao. Tap, tap, tap. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and tapped Lin Zhao's chest several times. By the time everyone reacted, he'd already returned to his original spot. Holy crap! Everyone gasped inwardly. This man, was he a spirit warrior too? Lin Zhao's reaction was different, though. He felt out his own body, and his expression actually filled with excitement. His whole frame shook, and he dropped to one knee before Qi Futian. Thank you, Uncle Qi, for healing my hidden injury. From now on, wherever I can be of use, I'll die 10,000 deaths without hesitation. Lin Zhonghua looked at Qi Futian in shock. As a profound-tier spirit warrior himself, he'd been helpless against Lin Zhao's hidden injury, so this man's strength. The Qi family truly hid crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qi Futian swept a hand, lifting Lin Zhao up from afar. That you could act for the young master. This old one is grateful. A small thing like this isn't worth mentioning. Only then did the group enter the Lin home and discuss cooperation. The situations of Chun Shuyuan's and Su Qingchuan's families were much the same. With the Qi family's backing, their rise was destined. Different from them was the Wu family. The Wu family soon received word that Wu Zhen had been abducted at school. Just as Wu Zhen's father, Wu Dazhu, furiously ordered a full investigation, people from the Spirit Warrior Association and the Quan City Public Security Bureau arrived together, laying the Wu family's years of crimes out on the table, one by one. The Wu family head knew well. He was finished. Once he learned the full story, he smashed his cane down on Wu Dazhu's head. What a fine son you've raised. You've ruined my Wu family. Ruined my Wu family. By the time he was taken away, the old man had gone half mad. These outside events, I didn't know of, but I could guess them. After all, they were roughly the same as my past life. The only difference, in my past life I was present, and this time I was absent. Inside the heavenly Tao space, I was still earnestly comprehending. Around me, faintly visible distorted whirlpools of space, proof that my understanding of the power of space had reached an extremely deep level. Right then, I stood up from the stone bed, eyes still shut. Suddenly, my right leg stepped forward. The next second, my whole body appeared 50 yards away, shrinking the earth into inches. In what little time, I'd actually comprehended a divine ability like this. A single step was only 50 yards, but that was nothing ordinary speed techniques could compare to. You have to understand, taken outside, a divine ability like this was a priceless treasure, on a completely different level from those spirit techniques. The primordial body really was terrifying to this degree. A glance at the time, only 20 minutes had passed, a full 10 minutes faster than I'd expected. I spent another 10 minutes restoring my Dantian's spiritual energy to full. Half an hour inside the space, but only 6 minutes outside. 24 minutes left, enough for me to make it. Stowing the space, I shot toward Biluo village at high speed. On the way, I even borrowed a passerby's phone to call the Spirit Warrior Association. The task required me to protect the villagers before the Spirit Warrior squad arrived. Why be a fool and fight that beast to the death? Couldn't you, Spirit Warrior Association? A woman in white combat gear set down the phone and hurriedly knocked on the vice chairman's door. Chairman, I just got a call saying a basic 5th stage demon beast has appeared near Biluo village, and in about 20 minutes, it'll stray into Biluo village. Pushing the door open, she reported urgently. The Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association's vice chairman was a middle-aged man named Ji Kuan. Hearing this, he first froze, then a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. Xiaolingyu, is your head full of paste? A demon beast straying into Biluo village in 20 minutes. How does he know? Foresight? Or did he get reborn from the future? Xiaolingyu, focused only on reporting the urgent news fast, hadn't thought about that at all. Only at Ji Kuan's words did she catch on. She gritted her teeth. That guy dared file a false alarm and play me? Don't let me find out who you are. She was about to turn away in a huff when Ji Kuan called her back. Is there something else, Vice Chairman, sir? Having just been chewed out, she was in a temper, her tone a little cold. Ji Kuan ignored her little fit and thought for a moment. Have the reconnaissance team pull satellite feeds, monitor the movements near Biluo village in real time. You can be ready 10,000 times and still get caught by the one time. Xiaolingyu blinked. So I just got chewed out for nothing? Still uneasy, Ji Kuan went on. Also, contact the Spirit Warrior squad near Biluo village and have them head over. Yes. Knowing well how important this was, Xiaolingyu hurried off to handle it. Ji Kuan, though, knit his brows. For some reason, in the moment Xiaolingyu was about to leave, his heart had pounded. In this era, there were too many extraordinary people. Even if the news was false, they lost nothing. But what if it were real? If Biluo village really was attacked by a demon beast, then for him, the vice chairman, losing his post would be the small problem. He might very well lose his life. Phew, he let out a long breath. Just how much crisis hid behind this seemingly peaceful era, only the upper echelons knew. A great many ancient seals were gradually breaking. Countless secret realms and small worlds were emerging one after another. The power of demon beasts grew stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, one day, they would burst through the secret realms and crash into reality. Humanity's homeland was in peril. When that day truly came, mankind would have to pay in blood for room to survive. But the old man who could divine the heavenly secrets had prophesied. Humanity still had one thread of life. Only, no one knew just what that thread was. Enough. When soldiers come, meet them with generals. When floods come, damn them with earth. What was a lowly vice chairman like him fretting blindly about? Biluo village, the nearest village at the foot of Kunlun, was said to have existed for over 1,000 years. Today happened to be the village's annual sacrificial ceremony. The villagers gathered in the plaza, worshipping the immortals and gods. The plaza was planted thick with torches, the roaring flames swaying in the wind. The long table at the very top was laden with beef, mutton, and all kinds of fruit. On every face was written devotion. What they didn't know was that on a small hilltop not far from the village, a demon beast was walking this way. That demon beast had a wolf-like head, its whole face ghastly pale, steel wire-like fur covering its head. From a distance, it looked exactly like a drifting white specter. Its body was covered in barbs, oppressive to behold. Only, in its eyes right now was written one thing: bafflement. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The demon beast swayed along, feeling like its head was about to explode. It faintly remembered being swept into a dimensional rift. It had thought it was done for, never expecting it had miraculously survived. It just wasn't sure where this was, which was why it moved so cautiously. Its nose twitched, sniffing, so fragrant. This was the smell of food. Then a wave of hunger hit its stomach. It shook its bewildered head and, following its nose, walked down toward Biluo village at the foot of the hill. Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association. When they actually detected that figure, everyone in the whole building was dumbstruck. The big screen displayed footage of the demon beast and its distance from Biluo village, already under half a mile. Ji Kuan glanced at the time. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Xiao Lingyu's report. The news was real. A demon beast really had broken through their cordon and crashed in near Biluo village. Did you notify the squad near Biluo village? Quick, get them over there. Ji Kuan was already panicking. Sweat seeped from Xiao Lingyu's palms too. Already notified. The Feiyang squad is on its way, still about 10 minutes out. Ji Kuan slammed a fist on the table and roared. Tell them to hurry. And, Xingchuan, you go too. He turned and ordered a young man beside him. The chairman had gone to attend the ceremony and hadn't returned. Only he held the fort here and couldn't move. Besides, even if he went himself, he wouldn't make it within 10 minutes. It was too far. Understood. As Xingchuan's words fell, his figure had already vanished. Ji Kuan stared hard at the demon beast on the screen, his heart a churning sea. Contact the Biluo village chief. Tell them to evacuate immediately. Panicked as he was, his orders came out methodically. Right now, time was life. One more minute meant one more sliver of hope. He prayed the Feiyang squad could arrive early. When they did, he'd surely put in for their commendation. In a valley 3 miles from Biluo village, 5 figures shot through the air at high speed. Captain, command says to hurry. That beast is only a few hundred yards from the village. A member, eyes on the electronic map on his wrist, panted out a warning. The captain was a red-haired young man named Gu Fei. He wore combat gear. His usually fair face was a bit haggard now. How could a demon beast appear this close? Are the people guarding the secret realm good for nothing? Gripes aside, in his urgency he still made his choice. Ling Yuan, a life-staking pill, give me one. Old Gu, are you insane? Vice Captain Yun Yang's face changed drastically, trying to stop him. You don't know what a life-staking pill does to you. Gu Fei looked at him, eyes cold. My mind's made up. From now on, you're the captain. We can't all be lost here. Then he looked at the squad's only female member. Ling Yuan. Captain. Ling Yuan still wanted to plead. Carry out the order. Gu Fei cut her off. Yes. Ling Yuan answered with reddened eyes. Light flashed in her hand, and she tossed out a pill, which Gu Fei caught. I'll go on ahead. You all hurry and follow. Gu Fei threw the pill into his mouth, and before long had left everyone far behind. The remaining 4 members watched the figure, now several hundred yards ahead, their eyes dim. They knew their captain's life ended here. What was a life-staking pill? Used at the critical moment, when you stake your life. After taking it, within half an hour every bodily function surged many-fold, even forcibly lifting your cultivation a notch. But once the half hour passed, your organs failed, Your meridians snapped inch by inch, and your life was soon over. Their captain, to save the villagers of Biluo village, had chosen this road. Captain, I, Yin Yang, swear, someday I'll find the one who neglected their duty and avenge you. The vice-captain's eyes brimmed, both fists clenched, and he roared at the heavens. The other members did the same. Anger was anger, but the task still had to be carried out. They burst into even greater speed than before. In Biluo village, the chief led the villagers, still devoutly worshipping. The younger children imitated them from the side. This would be their future duty. Worship demanded absolute devotion, so everyone had set their phones to silent. In the chief's pocket, the phone screen flashed over and over, call after call coming in, but no one answered. This scene had already been put up on the big screen by the Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association. Damn it, answer the phone already. Ji Kuan roared furiously. Right then, a hand patted his shoulder, and an aged voice rang out. That beast has already entered the village, only a few hundred yards from the plaza. For them, it's already too late to evacuate. This was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Warrior Association, who normally stayed in seclusion. Now, hearing the commotion, he'd come out too. Damn it, I should have gone myself back then. Ji Kuan, full of regret, stared at the screen with reddened eyes, then looked at Xiao Lingyu. The Feiyong squad, how long until they arrive? A long while passed with no answer. Xiao Lingyu's expression was forlorn, her eyes hollow, lost in some thought. Xiao Lingyu, Ji Kuan roared. What kind of time was this to be spacing out? Only then did Xiao Lingyu snap to, dropping into her chair, her voice trembling. Gu Fei for this task, he took a life-staking pill. Right now, he's still about half a mile from Biluo village. With that, she slumped over the desk and broke into sobs. What? A life-staking pill? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They all knew what that pill meant. They'd never expected that a normally sunny, cheerful young man could be this resolute at the critical moment. Ji Kuan fell silent. The Grand Elder fell silent. Everyone fell silent. Only Xiao Lingyu's weeping remained. On the big screen, the footage cut to the demon beast. It had reached the edge of the plaza, but lurked in the darkness, unexposed. Huh? What are these creatures doing? Why are their auras so weak? Still cautious, the demon beast's big, bewildered eyes were full of confusion. Then it looked at the group of children in a corner of the plaza, and a sharp light burst in its eyes. Food. The desire in its heart made it unable to hold back any longer. It raised its head and let out a furious roar. Roar. That roar finally made the villagers notice it. Af, a demon beast. Run, the demon beast's here. Heavens, how could our village have a demon beast run? The villagers scattered into chaos, abandoning their belongings, fleeing in panic. Some, too timid, were so frightened they even forgot their children, holding their own heads and bolting for the other end of the village, terrified of being a step slower than the rest. Their creed in that moment: I can't outrun the demon beast, but I can outrun you. Outrun you, and I'm fine. But one young man had tremendous nerve, pushing against the fleeing crowd toward the front, hiding in the shadows and filming it all on his phone. He was an influencer, over 2 million followers, who normally shot videos and did livestream sales. But his follower count had hit a plateau, stalled for ages, and he knew this, perhaps, was an opportunity. Great wealth is sought in danger. Ah, mommy, daddy, save me. Wah! The children's cries finally jolted those few who were fleeing. They froze in place and, dazed, turned to look back. The demon beast had already reached the children, its enormous shadow falling over them. Never thought I'd run into such fine food here. Then this beast lord will graciously accept. The demon beast licked its tongue, opened its cavernous maw, and bit down. No, Gu Fei had finally arrived. But a step too late, just 50 yards short. In despair, he roared at the heavens. Everyone at the Spirit Warrior Association held their breath. Ji Kuan shut his eyes in despair. A few seconds short, and Gu Fei would have made it. But heaven didn't grant his wish. Those children's parents, their legs gone weak with fear, collapsed to the ground. In the very instant the demon beast's mouth closed in on a child's head, a flash of light shifted on the scene, and my figure appeared out of thin air. I'd comprehended shrinking the earth into inches, But I'd overlooked one thing. With my current cultivation, using a top-tier divine ability like this genuinely wore me down. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived this late. Beast, you want to do evil? Did you ask me first? The words fell along with a gust of sword wind, as a branch drove hard into the demon beast's mouth. Arg! In pain, the demon beast rolled across the ground several times, stabbed by the branch. The villagers were stunned, and so were the people at the Spirit Warrior Association. Who was this man? Taking down that beast with a single branch? In front of the screen, Ji Kuan finally let out a breath. He couldn't sense my aura, didn't know my cultivation, but able to drive off a demon beast with a branch, this village was saved. And saved along with it, his own life. Roar! The demon beast shook its head, came to its senses, and lunged at me. Damn, you still got fight in you. The branch in my hand twirled a sword flourish. The void soaring 9 swords. First sword, gentle breeze brushing leaves. My figure shifted, dodging its lunge, and with a leap I appeared above it, the branch stabbing toward the back of its neck. Squelch! The branch sank into flesh, accompanied by the demon beast's scream. Off to a rotten start. Fine, this beast lord won't eat. Happy now? The demon beast thrashed its body and turned to flee. The moment it turned its head, a long spear swept in to meet it head-on. Gu Fei had arrived. Damn, a dirty ambush. The demon beast cursed inwardly, but this strike, it couldn't dodge. With a bang, the spear snapped several of its bones. Gu Fei had held back. He didn't want to be a kill stealer. Otherwise, with his cultivation, one strike could have ended it. Frost blade rending the sky. Just then, I unleashed the second sword. The branch stabbed toward the demon beast's throat. This beast lord is in peril. That was its last thought. As the branch pierced its throat, it dropped on the spot, breathing no more. The whole Spirit Warrior Association building erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Ji Kuan slumped into his chair, soaked through. Xiao Lingyu, eyes swollen and red, gazed at Gu Fei in the field. He truly was worthy of being the man she'd fallen for. I tossed the branch in my hand aside and shook my head with a sigh. Damn it, if this'd been a sword, I'd have one-shot that beast on the first strike and wouldn't have had my kill stolen. Not that I minded. The task, in the end, was complete. The light screen before me flashed. Task complete. Reward, 10 fate points. The progress bar below jumped forward a 10th. My child. It's all Daddy's fault. The villagers rushed up one after another, scooping up their own children and wailing. If anything had happened to the children, they'd have lived the rest of their lives in guilt. The most beautiful phrase in the world is none other than a false alarm. In the shadows, the young man who'd been holding up his phone the whole time had a sharp gleam burst in his eyes. It's happening. This is going to blow up. He'd meant to film the demon beast entering the village, criticize certain organizations for their inaction, and push some borderline content, never expecting to capture a battle like this. He'd even thought up the title, The Night Envoy Who Guards the People, who says only those who stand in the light count as heroes. The only regret was that the distance was a bit far, and the footage wasn't very clear. Brother, thank you for stepping in. Gu Fei put away his spear and cupped his hands toward me. After all, it was I who'd set the stage, letting him complete this final dance of his life. But the next second, his pupils contracted sharply. Your cultivation, basic 3rd stage, and actually beating down a basic 5th stage demon beast? And by his age, clearly not even 20. A prodigy. The word flashed through Gu Fei's mind. As a man of the capital's Gu family, he'd heard of every prodigy in Donghua, and had even looked into everyone who'd awakened an advanced spirit vein this year. And in his memory, there was no Qi Wuyan. He sized me up, and I sized him up too. Why was this man's condition so familiar to me? Oh, right, now I remembered. In my past life, I'd seen this kind of thing. You took a life-staking pill. I looked at him in disbelief. To save one village, he'd actually made a choice like this. That kind of temperament, I liked it. Damn, this was my type of guy. Gu Fei waved a hand. As long as the villagers are safe. Having chosen this road, he wouldn't regret it. Life, when it's gone, it's gone. Just then, the rest of the Feiyang squad arrived. Seeing the demon beast's corpse on the ground, they all let out a breath. Their captain's choice hadn't been in vain. Captain, Yun Yang and the other 3 stepped up, tears in their eyes. Gu Fei waved them off. After I die, send my body back to the capital's Gu family and tell my father, I, Gu Fei, did not bring shame on the family. Hearing this, my eyes turned sharp. Gu Fei, so it was him. In my past life, no one knew the news of the demon beast entering the village, so there'd been no scene of Gu Fei burning a life-staking pill. He hadn't died here. In the end, he'd broken through to heaven-tier grand consummation, become one of Donghua's great generals, led the spirit warriors in a decisive battle against the demon beasts, fought to the last moment, and left his final drop of blood on the myriad race's battlefield. A heaven-chosen prodigy like this couldn't die here. I clicked my tongue. In my past life, I'd never heard of anyone surviving a life-staking pill. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Fei, having fallen out with his father, came to the Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association to train on his own. Because of your alert call, his fate has changed. To erase the karmic tie between you and Gu Fei, a task is now issued. Task, heal Gu Fei. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 10 fate points. Well, now it's pulling karma into it, so there's no way I can refuse to save him. Since the Golden Finger said so, there had to be a way to save him. The way being? I frowned in thought, turning it over and over. The only thing I could come up with was the power of creation, but that still took time to comprehend. Run that earlier routine again. Damn, if I'd known that beast was such a pushover, why'd I bother calling it in? I could have just killed it myself. A certain demon beast. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe you're just too strong? No more delaying. I looked at Gu Fei. How long can you hold out? Gu Fei was settling his final affairs with his teammates. At my question, he carefully felt out his body and sighed. 20 minutes, at most. I gave a slight nod, calculating in my head. Captain, who is this? Yun Yang's gaze landed on me. I'd already reigned in my aura, so Yun Yang didn't take me for a spirit warrior at all, just a villager. The others were much the same, not paying me much attention. Everyone's mind was on Gu Fei. They'd never imagined that, drinking and laughing together just last night, today they'd be parted by life and death. Gu Fei recounted what had happened, and the squad members gasped one after another. Captain, you're saying, if not for him, those children would've. Ling Yuan looked at me in disbelief. That's right. So we all owe this brother our thanks. Gu Fei laughed heartily, his eyes full of appreciation as he looked at me. Having finished my calculations, I patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, take your team and go reassure the villagers first. In 15 minutes, come find me in the plaza. Not giving Gu Fei time to react, I walked off into the distance. With a single step, my figure was already 50 yards away. Gu Fei and the other 4 had their pupils contract sharply. That's... Yin Yang was the first to gasp. This youth was this strong? That movement art was eerie, the speed beyond his comprehension. If I'm not mistaken, this is an immortal art above rank 1 spirit techniques, shrinking the earth into inches. Gu Fei, after all, was of the Gu family, one of the capital's 4 great clans. His knowledge far exceeded the others. Shrinking the earth into inches. Ling Yuan stared hard at the spot where I'd vanished, murmuring instinctively. That's right. To master this art, you must first have an extremely deep comprehension of space law. Then, folding space, a single step covers 100 yards, even half a mile. Gu Fei went on. Practiced to the extreme, it has another name, a hair's breadth to the horizon. His eyes were full of confusion. This man's cultivation was so low. How could he comprehend the power of space? That was something only advanced-tier spirit warriors should be able to do. And why had he told me to come find him in 15 minutes? Unable to make sense of it, Gu Fei stopped dwelling on it and took his team to reassure the villagers. This scene, too, was taken in by the Spirit Warrior Association, and everyone in the hall was shocked. At Ji Kuen's request, they slowed down the footage of me appearing and leaving. Grand Elder, can you tell what that youth's movement art is? Ji Kuen looked at the old man beside him. He wasn't from a great clan like Gu Fei, after all, and his knowledge wasn't as broad. The Grand Elder thought it over. It should be a movement art relating to space, borrowing the power of space to make a person flash to a distant spot in an instant. Teleportation. Ji Kuen's face filled with shock. Those who could even attempt to comprehend advanced tier power of law were the monstrous prodigies of this world. And teleportation was a speed technique you could only use after comprehending space law. In all of present-day Donghua, only the sovereign alone had touched the great Tao of space. There were recent rumors that the sovereign had taken a new disciple named Jiang Nan, who seemed to have comprehended the power of space too. But he was young, his comprehension still skin-deep, and teleportation was out of the question. The Grand Elder, however, shook his head. It's not teleportation. Teleportation has no opening motion, and the figure doesn't show at all mid-cast. This youth's movement art has a clear opening motion, more like a single step covering a great distance. Ji Kuan nodded slightly, then looked at Xiao Lingyu. Contact the Feiyang squad. Have them arrange a meeting with that youth. Say I want to thank him in person. Eyes still brimming with tears, Xiao Lingyu went to carry it out all the same. Under the Feiyang squad's reassurance, the villagers of Biluo village returned home. The chief, looking at the dozen-odd missed calls on his phone, was full of regret. He'd nearly caused a terrible disaster. The mood of the Feiyang squad grew heavier and heavier. They knew their captain didn't have much time left. This was the last mission of his life. 15 minutes flew by. Though baffled, Gu Fei still came to the plaza. He had one last order to carry out, to introduce me on the vice chairman's behalf. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his aura in extreme disorder, yet Gu Fei didn't care in the least. The other four followed behind, not one stepping up to support him. They knew their captain's nature. The torches in the plaza had gone out, but thankfully there were still street lamps lighting the night. You're here. I walked out from the corner and nodded at him. I don't know what brother wished to see me about. Gu Fei returned the courtesy, then realized he hadn't even asked my name. Come with me, and have them wait at a distance. Saying so, I walked ahead and entered a household. There were too many eyes here, and surveillance too. I didn't want to expose too much. Gu Fei said a few words to his teammates and followed. The villagers knew these were the people who'd saved them, and the moment I spoke, they cleared out a room. The instant we entered, Gu Fei's aura plunged sharply, his breathing rapid. He braced a hand on the wall, struggling to stand steady. I delayed no longer, pressed my palm to his shoulder, and slowly channeled the power of creation into his body. These higher-order laws really were obscure and hard to grasp. It was only because of me. For anyone else, a whole lifetime wouldn't yield much. In the end, the time was too short, and I'd only just gotten a foothold. The power of creation was more complex than space. To reach the kind of effect the primordial heart had on me would probably still take over 10 years. Still, saving Gu Fei's life was enough. On Gu Fei's end, the experience was completely different. He felt that the moment my palm touched his shoulder, a force surged in. Before he could react, that force swept through his whole body like a spring breeze. Then he looked inward. His failing organs were renewed. His snapped spirit veins reconnected, growing tougher than before. Every cell in his body grew lively, as if it had drunk spirit water. Strength gradually returned. His aura gradually steadied. Brother, this. He abruptly opened his eyes, looking at me in shock, mouth opening, but not knowing what to say. Task complete. Reward, 10 fate points. Seeing the prompt, I knew Gu Fei was fine and withdrew my palm. Right now, my forehead was beaded with sweat. My cultivation was too low, and using a power like this not only burned spiritual energy fast, but worst of all, drained the spirit. Still, looking at the progress bar on the light screen, I felt it was worth it. What should I ask at my next asking of the heavens? I fell into thought. The room was unusually quiet, only the breathing of two men. Gu Fei was still dumbstruck. So I'm healed? I don't have to die? But I even settled my final affairs. He pinched his own thigh. Hiss, that really hurts like hell. Not a dream. Accepting the reality, his pupils slowly focused, meeting my eyes. Brother, are you really human? Gu Fei truly couldn't make sense of it. Was this something a human could do? Not only an immortal art like shrinking the earth into inches, but also dragging him back from the gates of hell. And that force of his, none of it was something a blue star person should have. He had to be an immortal, surely? I save you, and you insult me? I said, helpless. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Gu Fei scratched his head sheepishly, then looked at me with gratitude. I gave a slight smile. Gu Fei's temperament really was just as I'd heard in my past life. Decisive and resolute, and frank. Suited, in fact, for making a friend. Just then, the jade pendant on my chest glowed faintly. As time passed, the pendant's glow grew stronger and stronger. This jade pendant I'd looked into in my past life. Every member of the Chi clan's direct line carried one, holding a drop of its owner's essence blood inside, so the family could use a secret art to locate nearby direct line members through it. Of course, it was very limited by distance, or else I'd have been found long ago. Looks like the family's people are here. I toyed with the pendant, running through the Chi clan in my mind. Just don't know who's come. My upright, incorruptible eldest uncle, my second uncle who throws hands at the slightest disagreement, my parents, who vanished the moment I was born, my fourth uncle, with no filter and a love of getting the last word, and, of course, my two unhinged aunts, and grandfather, soon to pass on. What a god-tier family. Oh, and the most unexpected of all, the other old man in the household, Uncle Fu. That old man, he was actually, the me now isn't the me of my past life. In this life, let me be the one to protect all of you. And my vanished parents. Wherever you've gone, I will bring you back, no matter what. Gu Fei's gaze landed on the pendant in my hand too. This is a Chi family jade pendant? This man, born of the Chi family? No wonder. He muttered inwardly, then remembered something. Oh, right. The Chi family's young master has been found. They're holding a homecoming banquet on the 6th of next month. I'll have to make a trip back then. For some reason, he had a premonition. This world was about to grow restless. Brother, I still don't know your name. Gu Fei pulled my thoughts back. I gave a slight smile. Chi Wuyong. Wuyong, as in safe and sound. Gu Fei's mouth twitched. That introduction, how's it any different from saying nothing? But then his brow furrowed. Was there a Chi Wuyong among the Chi clan's juniors? The newly found young master's name he didn't know, but rumor had it the man hadn't awakened a spirit vein and couldn't cultivate. The man before him clearly wasn't that one. Baffled as he was, Gu Fei still extended his hand. I'm Gu Fei. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, wherever I can be of use, just say the word. This life of mine is yours. I reached out and clasped his hand. Don't mention it. I just felt that General Gu's grandson shouldn't be lost here. That's all. The two of us met eyes, both smiling. When I walked out of the villager's home, besides the 4 squad members, there was now an extra young man, Xing Chuan. Xing Chuan was profound 5th stage, most skilled at ambush and assassination, with the edge and speed. Even so, it had taken him over 20 minutes to arrive. Captain, seeing Gu Fei come out, the 4 members hurried up. But the moment they sensed his condition, they were dumbstruck. The captain's condition, how was it getting better and better? Captain, you're... Yun Yang stepped up, looking him over and prodding him, his face full of disbelief. Gu Fei batted his hand away. Enough, enough. I'm fine. Let's head back. My kindness, he'd keep to himself. The whole thing was too surreal. No need to spread it and have me marked by petty schemers. After all, present here, besides the squad members, was Xing Chuan, who had a grudge with him. Sure enough, Xing Chuan made his move. Gu Fei, didn't you take a life-staking pill and you're about to die? How are you fine now? Gu Fei shot him a scornful glance. The heritage of my Gu family. Is it something you'd understand? Without an antidote, would I dare take a life-staking pill so casually? Do you have shit for brains? You, Xing Chuan was choked off, a cold light flashing in his eyes. When he'd just arrived, he too had reviewed the footage. Gu Fei's expression then absolutely couldn't have been faked. At the time, he'd certainly thought he was going to die, which meant he had no antidote at all. He was lying. Since it wasn't Gu Fei himself, the only suspicious one present was this nameless youth. Xing Chuan speculated to himself. This kid definitely held a great secret. His gaze landed on me, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Someone who could drag a man who'd taken a life-staking pill back from the Hall of Yama. If he got that kind of antidote, wouldn't he be set for life? Gu Fei was of the Gu family, so he had to be cautious. But this youth, at a glance, had no background. He could simply force him. Kid, you're the one who saved him, aren't you? Hand over your antidote. I can keep it secret for you. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Are you fucking stupid? Listening to Xing Chuan, I was so angry I laughed and went off on him without wasting a single frame. This type's got a screw loose, and you can't indulge them. You want the secret on me, But you can't at least wait until I'm alone and find a chance? With this many people around, even if I handed you the secret, could you keep it? Gu Fei stepped up too, glaring at Xing Chuan. How did the Spirit Warrior Association recruit trash like you? He's my brother. You dare lay a hand on him. Just try. Good, good, very good. Xing Chuan said good 3 times in a row, his aura bearing down straight at me. I toyed with the pendant, the corner of my mouth curving up slightly. Here it comes. Sure enough, the next second, a bolt of sword light like lightning struck in from the distance. Insolent whelp, you dare touch a member of my Qi clan. You believe I'll grind your whole family to dust, scatter the ash, and dig you out by the roots. I put a helpless hand to my forehead. From that mouth alone, I knew who'd come. Only fourth uncle, Qi Lingheng, had both high cultivation and a tongue this formidable. With a squelch, the sword light pierced clean through Xing Chuan's chest and cut on into the earth behind him. With a boom, the ground was carved into a ravine. You could see just how powerful that one strike was. Xing Chuan had never imagined that this one trip would cost him his life here. He stared hard at me. So I gave a slight smile. Your daddy. Buffed. Xing Chuan breathed his last. Gu Fei and the other 4 were stunned. Xing Chuan dead? The Qi clan really did act overbearingly, killing at the slightest disagreement. But Gu Fei wasn't worried. Old Master Qi was on excellent terms with Spirit Warrior Association Chairman Shinli Feng. This man, killed was killed. Right then, Qi Lingheng's figure flickered and appeared in the center of the scene. He stared hard at me, his face all doting adoration. The likeness? Too much. He looks exactly like third brother, carved from the same mold. By rights, I still wasn't supposed to know my identity, so the act had to go on. And you are? I asked, eyes full of confusion, putting on a pondering look. Ha ha, I'm your fourth uncle. You're real one. Qi Lingheng stepped up and patted my shoulder. Afraid I might not accept it right away. Qi Lingheng pulled out a jade pendant identical to the one in my hand. Every member of our Qi clan has one. It's a token. A word or 2 can't explain it all. I'll take you home, and then you'll understand. Aren't I an orphan? Am I even worthy of having family? I kept up the act. Qi Lingheng's mouth twitched. My own nephew. No doubt about it now. That mouth takes after third brother. He immediately explained, there's more to your disappearance. It's not that your parents didn't want you. You have a big family. Really? I'm someone with a family too. I went on acting, my eyes reddening. You know, when I was little, I envied kids with parents so much. Watching them get taken shopping and bought toys by their mom and dad. I can't even tell you how much I longed for it. But I knew I'd been abandoned, that I didn't deserve it. Tears and snot streaming. I then fixed a pair of wide, innocent eyes on him. So, if I go home with you, does that mean I'll get to see my mom and dad? Qi Lingheng. How am I supposed to answer that? Tell the truth, or fob him off first? I'd just say I'm no good at this kind of thing. If only little sister had come along. Watching fourth uncle's dumbstruck expression, I had to fight back a laugh. Right now, he's definitely cursing under his breath, isn't he? Gu Fei, off to the side, was studying me. Something's off, 10,000 things off. But where exactly? He couldn't put his finger on it. Before Qi Lingheng could think of a way out, he saw Gu Fei step forward. Greetings, Uncle Qi. Gu Fei cupped his hands in salute. He'd never imagined that the one who'd saved his life was the very young master of the Qi family who'd been missing for years. No wonder he'd never heard of him. And weren't they saying Brother Qi had no spirit vein? A whole crowd of them, spreading nonsense. He knew a bit about the Qi family's affairs. Right now Qi Lingheng was stuck riding a tiger, and he had to help smooth things over. So he'd seized the chance to step up and salute. Qi Lingheng glanced at him, his eyes brightening slightly. This kid, he gets it. But on the surface he still had to play it cool, giving a slight nod by way of response. Then he pointed at Xing Chuan's corpse. That man's from your Spirit Warrior Association, isn't he? Go back and tell your chairman. Anyone who wants revenge, come find me. Qi Lingheng. Gu Fei quickly waved his hands. That guy brought it on himself. Uncle Qi was just cleaning house for the Spirit Warrior Association. We can't thank you enough. Besides, a man like Xing Chuan was narrow-minded. Kept around, he might stir up trouble down the road. Qi Lingheng gave Gu Fei an approving look. Truly a heaven-chosen prodigy of the Gu family. In this era, talent alone wasn't enough. You needed brains too. So many who prided themselves on talent, arrogant, looking down on everyone, had fallen by the wayside. This Gu Fei had a bit of his grandfather's bearing. Saying no more, Qi Lingheng turned his gaze back to me. Weong, come home with me. All these years, your grandfather has lived with guilt. In that battle back then, he suffered grave injuries that never healed. And lately, I'm afraid. I stopped teasing him and nodded right away. All right. I wanted to hurry back too. In my past life, I'd been helpless against grandfather's injuries. But in this life, not only would I save his life. Qi Lingheng quietly let out a breath. Damn it. Handling this was more tiring than killing an Earth-tier spirit warrior. So you're the Qi family's recovered young master. Thank you again for… Gu Fei was about to say more, but I cut him off. Brother Gu, then my fourth. I thought for a moment and looked at Qi Lingheng. Which numbered uncle are you again? Qi Lingheng's mouth twitched, and he answered honestly. Fourth uncle. Oh, so I remembered right. I turned back to Gu Fei. Brother Gu, then I'll head off with my fourth uncle. Until we meet again. Right. Gu Fei nodded dazedly. Under the watch of him and the squad members, I was carried by Qi Lingheng straight up into the sky. Hey, holy crap, you can fly? Slower, I'm getting dizzy. They faintly heard my noisy voice drifting farther and farther away. Couldn't you Spirit Warrior Association? After replaying the footage of my movement art, they'd stopped watching Biluo Village, so whatever happened afterward, they knew nothing of. When the Feiyang squad came back, carrying Xing Chuan's corpse, Ji Kuan's bafflement leveled up by 2. So, you took a life-staking pill. Why are you fine? And how did Xing Chuan turn into a corpse? Damn it. When the chairman's here, nothing happens, and the moment he's gone, every strange thing comes at once. I'm just not cut out to be in charge, am I? Fei, you're not dead? That's wonderful. Before Gu Fei could answer, Xiao Lingyu pounced on him in delight, weeping for joy, breaking into sobs again in his arms. Ji Kuan's mouth twitched. He beckoned to Yun Yang, and the two went to the office. Chairman, if you want to ask why the captain survived, I'm deaf, I'm blind, I know nothing. The moment they sat down, before Ji Kuan could speak, Yin Yang got in first. But if you want to ask why Xing Chuan was killed, that I can tell you about. You being deaf and blind, that's right. Ji Kuan sighed. If I asked, I'd be the fool. Damn it, the ability to bring back someone who'd taken a life-staking pill. A thing like that, better not to know. The moment you know it, more and more people come looking for you. Gu Fei had the Gu family protecting him. What did he have? In the end, the one to suffer would be himself. Then tell me how Xing Chuan died. Ji Kuan lit a cigarette, his face a bit grim. Killing one of my Spirit Warrior Association people. He'd better be able to withstand my fury. Rumor had it Xing Chuan had some connection to a certain elder, though the specifics he wasn't clear on. Yun Yang grew more eager and hurriedly recounted the affair, omitting, of course, the part where Xing Chuan strong-armed people for the antidote. Ji Kuan thought nothing of it at first, but the moment he heard the 2 words, Qi family, he hadn't even gotten a clean drag in before choking on the smoke. He waved a hand, signaling Yun Yang could go. These thorny matters, let the chairman handle himself when he gets back. He was tired. Ji Kuan was helpless. But right now, there was someone more helpless than him. Qi Lingheng, flying with me. Fourth uncle, what kind of people are my parents? Why didn't they come for me themselves? Fourth uncle, is it that they don't want me? Fourth uncle, is our family powerful? More powerful than the Wu family of Quan City. Fourth uncle, can I go back in a couple of days? I'm a little nervous. The whole way, I chattered nonstop. No matter what, I had to act a little unfamiliar with the family, right? If someone told you you were the young master of some clan and to come home with them, and you asked nothing and panicked about nothing, would that be normal? It'd definitely arouse suspicion. Sure enough, Qi Lingheng thought the same. From my words, he heard nervousness and worry, which left even him, an Earth-tier spirit warrior, feeling unsettled. With the groundwork more or less laid, my eyes rolled. Fourth uncle, can you take me somewhere? Seeing his dear nephew finally stop asking about his parents, Qi Lingheng nodded at once. Sure, wherever you want to go, fourth uncle will take you. I gave a sly little laugh. I want to go to the lava rift on the Pamir Plateau. Since fourth uncle had come, and we were already near here, we might as well make the trip directly. In my past life, I'd had my relatives' temperaments figured out. Fourth uncle was the absolutely reliable one. The two of us had done who knows how many secret, off-the-books things together. The lava rift? Qi Lingheng searched his memory, and after a moment looked at me. What are you going there for? I sighed. Ever since my spirit vein awakening failed, I keep dreaming of that place, and I wanted to come see it. What if there's a great fortune there suited to me? Qi Lingheng had long since heard that his dear nephew hadn't awakened a spirit vein, and not only that, he knew the boy had been dumped, too. TSK, dear nephew, what a hard life. He had to grant the wish. Qi Lingheng didn't hesitate, immediately changing course and flying northwest. In a secret realm not far from the lava rift, two women passed the guards and reached the entrance. The elder one was clad in opulence, graceful and dignified, with an air of authority that brooked no slight. The younger girl had an upright bearing, in combat gear, her pale blue hair tied into a ponytail, a sharp edge between her brows. The moment the two arrived, countless spirit warriors around them turned to look, and even the guards stole a few extra glances, not for any other reason, but because that aura made people instinctively not dare act out of line. Holy MMPH. Why are you covering my mouth? Holy your sister, more like. Shut up if you don't want to die. Do you know who that is? Huh? Who? It's the president. Hiss. The two seemed used to such stares, showing no reaction at all. Zhueyue, this secret realm is a basic tier secret realm. Basic as it is, the demon beasts above basic 5th stage inside have all been cleared out. It's specifically for prodigies just setting foot on the spirit warrior path to hone their combat skills. The elder woman instructed. This teacher won't go in. The road ahead is on you. Guihai Yu looked leisurely at Yunjiue. A fledgling has to take flight someday, and sooner or later she'd have to let go. This disciple's talent was even better than her own. Her future achievements would surely surpass hers. Becoming one of Donghua's 4 great mythics, reaching heaven tier, was practically nailed down. Yunjiue nodded. Rest assured, Master, I'll definitely get into Kunlun Academy. The corner of Guihai Yu's lips curved up slightly. Kunlun Academy, the absolute top institution of Donghua, no other comes close. You couldn't sign up for this academy on your own. To enter, you first had to receive their invitation. Only those who received one were qualified to take the assessment. And those who could receive an invitation were, without exception, dazzling existences. Just then, Guihai Yu caught something at the edge of the sky out of the corner of her eye. It was lively here today. She hadn't expected anyone besides her would bring a disciple to train. That youth, why can't I make out his spirit vein grade? To see through a person's spirit vein grade, you had to reach heaven tier. Once at heaven tier, even a mythic grade spirit vein was clear at a glance. But this youth, could he be an ordinary mortal? If he were a mortal, that would explain it. But what would a mortal be doing here? As she was thinking, Qi Lingheng had already brought me above the secret realm. Huh? This woman, what an extraordinary aura. Qi Lingheng's eyes lit up, and he clicked his tongue. Looks like trouble, all right. Guihai Yu's face darkened. Frivolous lout, courting death. A single sweep of her gaze, and Qi Lingheng instantly bristled. He felt as if his blood had frozen, his spiritual energy no longer flowing. Hey, holy crap. Pretty lady, don't take it out on the innocent. Yelling, Qi Lingheng and I plummeted from the high sky. Guihai Yu flicked a hand, and I landed safely. This kid's address. Humph. Count it as your good sense. As for Qi Lingheng, bang. Ow. He crashed heavily into the ground, the earth quaking 3 times. Huh? Isn't that the Qi family's 4th lord? He came too. Haha. They say the Qi family's 4th lord is a wild, unrestrained sort. Never thought he'd kick an iron plate this time. Rumor is the 4th Qi isn't far from heaven tier. The Qi family really is terrifying. The people around hurriedly scattered, hiding at a distance, yet still in a posture of watching the show. Thank you, pretty lady. I was about to express my gratitude, but caught sight of Guihai Yu's features and gasped. Huh, isn't this 4th aunt? Sure enough, fate really is a wondrous thing. In my past life, the 1/4 uncle married was none other than her. I'd never have guessed that in this life, the 2 fated rivals would run into each other this early. There's a good show to watch. Oh, and 4th aunt's disciple Yunjiue, she was here too. Guihai Yu was stunned. Fourth aunt? Since when do I have a nephew like this, and how do I not know about it? Yunjue was the same, her big eyes full of gossip, glancing at her master, then at me. Master, you've got a nephew this big? Qi Lingheng wouldn't have it, though, springing up from the ground. Dear nephew, don't talk nonsense. This lady is heaven tier. Your fourth uncle can't beat her. Guihai Yuyu's gaze flicked over again. Stop. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Qi Lingheng jumped in fright, hurriedly waving his hands in surrender. Guihai Yuyu's eyes rolled. If I'm not mistaken, you're the president of the Night Banquet Assassin Syndicate, Guihai Yuyu? Qi Lingheng calculated in his head. Heaven-tier women in Donghua. There were only 2 in total. One was Shangwan Ying, head of the Shangwan family, the foremost clan of Jiangnan, 70 or 80, the very picture of an old crone, clearly not the one before him. That left only one answer, the assassin president, Guihai Yuyu. He'd long heard that Guihai Yuyu was the youngest of Donghua's 12 heavens, but however young, she had to be 50 or 60, surely? Seeing her today greatly exceeded his expectations. This woman looked barely past 40. Heaven tier in her early 40s. That talent was simply terrifying to this degree. And she'd achieved heaven tier 5 or 6 years ago, so her cultivation now would only be higher. Humph. I'd long heard old Qi's youngest son was wild and unrestrained, and seeing it today, the reputation is well-deserved. Guihai Yu clearly still bore a grudge over that frivolous remark earlier. If not out of respect for old Master Qi, she'd have taught the frivolous loud a lesson already. Heh, an empty reputation empty. Qi Lingheng waved a hand, but inwardly thought, once I break through to heaven tier, today's humiliation, I'll repay double. This fierce shrew, her aura really is frightening. Once my cultivation's enough, we'll see who handles who. Guihai Yu couldn't be bothered with the frivolous lout, and turned her gaze to me. She kept feeling there was something different about this youth. Where exactly, she couldn't say. You have to understand, as a heaven tier, she could naturally see through any junior. Yet this youth was like a cloud of mist, blocking her sight. Just now, why did you call me fourth aunt? Guihai Yu wanted to probe me, and found a pretext. I first looked at fourth uncle, then gathered my gaze back on her. Because you married my fourth uncle, of course. Holy crap, dear nephew. Don't go arranging things for people. Qi Lingheng said this aloud, but inside he was secretly delighted. This woman, not bad at all, actually. Pa, when did I marry your fourth uncle? Guihai Yu wouldn't have it. Of course, flicking me on the forehead from afar. You little brat, no spouting nonsense. Then she looked coldly at Qi Lingheng. She'd caught on. This kid's fourth uncle was this frivolous lout. Have this lady marry him? Don't look at me. The kid arranged it all on his own. Qi Lingheng met her gaze and hurriedly cleared his name. Guihai Yu snorted coldly. This kid, he's of your Qi family? How have I never heard of him? The words had barely left her mouth when she suddenly realized something. Don't tell me he's the one your Qi family. 18 years ago. That's right. Before she could finish, Qi Lingheng nodded. Here, let me introduce you. My third brother's child, Qi Wuyang. It clicked for Guihai Yu. Rumor had it this young master had no spirit vein and couldn't cultivate. Just as she'd guessed, this youth was indeed an ordinary mortal. For a scion of a martial Dao clan to not awaken a spirit vein was, indeed, something to lament. This had something to do with his mother, didn't it? They say his mother. Ah, forget it. Other people's affairs are no concern of hers. She paid him no more attention and looked at her disciple, Yunjue. Zhuiyue, go in. When you come out, crush the jade token, and this teacher will come for you. Yes. With a flicker, Yunjue entered the secret realm. Once Yunjue had left, Guihai Yu turned and shot Qi Lingheng another cold glare, her body turning into a cloud of black mist and dissipating between heaven and earth. Phew, she-devil. Qi Lingheng let out a long breath and cursed through gritted teeth. I gave a slight smile. There'd be plenty of fun between these two down the road, no rush. Come on, dear nephew. Finish your business and let's hurry back. Your grandfather is still waiting for you. Qi Lingheng carried me straight up into the sky. Maybe it was the plateau, but tonight's moon was especially bright, the moonlight hazy as gauze, draped over everyone. The secret realm was very close to the lava rift, and at fourth uncle's speed, we arrived in 10 minutes. The Pamir Plateau had an average elevation of 16 to 18,000 feet. Its high mountains snow-capped year-round. But most people didn't know. At its center hid a lava rift. The rift was about 50 yards wide and 3 miles long, the magma inside surging and churning, spewing out tremendous heat. Fourth uncle brought me above the rift. Even 100 yards off, you could feel those rolling waves of heat. Dear nephew, where to next? It's all magma here. What fortune could there be? Don't tell me the nephew's so low he wants to throw himself into the lava? But that didn't make sense either. You don't need to travel this far just to die. I glanced at the coordinates the golden finger provided and pointed in a direction. Fly another 1.5 miles that way, and we're there. Chi Linghing nodded, and in under half a minute, we'd arrived. Yes, this is it. Just like in my dream. I looked below and got noisy. Chi Linghing looked around, but couldn't spot anything special. So what do we do? Throw you down. My mouth twitched. Throw me. On the way down, I can keep grandfather company. Fine. I can't outtalk you, get on with it. Chi Lingheng conceded, helpless. I checked the golden finger's directions. Carry me down slowly. I'll tell you the spot. You use a spirit technique to force it out. After that, leave it to me. There's a demon beast inside? Chi Lingheng perked up. This nephew really was a mystery. I shook my head. No. There's a flame of nirvana, left behind after the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, underwent nirvana. Nirvana fire? Chi Lingheng gasped, looking at me in disbelief. Are you serious? A fortune like this, the nephew dreamed his way to it? Why was he so disbelieving? Quit dawdling, hurry. It just might be able to save grandfather too. I stared below, urging him on. The moment he heard it could save the old master, Chi Lingheng grew even more excited and immediately carried me downward. Don't wrap me in spiritual energy. I'm not afraid of the heat. I signaled him to pull away the protective energy. Joke's on you. The primordial body is kin to any primordial law, and this magma was the fire element to begin with. How could it hurt me? You want to die? This is magma. Chi Lingheng frowned, no longer grinning. I nodded. Trust me. Seeing my expression didn't look like a bluff, Chi Lingheng stopped trying to dissuade me. Sure enough, as I drew closer and closer to the rift, the magma inside seemed to boil. It was cheering, excited, welcoming its king. I closed my eyes to sense carefully, then suddenly snapped them open. Fourth uncle there. I pointed in a direction. On the rock wall beneath the red magma was a cave, faintly visible as the magma rose and fell. Chi Lingheng's gaze sharpened. He reached his right hand forward, his arm rapidly extended, his palm pushing clean through the magma and into the cave. An earth-tier body really is durable, withstanding magma head-on without a problem. I marveled. The words had barely left my mouth when Chi Lingheng let out an arg of pain and decisively pulled his arm back. Quick, 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 it's coming out. The next second, a ball of milky white flame came chasing out, dancing. It had been sleeping soundly in its cave, and suddenly felt something touch it. Could it stand for that? But the instant it sensed my aura, it went quiet at once, then anthropomorphically pounced over, affectionately circling around me. This person, is he daddy? So warm and dear. I opened my palm, and the flame settled onto it. Come with me. I chuckled softly. I actually felt something like having a child of my own. The flame of the nirvana fire really did bend a little, boring into my palm and vanishing. Watching this, Chi Lingheng gave me a long, deep look. This nephew isn't as simple as the rumors say, but he didn't dwell on it. Taking in a fortune like this, he was sincerely glad for me. Without further delay, the two of us flew toward the capital. By the time we returned to the capital, the sky had already brightened. The Chi family had received Chi Lingheng's message long before. The estate was now decked out like New Year's. Chi Wuyong's direct relatives had all gathered in the mansion, waiting for him to return. Chi Jiannan rested with his eyes closed, holding on by a thread of breath. Dad, why don't you go rest a while first? His eldest daughter, Chi Wanqing, stepped forward 2 paces and whispered in his ear. Chi Jiannan gently shook his head. He knew his own body best. Holding on another 10 days was no problem. The mood in the hall was a little strange. There was the joy of Chi Wuyong's return and the grief of Chi Jiannan's days being numbered. By the way, your mother's side. Chi Jiannan didn't open his eyes, his voice faint, yet everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Hearing this, everyone let out a breath. Right now, of the things that counted as good news, there were only two, and this was one. Dad, rest easy, I'm on it, no problem. His youngest daughter, Qi Wanjing, thumped her chest. Ignoring everyone's helpless looks, she went on. Mom promised to come back today, so she should be almost here by now. Qi Jianan nodded and said no more. The Qi family looked endlessly glorious, but only they themselves knew. Within the family, the bonds had long fractured. After that great battle, Qi Jianan was gravely wounded. The third son and his wife were taken away, whereabouts unknown. Qi Wuyang was swept into a spatial rift, 10 deaths and no life. Qi Jianan's wife, Qiu Yuebai, was heartbroken ever since and took refuge in Buddhism, spending over a decade chanting the Buddha's name and reciting sutras, praying only for her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to return safely. Now that Qi Wuyang had returned, she absolutely had to come back. About 6 miles away, the Shun family's estate was just as luxurious. In a small villa in the back courtyard, the Shun Jingwen household sat in the hall, discussing something. Shun Jingwen was Shun Lifeng's eldest son and Shun Qingqing's father. The man had quite a gift for business, but fell short in the martial Dao, around 50, having just broken through to the profound tier. Without some rare opportunity, advancing further would be difficult. Qingqing, that Qi boy comes home today. Are you sure you don't want to go take a look? Shun Jingwen took a sip of tea, his eyes full of scorn. Born in this era, no spirit vein means a cripple. I truly don't know what father is thinking, insisting on keeping this old relationship alive. Isn't that 10 families Tenkunken far stronger than this boy? A legend-grade spirit vein, awakened for so short a time, and already opened one vein, formally stepping over the spirit warrior threshold. The two families joined. Who in Donghua would dare slight us then? Besides, Qi Jianan is nearly finished. People should go with the grand currents of heaven and earth. Why harm our own interests for the sake of old loyalties? Merchants chase profit, and Shun Jingwen was exactly that type. Dad, do you really mean to marry sis to that waste? He can't even cultivate. Before Shun Qingsheng could speak, her younger sister Shun Qingxian spoke up first. 15 or 16, just started high school, Shun Jingwen's youngest daughter. Later, when sis reaches Earth tier, even Heaven tier, she'll live 400 or 500 years. That waste is gone in 70 or 80 years at most. You'd have sis widowed? Indeed, Dad. Shun Qingqing shook her head, voicing her refusal in a calm tone. If Qi Wuyang could cultivate, I'd still consider it. As things stand, absolutely impossible. Her temperament took after Shun Jingwen's, valuing interests. Besides, this wasn't purely about interests. Spirit warriors and mortals simply weren't of the same world. The immortal and the mortal are two separate worlds, wouldn't be an overstatement. Just as her sister said, that Qi Wuyang would live 70 or 80 years at most. If she really married him, what would she do after he died? No need to even wait for his death. 40 years on, she'd still look like this, while he'd have become an old man. How would she face that? Staring at an old face all day long. Just thinking about it sent a chill through her. Shun Qingqing's mother, Lu Fong, agreed with her daughter, patted her hand, and turned her gaze to Shun Jingwen. I don't care what method you use. Get father to call off this marriage. Qingqing was already set on a date with the Tan family. The invitations have gone out. How can it change at a word? Shun Jingwen set his teacup down hard. You think I want Qingqing to marry that boy? Who dares defy father's order? If you've got the ability, you go talk to him. As long as you can get father to call off this marriage, from now on I'll do as you say in this house. Lu Fong puffed up with anger, but didn't know how to retort. Indeed, in the Shin family, Shun Lifeng was the sky. No, this marriage has to be called off. Shun Qingxian championed her sister, her little face flushed red with anger. No, this marriage has to be called off. I looked at Qi Lingheng. If fourth uncle hadn't brought it up, I'd nearly forgotten. It was about the same as my past life. After returning to the family, grandfather Qi Jianan had betrothed me to Shun Qingqing. This one was simply an enhanced version of Lu Ruyan. In my past life, anyway, I didn't have a single happy day, and she even fooled around with other men behind my back, while I could do nothing. At that thought, I gritted my teeth. In this life, not killing her is generous enough, and I'm supposed to marry her? Out of the question. Qi Lingheng spread his hands. That's up to you. As long as you can square it with your grandfather. A cold light flashed in my eyes. In that case, let me be the one to go and break off the engagement. And I hope you, too, can make that grand vow. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30. All right, one more crossing ahead, and we're there. Qi Lingheng gradually slowed and descended from the high sky. By now, at the Qi family estate, everyone had already had one round of commotion, because the lady of the estate, Xiao Yuebai, had returned. In the hall, Xiao Yuebai, in a gray robe and a monk's cap, gazed at Qi Jiannan with tear-blurred eyes. How are you? Qi Jiannan weakly waved a hand. I can no longer wait for Lingsong and Jiro to return. If one day they come back, go to my grave and tell me. Xiao Yuebai's body trembled, a teardrop sliding down and dampening the prayer beads in her hands. All these years, in the end it was she who'd been willful. She pressed her palms together, murmuring softly under her breath. No one knew what she was praying for. The next second, her closed eyes abruptly opened. Qi Jiannan was the same. A sharp light burst from his dim eyes. They're back, the two said in unison. Without any visible movement, their figures vanished, reappearing already at the estate gate. Little brother. The silver-haired woman reacted, flickering and vanishing too. The others in the room followed after. They wanted to give Qi Wuyang the most magnificent welcome. High in the sky, before I'd even landed, seeing so many people below, I knew the performance was about to begin again. My heart was so tired. I felt I could go act in movies. But when I landed and felt everyone's mood, something genuinely welled up in me. I was moved. Though I'd been through it once in my past life, this time my state of mind was different, and what I felt had changed flavor too. This time, it was, truly and vividly, the flavor of home. Looking at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces, the many scenes of my past life surfaced before my eyes. The thing about the Qi family that surprised me most was the lack of scheming. Unlike some families, where the struggle for power and position came with intrigue and backstabbing, fighting to the death, everyone here was genuine. Even though I hadn't awakened a spirit vein, no one looked down on me. Returning to this place, the strong sense of belonging from my past life rose again. Even as I thought all this, my body and face put on a look of bewilderment, confusion, and nervousness. Seeing me like that, everyone felt even worse. He should have grown up happily in the family, in fine clothes and rich food, with everything he could want. Yet in the end, he'd been lost outside, living a hard life for nearly 20 years. In his place, they'd probably be crouching on the ground, weeping bitterly right now. Wuyang, your grandfather, I've wronged you. Qi Jiannan's voice choked, and tears actually fell from his eyes. The only one able to draw such emotion from a high-ranking heaven-tier powerhouse was probably just me, working hard at acting. Grandson, my dear grandson. Xiao Yuebai flickered in front of me and pulled me into her embrace. My body went stiff. I didn't dare move, didn't say a word. I'm a stranger here. I'm nervous. What fault is that of mine? It was all our fault back then, failing to protect you, letting you suffer all these years of grievance. Xiao Yuebai cupped my face in both hands, speaking the firmest words in the gentlest tone. Now that you're back, whatever you want, just tell Grandma. Anything in this world that you want, Grandma will get it for you. I ran through those earlier heartbreaks in my mind, squeezed out a few tears, and choked out a cry. Grandfather, grandmother. Yes, yes, good child. Qi Jiannan and Xiao Yuebai both responded with emotion. They'd been afraid the child wouldn't acknowledge them. And what would they do then? Thankfully, it was going smoothly enough. Wuyang, Grandma has heard all about you. No spirit vein. Can't cultivate. It doesn't matter. Our family has plenty of experts. Whatever you want done, just let them handle it. Xiao Yuebai, afraid I'd take it hard, comforted me. Wuyang, rest assured. As long as you want to cultivate, even if your eldest uncle has to search this whole world, I'll find you a way. Qi Lingtai stepped up, his voice firm and resounding. And me, Wuyang, from now on, any fights, come to your second uncle. Qi Linghua, cradling a saber, sharp energy surging about him. Off, off, off. All of you step aside. Is the Jianghu about fighting and killing? The Jianghu is about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Qi Wanqing rolled her eyes, stepped up, and pulled me to her side, saying gently, Weiyang, from now on, if you take a liking to some girl or want to meet some celebrity, just tell your auntie, and your auntie will personally arrange it for you. Qi Lingheng watched all this, but said not a word. He alone knew how extraordinary this nephew of mine was. I could withstand magma that even a profound tear couldn't bear. I'd subdued the nirvana fire that even he feared. A person like this, you say can't cultivate? He'd be the first not to believe it. Little brother. Once the elders had finished, the silver-haired woman, tears in her eyes, finally walked up. She was my own elder sister, Qi Anren. No one knew how much pressure she'd borne all these years, shouldering the burden of searching for their parents alone. Now that she had a little brother, she was truly thrilled. Even though he couldn't cultivate, she finally had someone to confide in, someone she could tell some things about their parents. And how fitting that her brother's name and hers could link together. Was this the will of heaven? Was heaven hinting that their parents were safe and sound, that they needn't worry? Xiao Yuebai wiped my tears for me and, holding my hand, introduced her. This is your own elder sister, Qi Anren. I nodded slightly. Sister? Yes, dear little brother. Qi Anren covered her mouth and wept, her crying seeming to recount the grievances of all these years. I knew it was my turn. I pressed my lips together and swept a glance over everyone. Where are my mom and dad? Why don't I see them? Do they not like me, not want me? My voice was full of nervousness, timidity, and caution, which made everyone ache even more. This was exactly the effect I wanted. Coming home for the first time, if I didn't ask about my parents, that would be what's abnormal. It's not like that, Weiyang. Then Xiao Yuebai recounted the events of that year, including how his parents had been taken away by persons unknown. I finally nodded. So that's how it is. It's all my fault, getting them into. Weiyang, this isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, blame your grandfather for being incapable. Qi Jianan sighed. To this day, he still didn't know where those people came from. The mood at the gate sank into gloom for a moment. Hey, all right. Look, Anren, Weiyang, put their names together on Ran Weiyang, and it means safe and sound. That's heaven telling us. Third brother and third sister-in-law are safe and sound, so stop worrying. To break the gloom, Qi Wanjing got loud. And you know what? With that one outburst of hers, everyone laughed through their tears. Weiyang, come home with grandfather. Qi Jianan took my hand and walked toward the villa on the estate. Everyone followed behind. In this moment, the young master who'd been lost for 18 years had finally returned. Back at the villa, I helped Qi Jianan to the round-backed armchair at the head, my brows knitting slightly. Grandfather's injuries were even worse. He had 10 days, half a month at most. In my past life, I'd been helpless against grandfather's injuries. In this life, it was different. Not only would I heal him, I'd take him a step further. I knew grandfather's cultivation, among Donghua's 12 heavens, was second only to the sovereign and the principal of Kunlun Academy. Currently, he should be at Heaven Tier 9th stage. This was also why the Qi family could rank first among the capital's 4 great clans. Later, then, once everyone dispersed, I'd find grandfather alone for a talk. Today is the day my dear grandson Weiyang returns to the family. I will say a few words. Once everyone was seated, Qi Jianan's gaze swept the room like lightning, leaving everyone silent as cicadas in the cold. Weiyang was swept into a spatial rift in that battle. Thankfully, his life was strong, and he survived. But the suffering he endured outside all these years is far beyond what you can imagine. From now on, you are to look after him more. I don't want anyone holding a bias against him for not being able to cultivate. If I learn that anyone dares bully him, they'll be expelled from the family at once. He paused, his voice full of vigor, nothing at all like a man gravely wounded and on the brink of death. And don't any of you think that just because I'm about to die, you can panic. I tell you, our Qi family, without me, is still the Qi family. Everyone didn't understand what Qi Jianan meant by this. But having been through it once, I of course knew. Because the Qi family, besides grandfather, had 2 more heaven tiers. Donghua's 12 heavens were the ones laid out in the open. Just how many were hidden in the shadows, no one knew. Take the Qi family, for instance. It was precisely because grandfather was failing that he revealed the next heaven tier to hold the line, making those with improper designs on the Chi family balk in fear. Dad, you mean? Chi Lingtai was about to speak, but saw grandfather wave a hand. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and a voice that held together without scattering issued out. Fuqian, come in. As the words fell, the hall gained one more person, a man holding a cane. Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu. Seeing Chi Futian, everyone gasped. This man, of course they knew him. No, more than knew him. They knew him well. This was the Chi family's head steward, Chi Futian, who managed all logistical affairs. But wasn't Uncle Fu an ordinary mortal? Going by that entrance just now, he was at least an Earth tier. But I'm Earth tier too. Why can't I see through him? Everyone's mind started turning, exchanging glances. This old one greets the family head, the lady, and all of you. Uncle Fu greeted them first. Grandfather nodded slightly and looked at everyone. All right. Now, let me reintroduce Uncle Fu to you all. At his words, everyone pricked up their ears. Could this Uncle Fu have some unknown identity? He was a friend of my father's and my own Dao Guardian. Grandfather paused. Heaven tier, 8th stage. Everyone was stunned for a moment, brains crashing, their whole bodies tingling. Heaven tier 8th stage? That was the same realm as Donghua's great generals and the head of the Gu family, only one stage below the family head. Their Chi family had actually been hiding a heavyweight like this. Grandfather paid no mind and continued. His name, it seems, you've never heard. But his nickname shone brilliantly in the last era. People all called him the Blood Butcher. Hiss, what? Uncle Fu is the Blood Butcher. Everyone reacted, all faces changing dramatically. Heaven tier 8th stage was shocking enough, but compared to the two words, Blood Butcher, it paled. The Blood Butcher, a figure of his time in the last era. Rumor had it the alien races he slaughtered left blood flowing in rivers. In his early years he'd had a name, but it was gradually replaced by the nickname. Later, as the younger generation rose, he slowly vanished from sight, and the world assumed he'd long since fallen. Who'd have thought? An empty reputation, that's all. Uncle Fu waved a hand, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the past. Grandfather's eyelids lowered slightly. Old friend, I never thought I'd go a step before you. From now on, I'll have to trouble you to look after the Chi family. Chi Futian cupped his hands. This old one is surnamed Chi too. No words of guarantee, just one line, surname Chi too. Made it clear he was a member of the Chi family as well, and would never let the Chi family fall. You have to understand, Uncle Fu's methods were even sharper and more ruthless than grandfather's. Grandfather nodded slightly, then looked at grandmother Chiu Yuebai. Yuebai. Chiu Yuebai stood up directly and gave grandfather a long, deep look. I knew it couldn't be hidden from you. Then she pressed her palms together, her sleeves stirring without wind, oppressive pressure instantly enveloping every Earth tier spirit warrior in the hall. What? Mother broke through to Heaven tier 2. Heavens, Our Lady Mother is mighty. Chi Lingtai and his siblings shot to their feet. Today, the shocks grandfather had brought them were simply too many. Your mother chanted the Buddha's name and recited sutras all these years. I never imagined her cultivation would advance so swiftly. If my sense is right, Yuebai, you broke through to Heaven tier last month, didn't you? Grandfather's clouded eyes regarded his wife, his expression carrying tenderness and admiration. Chiu Yuebai nodded. There are countless laws in the world. I never expected the one most suited to me would be the compassion of the Buddhist path. Grandfather smiled. What suits you best is what's best. Congratulations, Yuebai. Grandmother fingered her prayer beads, nodded at grandfather, then looked at fourth uncle. Lingheng, how goes your comprehension of your law? Are you confident of breaking through to Heaven tier? Everyone looked at Chi Lingheng too. They all knew that among the Chi family's juniors, the most talented at present was fourth uncle. Chi Lingheng shook his head. I always feel something's missing. Maybe it's an opportune moment. Remember, you mustn't rush. Steady and solid is the way. Grandmother urged. Chi Lingheng nodded. Standing beside grandfather, I could feel it. This was grandfather doing it as a show for me. Though he was about to leave, the Chi family was still that Chi family, even stronger than when I'd been alive. With me back, I'd surely suffer no grievances. Still a young master who could summon the wind and rain. All right, you should understand my intent now. Grandfather swept his gaze over everyone. The Chi family is still that Chi family, and it will not fall. Then he pulled me to sit beside his chair. Weong, grandfather knows you've suffered much these years. Squabbles among you juniors. Grandfather won't interfere, but those who bully you on the strength of their families, grandfather can't stand by and watch. He waved a hand downward. Before long, a hulking man in black walked up, carrying Wu Zhen. Watching Wu Zhen carried in like a little chick, the corner of my mouth twitched. Weong, I know all about your affairs. This man, I leave to you to deal with yourself. To kill or to flay, you decide. Grandfather patted the back of my hand, all kindness on display. Oh, and one more thing you may not know. Granny Lee, who raised you, was also injured by people he sent, and in the end died of her injuries. My body jolted. What? My Granny Lee was also killed by this dog of a thing? Fuck. This. Why did no one tell me in my past life? The story was different. Could this be the butterfly effect? In my past life at this time, grandfather had simply brought Wu Zhen in. Back then my temperament was still timid. I didn't kill him, just gave him a lesson and let him go. This life, why was it different? Could it be because my personality had changed? But I no longer had the mood to ponder this. Right now, my eyes were bloodshot, my whole body trembling. Chi Weong, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I'll never dare again. As long as you spare me, I'll be your beast of burden. I truly didn't know you were the Chi family's young master. Had I known, beat me to death and I still wouldn't have dared bully you. Wu Zhen knelt on the ground, kowtowing again and again, his forehead bleeding. So furious I laughed. Is that so? The way I see it, it's not that you know you were wrong. It's that you know you're about to die. I was so angry I could barely stand. Granny Lee, who raised me, such a kind person, killed by this beast. Ah, I finally couldn't hold back, rushing to Wu Zhen's side and beating him without mercy. Whatever sordid business there was between you and that bitch Lu Ruyan, I could have spared your life. But the one thing you should never, ever have done, killing Granny Lee. My voice was grim. This was the first thing beyond my control since my rebirth. I deserved death. I shouldn't have laid a hand on that old woman. I beg you, spare me. I'll never dare again. Wu Zhen, terrified, lost control of his bladder. He'd never imagined the person he bullied was the Chi family's young master. Had he known, you could give him 10,000 times the nerve, and he still wouldn't have dared. That's right, you do deserve death. I'd already calmed down, but only those who knew me understood that this was when I was angriest. But to die just like that would be letting you off easy. Sis, give me a dagger. I looked at Chi Anren, my tone neither grieved nor glad, without a trace of emotion. Afraid I'd never seen blood, Chi Anren said, Weong, you direct it, and sis will do it for you. I shook my head. I'll do it myself. Wu Zhen shouted, no. Chi Weong, you can't kill me. You don't want Granny Lee to know you've killed someone, do you? She was so kind. She surely wouldn't want you taking lives. Let me go, and I'll pay respects at her grave every year. The corner of my mouth lifted, like a devil's. So you know she was kind. Then I took the dagger from my sister. What followed isn't easy to describe. Feel it in yourself. The whole hall was filled with Wu Zhen's screams. He tried to resist, but pinned down by a crowd of experts. He couldn't move an inch and could only be cut to pieces. A full 20 minutes passed before he finally departed in agony, amid despair and remorse. The Chi family's juniors held their breath at one another. This little brother who'd just come home seemed, well, a bit ruthless. Uncle Fu, however, revealed an appreciative gaze. This temperament, he liked it. If only young Master Wu Yang could cultivate, he'd surely pass on everything he'd learned in a lifetime, holding nothing back. Watching the affair end, Grandmother Chiu Yuebai pressed her palms together, as if delivering Wu Zhen's soul. She didn't want her grandson tainted by bad karma. The man in black left with Wu Zhen's remains, using spiritual energy to erase the bloodstains from the floor. Repaying a grudge when you have one. That's a fine man of my Chi family. Grandfather likewise approved of what I'd done. A true man should act decisively. All right, that's enough for today. Let's eat first, and after the meal, you juniors take Weong to get well acquainted with the capital. Grandfather gave the order. The reunion meal was a must. It counted as a sign of how much he valued me. Grandfather, Weong has one more thing. I drew a deep breath. pulling myself out of my memories of Granny Lee. Grandfather's motion to rise paused, and he sat back down, smiling. Weong, go ahead. I gave a helpless, wry smile. On the way here, I heard from fourth uncle that you arranged a childhood betrothal for your grandson. Could grandfather help your grandson break it off? Oh, grandfather grew interested. You want to break the engagement without even meeting your betrothed? I shook my head like a rattle. Joke's on you. In my past life I saw her enough to be sick of it. Let whoever wants to meet her, but not me. Grandmother stepped up too, taking my hand. Weong, that Shin family girl does have some looks. What harm is there in one meeting? Grandfather, grandmother, to be honest, your grandson was hurt by a woman before and doesn't want to consider these things for now. My eyes turned forlorn, and I sighed. This act of mine instantly left an unpleasant feeling rising in grandfather and grandmother's hearts. Grandfather nodded. All right, grandfather agrees. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the Shin family to break off the marriage. What he was thinking was, tomorrow at the Shin family, if my dear grandson saw Shin Qingcheng and still disliked her, then break it off directly. If he liked her, there was still room to maneuver. I let out a breath of relief inside. That's Shin Qingcheng. Let whoever wants to marry her marry her. At the reunion meal that followed, grandmother introduced each person to me. Everyone present was direct line. They all gave me considerable first meeting gifts, each thoughtful, full of heart. This made me feel my relatives' true affection even more. Out of joy, grandfather even had a few cups, to everyone's great surprise. Full of food and drink, the servants began clearing the dishes. All right, the rest of the time is yours, you juniors. Grandfather rose, and before leaving, instructed me. Weong, when you're free this afternoon, come find grandfather. Just the two of us, grandfather and grandson, will have a good talk. All right, grandfather. I nodded. After grandmother helped grandfather leave, the middle-aged generation, eldest uncle and the rest, departed too. They were afraid that staying would put psychological pressure on me. Better to leave the time to the juniors. Besides, they had much to do. Besides cultivation, there were the Chi family's group companies to manage. The juniors had plenty of topics, talking about their interests and future dreams. After chatting a while, they each dispersed to their own business. I was taken by my sister Chi Anren to her villa. This villa, at last, no longer housed only her. Sis, tell me about mom and dad. I first made a show of looking around the villa, then turned to her. Chi Anren nodded and slowly told me everything she knew about our parents. In my past life I'd known some of it too, but since I couldn't cultivate, I hadn't taken it to heart. Even grandfather was helpless. What could I, a mortal, do? But in this life, it was different. I would find the faintest clue about my parents. Wherever you've gone, I will bring you back. Weong. Actually, I suspect our mom isn't from this world. Chi Anren sighed, voicing her thought. Grandfather said when dad met mom, she was gravely wounded, and like you, had no spirit vein. But strangely, she had cultivation. And on the day you were born, several people in strange, exotic garb came from who knows where. Their cultivation so high grandfather had no room even to fight back. A casual strike from them could shatter space, which was exactly how you got swept in. But just as the family was at its most critical juncture, an even stronger attack struck in from the spatial rift, gravely wounding those people. Shocked, they took mom and dad and fled headlong. Chi Anren spoke for over an hour with this. I didn't interrupt the whole time, listening quietly. By the time she finished, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. I drew a deep breath. I knew what to ask at my next asking of the heavens. Looking at the fate points progress, only 20%, I silently prayed. Next task, come quickly. Whoever you are, daring to take my parents away, then be ready to bear the brunt of my fury. Weong, what are your plans now? Chi Anren looked at me dotingly. Her little brother hadn't died. She, too, was now someone with a little brother. I was just about to speak when the Golden Fingers light screen popped up, sounding a beep 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 prompt. The task had come. I looked at the screen before me, and as the cursor moved, characters appeared one by one. You are the protagonist of this era. Your great name should spread across the world. So let's start with Quan City. A main quest is now issued. Task: lead the Quan City training camp to first place nationwide in the Martial Dao exam half a year from now. Task difficulty: 5 stars. Task reward, 50 fate points. I raised an eyebrow. 5-star task, 50 fate points. The reward was generous, but the time was too long, a full half year. Still, the prompt said, main quest, so there'd surely be side quests along the way. At that thought, I felt relieved. Sis, I still want to go back to Quan City and attend the Quan City Spirit Warrior training camp. I closed the screen and told Chi Anren truthfully. Chi Anren was taken aback, thinking she'd misheard, and confirmed it again. Weiyang, you said, attend the Quan City Spirit Warrior training camp. I nodded. That's right. There, in a way, was my first home. Once I get my college acceptance letter, I also want to pay respects at Granny Lee's grave. Chi Anren's lovely brows furrowed slightly. But you're not a spirit warrior. You can't cultivate. What would you do at the training camp? Who says I'm not? I smiled, my aura instantly surging toward her. Chi Anren got a fright and instinctively moved to counter. But remembering the man before her was her little brother, she dispersed her spiritual energy again. When she sensed my aura, she abruptly stood. Basic 3rd stage. Weiyang. Wasn't her brother supposed to have no spirit vein and be unable to cultivate? What was going on? And even if he could cultivate, awakened for such a short time, how was he already at 3rd stage? Compared to Sis's intermediate 9th stage, I'm still far behind. I gave a slight smile. How old are you? Sis here has cultivated for 2.5 years. Chi Anren drew a deep breath and steadied herself. Then she froze. Weiyang, how does he know my cultivation? When one's aura leaks, only those of higher cultivation can see through you. Those of lower cultivation can't see through the higher. Looks like little brother has his own great secret. This was a good thing. As his sister, she was genuinely glad for him. Weiyang, congratulations. Chi Anren laughed happily. From now on, she finally wouldn't be fighting alone. Watching my sister's heartfelt laugh, my heart trembled. In my past life, Sis was very good to me too, yet she'd never shown a smile like this. Back then, what I saw more of was her sorrowful face. She'd often sit alone on the balcony, lost in thought. And I, for various reasons, became a layabout-rich second gen, caring about nothing, asking about nothing, muddling through a whole lifetime. Thinking about it now, Sis must have had a very hard time. In this life, I would never again let Sis shoulder the burden of avenging our parents alone. Chi Anren checked the time. Weiyang, there's an internal match at school this afternoon. I can't miss it. When I'm back, I'll show you around the capital. I nodded. I remembered Sis was at the capital Marshall Dow University, now in her 3rd year. After Chi Anren left, led by a servant, I headed toward grandfather's room. Once I'd wrapped up matters here, it'd be time for me to set off back to Quan City. By then, the true spirit warrior world would finally raise its curtain. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the door, and after a moment, it opened. The one who opened it was grandmother Chioyuebai. Grandmother. I smiled and called out. Chioyuebai was overjoyed. Weiyang's here. Come in. Your grandfather's been waiting for you. Entering, my gaze fell on grandfather, seated on the bed. He was still circulating his energy, fighting that nameless force inside him. It was precisely this force that made his injuries worse and worse. Hearing the sound, grandfather slowly pressed his hands down, let out a long breath, opened his eyes, and looked at me kindly. Weiyang, come sit. I nodded. Seeing how unusually disordered grandfather's aura was, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. Grandfather, do you know of the Nirvana fire? I came straight to the point. With my closest kin, I had no intention of hiding things. Grandfather thought I needed this divine object and nodded. I saw it in an ancient book. The Nirvana fire is a divine flame condensed after the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, underwent nirvana. It's said to have the power of nirvanic rebirth. If you could obtain it, perhaps you really could be reborn through nirvana, gain a spirit vein, not a wild fantasy. Amitba. Grandmother spoke up too. I've seen records of the Nirvana fire in Buddhist scriptures as well. It could not only give Weiyang a spirit vein, perhaps it could also free you from injury and illness, reborn through fire. But a divine object like that vanished into the long river of history ages ago. Where would you still find it? Grandfather pondered a moment. Here's what we'll do. Webai, have Lingtai order people to search worldwide for the Nirvana fire, no matter the cost. For his grandson to cultivate. Grandfather was going all in. I hurriedly waved a hand. Grandfather, That's not what I mean. I flipped my palm over, and that wisp of milky white flame slipped out, first circling me once, then quietly hovering before us. This is. Grandfather and grandmother spoke in unison, pupils contracting sharply, staring hard at this ball of flame. I smiled. Grandfather, grandmother, this is the Nirvana fire. What? Grandmother gasped. Wyong, this is truly the Nirvana fire? In grandfather's eyes, too, a light of hope appeared. That's right. I obtained it on the Pamir Plateau in the northwest. It should be able to free grandfather from his injuries. I didn't explain much. Grandfather's body began to tremble. No one knew the pain of the injuries and illness that had tormented him all these years. And he wanted to live, wanted to cultivate to a higher realm, to avenge that battle of long ago. Grandmother stepped forward a few paces, examining it carefully, recalling the book's description of the Nirvana fire in her mind. After a moment, record and reality gradually overlapped. It's real. The flame is milky white, the temperature extreme, yet it holds together without scattering. I looked at grandfather. Grandfather, the process might be a little painful. Grandfather waved a big hand. No matter, bring it on. He'd endured too much pain these years. Now that he finally saw hope of healing, even a trip through a frying pan, he'd be willing. Grandmother stood off to the side, fingering her prayer beads, not making a sound, but from her furrowed, lovely brows, she was clearly worried. I stroked the Nirvana fire. Go on. The Nirvana fire spun once and whoosh, bored into grandfather's body. In an instant, the flame set everything inside him alight, burning hotter and hotter, until at last grandfather's whole body was ablaze. I had to admit, grandfather's will really was strong, not uttering a sound, his expression even one of deep enjoyment. Right now, inside his body, the Nirvana fire chased after those few nameless forces like a child. The flame army formed an encircling formation, cornering them. Daddy, I love you so much. You finally let me eat my fill. The Nirvana fire bounced with joy. How long had it been since it ate something this delicious? Chomp. The flame army swallowed those forces whole. If it had ended here, grandfather would already be back to normal. But how would that show off the Nirvana fire's true might? Grandfather's body kept burning, everything inside reduced to nothingness, now just an empty shell. At last, even his body blurred, turning into a point of light. Grandmother's heart was already wrung tight, yet she didn't dare make a sound to disturb. Grandfather was facing an enormous crisis. Nirvanic rebirth was defying heaven's might. A thing like this, how could it be done so easily? Above that point of light, rolling furious thunder gathered, lightning crackling and interweaving. One glance was enough to weaken your legs, let alone withstanding it. Ha ha ha, what dense power of law. Come, let me complete my lightning law and touch that ethereal, intangible great Tao. Perhaps by coincidence, perhaps luck, the law grandfather had comprehended was precisely lightning, and this lightning tribulation suited him perfectly. As bolt after bolt of furious thunder struck down, his spirit soul grew ever more solid, his comprehension of lightning law nearing perfection. Outside, grandmother and I didn't dare breathe loudly, staring hard at the point of light suspended in the air. At last, after a full hour and more, the point of light burst apart with a bang, turning into countless smaller points of light. The furious thunder dispersed, heaven and earth returning to calm. Grandfather had succeeded. His consciousness was clear. He felt his body turn into countless points of light, absorbing the energy between heaven and earth, the essence belonging to the innate, which the acquired could never sense. Once the points of light had drunk their fill, they began to reconverge. And so grandmother watched as a young man's body slowly emerged from head to toe. She covered her mouth and gasped. This was Jiannan's appearance in his youth. I studied grandfather's features carefully too. I'd never imagined grandfather was quite handsome in his youth. When it was over, the Nirvana fire returned to my palm. It had eaten too much and needed to digest. Grandfather slowly opened his eyes, first looking at his own fair hands, then touching that head of jet black, thick, long hair. I'm healed. He sized himself up in disbelief, his voice even back to a young man's. Not only that, he felt his cultivation had reached heaven-tier grand consummation, truly breaking, and then rebuilding, reborn through nirvana. A teardrop slid down grandmother's face. She took up a mirror and handed it over. Not only are you healed, you've grown young again. Seeing himself in the mirror, the smile on grandfather's face never faded. Haha, my dear grandson. Who'd have thought the moment you came back, you'd give grandfather such a grand gift? Tell me, what do you want? Grandfather will get it for you. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades and cross a sea of fire. Grandfather had not a trace of sickliness left, his back ramrod straight. I was sincerely glad for grandfather. I'd meant to say I wanted that wisp of innate chi in a certain country overseas, but the words reached my lips and I swallowed them back. The situation was turbulent right now, and it wouldn't do to stir up a war. As I was thinking, I heard grandfather let out an ow, which gave me a fright. What are you so pleased about? You keep grinning at me. Grandmother had grandfather's ear pinched, twisting it round and round hard. Grown young again, have you? Your spring fancies stirring again? Thinking of chasing after which family's vixen this time? Grandmother right now had not a shred of the look of a renunciant. I edged carefully toward the door and, while the two weren't paying attention, bolted out. Phew, that scared me to death. Run, run. In a few breaths, I took off at a dead sprint and vanished, silently praying for grandfather. He's on his own now. I'd actually meant to take grandfather into the heavenly Tao space to comprehend the great Tao and take him a step further. But seeing the current situation, that'll have to wait. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master Wuyong. Along the way, the servants greeted me with smiles, and I nodded in response. Time to find a couple of movement and defensive spirit techniques that suit me. After breaking off the engagement tomorrow, I'd set off for the Quan City training camp. Before departing, I wanted to leave myself with as few weak points as possible. The Spirit Technique Pavilion stood at the center of the estate, a 5-story tower. I sought it out by my past life memory. The moment I reached the door, an aged figure appeared out of thin air, hair and beard all white, hunched in a coarse linen robe. Greetings, young master. The old man cupped his hands. I thought it over. In my past life memory, there was no such person. Oh, in my past life I'd never come here at all. This man wasn't simple. He was probably another great expert grandfather had hidden away. I cupped my hands in return. Greetings, senior. I've come to find a couple of spirit techniques to practice. Oh. The old man let out a sound of surprise, said no more, turned and opened the door. This Spirit Technique Pavilion has 5 floors, corresponding to rank 5 through rank 1 techniques. Whatever you want, just go find it yourself. With that, his figure vanished. I headed straight for the 3rd floor. What I wanted was the kind of technique that wasn't too draining, but wasn't a dud either, and rank 3 should fit perfectly. The Chi family's heritage really was deep. Rank 3 techniques alone filled several bookshelves. Taken outside, every one of these could sell for a sky-high price, let alone the rank 2 and rank 1 upstairs. Those were basically the prized collections of the great families and academies, never seen on the open market. I came to the movement technique section and started flipping from the top. A few glances at each book told me whether it suited me. Misty Dream Butterfly Shadow. One look and it was for women to practice. I pursed my lips and put it back. Spirit Sparrow Hopping Branches. Nimble, but not fast enough. Thunder Shadow Escape. Body turned to thunder, moving like lightning. The wind-up and recovery are too long. I looked through dozens in a row, none of them suitable. I sighed. This was the trouble of a great family. Out there, having even one ordinary technique would be a blessing. Where would you get to be so picky? Just as I was wondering whether to go look upstairs, my gaze flicked over, and I reached up to take a book from the upper shelf. Starlight Flash Step Art. 5 characters met my eyes. When cast, it flickered like starlight, moving instantly, extremely fast. Paired with my understanding of the power of space, its might could be amplified further. You're the one. You're the one. At the Capital Martial Dao University, on the martial arts platform, a young man holding a spear pointed at Chi Anren below the stage. The internal match had reached the ranking stage. Only 10 remained, all the elite of this cohort. Among them were the spear-wielding youth Tan Hongru and Chi Anren. Sure enough, Tan Hongru still picked Chi Anren. No helping it, Chi Anren's spirit vein grade is just low. That she held on this far is already impressive. Sigh, Tan Hongru's half a step into advanced. Chi Anren can't possibly be his match. The students watching debated heatedly, also hoping Chi Anren could pull off an upset. Tan Hongru, relying on his Tan family origins, looked down on everyone, arrogant in the extreme. Every time he struck, he had to gravely wound his opponent. If not for fear of his background, someone would have taught him a lesson long ago. Chi Anren's head of silver hair streamed in the wind. With a flicker, she was on the stage. I hope you can hold out 10 moves against me, or it'll be too dull. Tan Hongru sneered. His younger brother Tan Kunkin and her younger brother Chi Wuyang were love rivals, and this battle of his was to let the world see. Chi Wuyang was inferior to Tan Kunkin, the Chi family inferior to the Tan family. Arrogant. Chi Anren's gaze was cold. She pressed her palms together before her chest, and halos of light actually surfaced behind her. Radiant blades. The halos condensed into one radiant dagger after another. Go! With a delicate shout, countless daggers shot at Tan Hongru at high speed. Chi Anren, is this all you've got? Then this is where you end. Tan Hongru's spear swept across, batting the attack down directly. One spear props the heavens, he barked coldly, and the spear actually left his hand and rose into the air, growing thicker and thicker, with the air of piercing the sky. That's spear momentum? Looks like Tan Hongru advancing to advanced is only a matter of time. He's holding nothing back, and Chi Anren still won't concede. The students fretted for Chi Anren and silently cursed Tan Hongru for fighting with no honor. Chi Anren clenched her teeth, her gaze full of unyielding stubbornness. Why? Why is someone else's talent so strong while I'm reduced to a stepping stone for others? Why did I lose my parents young, with a heavy burden pressing on my shoulders? No, I won't accept it. I will grow strong. Golden light welled up in her eyes, holy as an angel's. With the anger in her heart, she raised both hands high, deeper light gathering. This is light momentum? Chi Anren comprehended momentum too. No, only the surface, but that's already incredible. The students gasped one after another. If Chi Anren were given a legend grade, even a peerless grade spirit vein, just how terrifying would she be? Compared to that one of the Chi family, she likely wouldn't be much weaker. Getting interesting, but not enough. Tan Hongru sneered, sweeping a big hand, and the giant spear in the air dove straight down at Chi Anren. Chi Anren slowly raised her head, actually ignoring the attack above. She glared coldly at Tan Hongru. Did she not know his scheme? Wanting to make a move on Wuyang? Dream on. Judgment of light. The beam of light in her hand shot like a laser, straight at Tan Hongru's chest. Not just the students, even the teachers were shocked. Chi Anren meant to take him down with her. Reckless nonsense. Su Jinghong, principal of the capital Martial University, barked furiously. This was only an in-school bout, even at a true life-and-death juncture. You couldn't do this. And this was clearly not yet a desperate situation. The teachers reacted extremely fast. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures appeared on the stage instantly, sweeping their hands and intercepting both sides' attacks entirely. Tan Hongru got a fright too. He'd poured all his spiritual energy into that strike and had no power left to defend against Chi Anren's attack. He'd meant to crush Chi Anren's will with an all-out strike, never expecting to drive her to madness instead. Lunatic. Tan Hongru cursed in fury, with the frustration of one who tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice. Chi Anren, however, was expressionless, neither grieved nor glad, without a shred of the joy of having comprehended momentum. All right, the two of you draw, step down. The referee, following the teacher's judgment, made the ruling. On what grounds? My attack was clearly superior. I should have won. Tan Hongru wouldn't have it, glaring at Su Jinghong with a darkened face. Chi Anren said nothing. She too admitted he was stronger. Her attack might gravely wound him, but taking his strike head-on, she might die. Su Jinghong shot Tan Hongru a cold glance. Others might fear your Tan family, but as the sovereign's man, on what grounds should he? That one glance made Tan Hongru calm down at once, not daring to talk back. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, you two fight again. Today, that's all. Su Jinghong, seeming to feel it was unfair too, waved a hand and gave the final order. Count yourself lucky today, Kumph. Tan Hongru shot Chi Anren a glance and swept off in a huff. Anren, are you all right? Gu Qing flickered to Qi Anren's side, looking at her with worry. Gu Qing was Qi Anren's best friend of the Gu family, also among the top 5 in strength of the remaining 10. Qi Anren shook her head forlornly. With talent like hers, how was she ever going to save their parents? But, thankfully, her little brother was back. Qi Weiyang's figure flashed through her mind. Thinking of this brother who'd broken through to basic 3rd stage right after awakening, a sliver of hope rose in her heart again. Little brother's talent should be better than mine. Weiyang, young master, the family head is looking for you. When I came out of the Spirit Technique Pavilion, a servant came to find me, his face full of shock and dread. Oh, where? I raised an eyebrow. Seemed word of grandfather's healing had gotten out. In the hall. The servant couldn't even get his words out straight. An old master turning young again was simply too frightening. Thank you. I gave a slight smile, and my body, like a streak of starlight, vanished in an instant. At the Spirit Technique Pavilion, I'd picked 2 techniques: the Movement Art Starlight Flash Step and the Defensive Black Tortoise Shield. Afterward, I spent over 2 hours reading through both. As I flipped the pages, those little golden figures appeared again, drilling and adjusting over and over, until they finally turned into my own understanding, branded into my mind. This teleportation of mine left the servant frozen in place. After a moment, he pointed at the spot where I'd vanished, his index finger trembling non-stop, his mouth gaping wide. He. The villa hall was now packed with people. Eldest Uncle Qi Lingtai, second Uncle Qi Linghua, and the other siblings had all come at the news. Uncle Fu was there too, looking grandfather over left and right, as if appreciating some rare treasure. Damn if this isn't a marvel. He couldn't make sense of it, and the words in his heart finally turned into a single sigh. Mom, is he really my dad? This was already the 3rd time Qi Wanjing had asked grandmother. If not for being able to see traces of grandfather in this man, she'd have thought this was some pretty boy her mother had taken up with. Among these people, only 4th Uncle Qi Lingheng appeared calm, though his inner monologue right now was rich indeed. Oh ho, Dad's turned into a pretty boy. Now Mom won't be willing to go live at the temple, will she? Haha, you think Dad might take a mistress? He probably doesn't have the nerve. Why are Dad's ears so red? Embarrassed? Ahem. Stared at like that. Grandfather felt self-conscious and gave a few dry coughs. Why did he feel that, after growing young again, he hadn't a shred of a family head's authority left? Bah, already rejuvenated. What did he need authority for? That stuff couldn't be eaten as a meal. Being young was the real deal. Grandma, Mom, Dad, uncles, aunts, I'm back. Just then, a junior returned. The one who came in was Qi Tsang, eldest uncle's youngest son. His gaze swept around, lingered a bit on grandfather, and he asked, puzzled, where's grandfather? And who's this man? Why is he sitting in grandfather's seat? Qi Tsang's eyes rolled, finally landing on grandmother. He said nothing, but the fire of gossip in his eyes blazed up. Grandfather isn't even dead yet, and grandma's already. You little rascal, what are you thinking? Grandmother rapped him on the head from afar. Sanger, no nonsense. Qi Tsang's mother pulled him aside, but the smile on her face didn't fade. Couldn't blame Qi Tsang. Everyone, when they first came in, had thought the same. Look at Jinger, still asking nonstop right now. Qi Qiong and Qi Tian arrived one after another, both second uncle's children. Their reactions were cut from the same cloth as Qi Tsang's, vexing grandmother considerably. You pack of unfilial brats. Is this the kind of person your grandma is, in your eyes? Even grandmother's Dao heart wavered, yet she was helpless against these juniors, and in the end vented all her anger on grandfather. You old thing, are you not going to explain yourself? 4th uncle understood now. He knew why his father's ears were so red. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. Weiyang, dear nephew. Seeing who'd come, everyone stopped fooling around and gasped. What had they just seen? Were their eyes playing tricks? Wasn't Weiyang supposed to be unable to cultivate? Then how did he appear like that? Just now, all at once, the person was just there. Qi Wanjing gestured as she spoke. Everyone. Grandfather and grandmother exchanged a glance, both with surprise in their eyes, but even more, delight. By the way, why does Weiyang's movement art just now look so familiar to me? Familiar is right. That's our spirit technique pavilion's starlight, flash step art. What? Isn't that a rank 3 technique? When did Wuyong learn it? Everyone looked at me in shock. They realized they didn't understand this newly returned young master at all. Grandfather was equally shocked right now. He knew it was only this afternoon that I'd gone to the Spirit Technique Pavilion, and of the 2 techniques I'd chosen, this was one. In just these few hours, practiced to such a level? His talent. And right, why can't I see through his spirit vein great? Grandmother had the same thought, and the 2 of them stared at me with blazing eyes. Could it be he inherited something from his mother, allowing him to cultivate without a spirit vein? But this was all the grandson's own fortune. They'd only be glad for him, and wouldn't pry too much. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Uncle Fu, meanwhile, looked at me, rubbing his hands, even tossing his cane aside. This old one has an air. All right, is everyone here? Grandfather rapped the table, his voice full of vigor, ringing in everyone's ears. Still missing Sister Anren. Chi-Tsang counted around. Grandmother closed her eyes, her spiritual sense rapidly extending outward until it covered half the capital, before finding Chi Anren's figure. She opened her eyes and looked at Chi Tian. Anren, did something happen at school? My eyes narrowed slightly. Something happened to my sister? Chi Tian recounted what he knew. Humph, what a fine tin family. Do they really think this old man is dead? Grandfather slammed the table and rose. Looks like I'll have to come out of retirement, or even stray cats and dogs will be kicking up a fuss. He'd broken through to heaven-tier grand consummation. In this world, he no longer had a match. Even the sovereign and that one from Kunlun Academy could at most stand level with him. Only, this grand declaration of his made a few juniors purse their lips. You're this young. What retirement are you coming out of? Dad, why don't you first explain how you turned out like this? Otherwise, I've got no peace of mind. Qi Wanjing scratched her head. Here, only she dared to ask grandfather directly. The moment the juniors heard their aunt address this young man so, they were all shocked. This is grandfather? You're joking. How did grandfather get so young? Grandfather was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and stopped keeping them in suspense. All of this is thanks to Wuyong. Wuyong. Everyone turned their gazes to me again. Why was this newly returned young master so mysterious? He even had the power to defy heaven and change fate? Grandfather gave a wry smile. Back then he'd failed to protect Wuyong, and never imagined that today, he'd be saved by Wuyong instead. He recounted the afternoon's events once more. When they heard their father had been reborn through nirvana, his injuries healed, his cultivation even breaking through to heaven-tier grand consummation, everyone boiled over. Nephew Wuyong, you're simply amazing. Auntie loves you to death. Qi Wanjing pounced straight into my arms and smooched me a few times. Wuyong, your eldest uncle is impressed. The string pulled taut in Qi Lingtai's heart finally relaxed. These days, though filled with the joy of mother's and Wuyong's return, the grief of father's numbered days had been heavier. Now all was well. Father gaining a blessing out of misfortune, they were sincerely happy. Facing everyone's thanks, I smiled. This was the flavor of home. By the way, Wuyong, you're a spirit warrior now too. Next, just go to the capital training camp. Grandfather will put in a word with them. Only when facing me would grandfather show this kind of warm smile. I waved a hand. Grandfather, I still want to go back to Quan City. Back to Quan City? Grandmother looked reluctant. The grandson had just come home and was leaving again? Grandfather didn't understand either. The capital training camp is the best place in Donghua. The instructors are basically from prestigious schools. Why would you go back to Quan City? My eyes turned forlorn. To observe the 3-year mourning for Granny Lee. There's still a last half year. I don't want to be too far from her. Hearing me say this, no one tried to dissuade me. Wuyong truly was a Qi family man, valuing loyalty and feeling. Grandfather, grandmother, rest assured. Half a year from now, I'll test into the capital Martial Dao University or maybe Kunlun Academy, who knows. My eyes narrowed slightly. Living over again, I would be the very best. Good. My Qi family is finally about to produce another true dragon. Grandfather congratulates you in advance. Grandfather laughed heartily. He believed me. Grandmother stepped up and took my hand, passing me a string of prayer beads. Wuyong, within this bracelet is a fragment of Grandma's soul. In danger, it can help you escape. Be sure to wear it always. My eyes reddened slightly, and I nodded. Thank you, Grandma. Why go to all that trouble? Here's what we'll do. Ling Heng, from now on you'll serve as Wu Yang's Dao Guardian. His safety I entrust to you, and consider it a trial for you too. Grandfather looked at fourth uncle. Hearing this, fourth uncle grinned ear to ear. Being his dear nephew's Dao Guardian, he liked it. This way, he'd have a chance to go out and roam. The corner of my mouth twitched. Fourth uncle guarding my Dao? That would be too much fun. Right then, grandfather abruptly rose, his gaze fixed hard on the south. Uncle Fu and grandmother stood up one after another, their gazes likewise cast to the south. The others in the hall watched the three of them blankly, not knowing what had happened. Well, blame them for not having broken through to heaven tier yet, completely in the dark. A Dao tier has been born. After a long while, grandfather let out a deep sigh. The Myriad Races battlefield is about to reopen. The Myriad Races battlefield. Uncle Fu, too, seemed to fall into memory. That had been an age of savage storms of blood. Looking back on those years, how much the older generation had sacrificed for humanity's homeland. This generation basically no longer knew. Nor did anyone know whether, once they truly reached the battlefield, they could revive humanity's glory. What? Dad? You mean a demon beast on the alien race side broke through to Dao tier? Qi Lingtai's face changed dramatically. Hadn't the heavenly Dao not fully awakened yet? The great Dao still unclear? How had the alien races broken through the limit and reached Dao tier? My sense couldn't be wrong. It's Dao tier without a doubt. Grandfather nodded. But thankfully, the seal on the Myriad Races battlefield still holds. For them to get out will still take considerable effort. After all, that seal was set by that great one 200 years ago, who was himself Dao tier at the time. After so long, even if the seal had loosened, it wasn't something they could break in a moment. A sharp light flashed in my eyes. A Dao tier, born this soon? In my past life, it took several more years. Could this be the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Either way, this was no friendly signal for humanity. The Myriad Races battlefield was the field where, in ancient times, Blue Stars suffered an invasion from other planes, and humanity warred against them. It was said that battle slashed Blue Star's living beings by more than 2/3, and Blue Star itself was beaten to fragments. This Myriad Races battlefield was one of those great land masses, no smaller than present-day Blue Star's area. Humanity paid an enormous price, and with the Heavenly Dao's help, won a Pyrrhic victory. Before the Heavenly Dao slept, it sealed the Myriad Races battlefield. From then on, Blue Star's spiritual energy declined, entering the Dharma-ending age. But though the Myriad Races battlefield was sealed, many demon beasts remained within it. Over countless years of development, they grew again to a terrifying scale. 1,000 years ago, with spiritual energy reviving and humanity just stepping onto the path of cultivation, the seal gradually failed, and the alien races inside attacked again, slaughtering until human blood flowed in rivers. In a short time, humanity's numbers plummeted by 1/3. Thankfully, with the Heavenly Dao asleep and laws in disorder, the demon beast cultivation wasn't very high either. In the back and forth, humanity's side gradually caught up. At this point, in the West there emerged a human prodigy who rose rapidly and organized humanity's counterattack. The strength and leadership he displayed let humanity see hope. In the end, he didn't disappoint, leading the spirit warriors of every nation to drive the demon beasts back to their lair. Still unsatisfied, he pressed in alone, slew one of their chieftains at the demon beast lair, and planted humanity's banner on the holy mountain of the lair as a warning. But the Myriad Races battlefield was too vast. The demon beasts scattered and fled, and unable to wipe them all out, he could only withdraw to Blue Star and organize humanity to build walls and defend. This prodigy's deeds spread far and wide afterward, and the Union bestowed on him the highest honor of Donghua's ancient warriors, Fenglangjutsu. From that time on, Fenglangjutsu became a spirit warrior's lifelong pursuit. Later, that prodigy vanished without a trace, and the demon beasts recovered to a certain scale and began stirring restlessly again. Thankfully, humanity's strength was by then not weak either. The two sides clashed constantly, lasting several hundred years. Seeing they couldn't overcome humanity, The demon beasts resorted to schemes, spreading heretical cults, promising benefits, beguiling humans into betrayal. Some mortals who couldn't cultivate saw the hope of cultivation and secretly defected. Some low-strength spirit warriors, seeing vast resources, also turned toward the demon beast side. With troubles within and without, humanity grew somewhat overstretched, and the demon beasts attacked their way back in. 200 years ago, a monstrous prodigy burst onto the scene. Born in Donghua, at under 30 years old, he broke the limit in one stroke and advanced to Dao tier. He raised his arm and called out, and countless spirit warriors launched a massive counterattack against the demon beasts. Almost single-handedly, he slew all the demon beast chieftains, then led humanity's great army in sweeping the myriad races battlefield for several years before he stopped. But everyone knew that wiping out the demon beasts entirely was simply impossible. The place was just too vast, unless the whole continent exploded. In a fit of frustration, this Donghua monstrous prodigy unleashed a grand method, sealing the entire myriad race's battlefield, trapping the surviving demon beasts within. This was the second person to achieve Fenglangjutsu. The first was named Caesar, and the second was named Nyebayu. Caesar and Nyebayu were now heroes revered by spirit warriors, and both their deeds were recorded in detail in the history books. But people could still understand Caesar. What he did was, broadly, within the range of ordinary men. Nyebayu, though, people could only describe as using a cheat. With the heavenly Tao not yet fully awakened and the great Tao incomplete, how had he broken the limit and achieved Tao tier? And at under 30 years old, no less. Sadly, after sealing the myriad race's battlefield, Nyebayu vanished, and no one knew where he'd gone. Otherwise, with his strength, the present myriad race's battlefield would be no problem at all. Sigh, another savage storm of blood. Grandfather stood with his hands behind his back, brows knit. Watch, before long, the world will convene a great assembly to deal with the myriad race's battlefield. He didn't know who would deal with this crisis this time. Not just the Qi family. Every nation in the world with a heaven tier was in an uproar. This situation was much like 200 years ago, only reversed in direction. 200 years ago, it was humanity that produced a Tao tier and crushed the demon beasts. Now, it was they who produced a Tao tier, so where did that leave humanity? I knit my brows too. Humanity's current situation, to call it a desperate corner would be no overstatement. I'd assumed the demon beast side's Tao tier wouldn't appear for several more years, so that I could have grandfather comprehend the great Tao in the heavenly Tao space, and maybe even break the limit and advance to Tao tier. But I'd never expected the butterfly effect of my rebirth would bring the demon beast side's Tao tier into the world early. By the way, since the demon beast Tao tier had appeared, that detestable organization had it also. In some unnamed region of Blue Star, inside a dark palace, several beings, part human part demon, opened their blood-red eyes. Kehi, a Tao tier walks the world. The glory of the sacred race endures forever. This king can sense it. The seal, Nyebayu set still stands. Your first task is to aid the sacred race in breaking the seal. This era seems more interesting. Without Nyebayu, those humans will, in the end, crawl beneath our feet. Kehi. Father, the owner of that innate grade spirit vein, still not found. Eldest Uncle Chi Lingtai spoke up. Every era would have a protagonist born. This era, without a doubt, was the master of the innate spirit vein. Yet to this day, there was no word of this person. Grandfather shook his head. However terrifying an innate spirit vein is, it can't possibly reach Tao tier in a mere few years. Being exposed too early would actually be bad for him. It would make the demon beasts kill him heedless of consequence. Rather than that, better to let him develop in secret, with no one knowing, best of all. Everyone nodded. What father said seemed to fit the truth best. Only a prodigy who'd grown up was truly a prodigy. All right, no need to worry too much, everyone. We old-timers are still here. Uncle Fu stepped forward. On the eve of a great war, nothing was worse than losing nerve before the battle. He wanted to give everyone confidence, that confidence of certain victory. From the revival of spiritual energy, the situation humanity faced was far grimmer than now. Yet in the end, we held on through sheer tenacity of belief. Including our era, Nyebayu's era, when the demon beasts had infiltrated human life and nearly spun out of control. In the end, we still won, sealing them away for over 200 years. Though Nye Bayu's whereabouts are unknown, plenty of us old-timers from those days still remain. A swarm of high-ranking heaven tiers besieging a single Dao tier isn't entirely without a chance of winning. So what both sides truly compete on is their backbone forces, and that still depends on you. Drawing on the experience of the last era, Uncle Fu made the most accurate analysis. Hearing it, everyone did indeed breathe easier. Uncle Fu glanced at everyone's expressions, knew his goal was achieved, and yet sighed inwardly. A Dao tier, was it really so easy to handle? Recalling his youth, watching the helplessness of the demon beast chieftains before Nye Bayu, he gave a quiet, bitter smile. Back then, Nye Bayu single-handedly crushed over a dozen heaven-tier consummation demon beast chieftains across from him. The power of the two sides was simply on different levels. His words today were just to rally everyone. It looked like only the final kick separated heaven-tier consummation from Dao tier, yet the strength of the two was as different as clouds and mud. Sai, take it one step at a time. I, meanwhile, fell into thought. Nye Bayu? I'd studied him in the history books. He was the linchpin figure of an entire era. You could say that if not for him, the humanity of 200 years ago might well have been wiped out. Breaking the limit, achieving Dao tier, could it be that this man, like me, also had a golden finger? And after sealing the myriad races battlefield, he vanished. Could it be he'd gone to another world? In the past, I'd never have thought this way. But ever since my sister told me about our parents, my thinking was no longer confined to Blue Star. Since the people who took our parents away might come from another plane, it wouldn't be strange for Nye Bayu to be able to go to another plane. All right, it'll take some time for the demon beasts to break the seal. While there's time, everyone hurry and cultivate. Grandfather waved a hand. Since even the innate spirit vein had emerged, this era seemed grimmer than any before. What they could do was cultivate hard, do their utmost, and leave the rest to heaven. When I got back to the villa, my sister was already home. Only her face was full of dejection. "Weon, you're back." Seeing me come in, she put on a smile, as if nothing had happened. Seeing my sister like this, I felt even worse. Sis was always so driven, wanting to do everything perfectly. Facing Tan Hongru's blow today, she must be terribly upset. Yet even so, facing me, she still gave me a doting smile. In my past life, I owed you too much. In this life, let me make it up to you. Sis, your spirit vein is epic grade, right? I looked at her. It had been too long, and I couldn't quite remember. Qianren gave me a long, deep look. This guy even knew his own sister's spirit vein grade. She didn't hide it and nodded. The grade of her spirit vein was forever a sore spot in her heart. Even if she'd only been given a legend grade, by now she'd long since have broken through to advanced tier spirit warrior. Sigh. Qianren sighed deeply inside. A spirit vein was decreed at birth. No one could change it, and she could only make up the gap through effort. But she knew this was self-deception. Her best friend Gu Qing, with a legend grade vein, usually didn't even put in half her cultivation time, yet had long since broken through to advanced. Though only one grade apart, their cultivation speed differed by several times over. I nodded slightly. I decided to use the Nirvana fire to give my sister an upgrade and see if it would work. If it didn't, I'd just have to wait until I got the innate chi. Granted, once my power of creation reached a certain level, I could reforge a high-grade spirit vein too, but that required first destroying everything in the body, cultivation included. Starting over from scratch just to gain a high-grade vein. For some people, that was unbearable to give up. So that wisp of innate chi was extraordinarily precious, an existence that could 100% raise a spirit vein to innate. I had to think of something. Or maybe have grandfather take me there? Grandfather was now heaven tier grand consummation, his condition back to a young man's, in the very prime of life. In that overseas nation, surely no one could stop him. From what I knew in my past life, that nation's only publicly known heaven tier grand consummation was the old ancestor of President's Mountain. But he was very old too, and his combat power was surely inferior to grandfather's. But going to dig up someone's ancestral ground for no reason would easily spark turmoil between two nations, especially now, facing the demon beast crisis. I'd have to wait for the right moment. So, for the time being, the only option was the Nirvana fire. Though according to grandfather, Nirvana still meant facing a heaven's might lightning tribulation, and if you couldn't pass it, that would be trouble. How could I have forgotten it? My eyes lit up. I'd thought of a way. Weong, do you have something on your mind? Seeing this expression of mine, Chi Anren asked with concern. My thoughts returned to reality. I looked at her, my expression solemn. Sis, if there were a chance to raise your spirit vein grade, but with risk to your life, would you try it? Chi Anren didn't hesitate in the slightest. Of course, I smiled. Then let me use the Nirvana fire to give Sis a metamorphosis. Whether she could reach peerless, even mythic, would depend on Sis's luck. Sis, does the villa have a training room? I stood up, pretending to scan around. Yes, follow me. Chi Anren nodded. The training room's walls were all built of special material, able to withstand the attacks of a yellow-tier spirit warrior without breaking. This, too, was where Sis sweated buckets every day. In the room, I pressed my hand to her shoulder. Sis, I'm taking you somewhere. Before she could react, the two of us vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, when Chi Anren opened her eyes again, she was already in the heavenly Tao space. Looking at this unfamiliar place, her lovely brows knit. Weong, what is this place? I gave a brief introduction, then began to commune with the space. Just as I'd thought, I could not only change the flow of time here, but also make time within the space reverse. And the limit of reversal was a full 10 minutes. In other words, if Sis couldn't hold on, I could reverse time and save her. Now, this would be easy. Chi Anren was still in shock. How did this little brother of hers have such a heaven-defying treasure? Coming to her senses, she revealed a happy smile, glad her brother possessed such great fortune. Sis, sit down. It might hurt a bit next. Bear with it. I pointed to the meditation cushion beside me. Chi Anren was taken aback, but still sat cross-legged as I said. What for? I flipped my palm over, and that wisp of milky white Nirvana fire slipped out, first circling me once, then flying to my sister's side, looking her over left and right. This fire can let you be reborn through Nirvana. With enough luck, it can even raise your spirit vein grade, I said. Grandfather healed and grew young again exactly this way. The process is extremely perilous, and you'll have to face a life and death lightning tribulation too. Are you ready? Chi Anren's face instantly filled with shock. Was what Weong said true? Since the revival of spiritual energy, she'd never heard of anything that could raise a spirit vein grade. Her own little brother actually had such a heaven-defying divine object. But no matter what, this was a fortune her brother was giving her, and she had to seize it. Weong do it. Thinking of how, all these years, she'd sweated buckets only to fall short of others just casually practicing, anger surged up within her. Having finally gotten a chance to raise her spirit vein, how could she waste it? She'd like to see just how terrifying that lightning tribulation was. Hearing this, the Nirvana fire whoosh bored into her body. The flame blazed inside her, and before she could react, the searing pain arrived. She let out a stifled groan, holding back her cries. She could feel the flame had covered everything inside her. So painful, so hot. Chi Anren's brows were tightly knit, sweat soaking her clothes, but she clenched her teeth and forced herself to make not a single sound. I stared hard at her condition. At the slightest sign of trouble, I'd reverse time and halt the Nirvana. But it seemed I'd underestimated my sister's willpower. Her expression actually went from agony to gradually calm. Slowly, her body blurred, and from outside you could even see the white flame blazing within her. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chi Anren finally turned into a point of light, quietly hovering in midair. The critical moment is here. I clenched both fists, my gaze fixed, not daring to relax in the slightest. I only had 2 minutes of reversal time, and had to save it for the most critical moment. Otherwise, if Sis could pull through on her own, wouldn't that be wasting the chance? At this moment, Chi Anren's spirit soul sat cross-legged in the void, and above her head was rolling, furious thunder. Though this tribulation's might didn't match Chi Jiannan's, its tier wasn't low either. Come, let this lady see just what the legendary lightning tribulation is really like. Her spirit soul slowly stood, radiant light spreading from her whole being. Crack! The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Chi Anren actually didn't dodge. taking it head-on with her spirit soul. You have to understand, the spirit soul was the most fragile thing about a person. Once damaged, one might well turn into an idiot. If anyone else saw this, they'd surely curse again. Lunatic. But this was just Chi Anren, steadiness with a streak of madness, taking after her two unhinged aunts. Rumble, seeing her provoke it so, the heavenly thunder seemed to fly into a rage, and the second bolt struck down right after. Chi Anren still took it head-on, eyes shut tight, brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, she was comprehending. Yes, just now a thought had actually surfaced in her mind. Dual law cultivation. She'd been cultivating the light element. But right now, the notion of comprehending the lightning element arose. Grandfather was so strong, yet still couldn't beat those people, could he? Then she would become even stronger than grandfather. As the next several bolts of heavenly thunder fell, Chi Anren finally made her move. What she used wasn't the light element, but lightning. Yes, under such dense lightning law, she had crossed the threshold. Only, the lightning sis had just comprehended was too weak in power and didn't last long before being destroyed by the tribulation. She took another strike, and her spirit soul instantly transmitted searing pain. Pain from the depths of her soul. She might be mad, but she wasn't foolish. Knowing she couldn't keep playing around, she began using her best skill, defense, to ward it off. Outside, I clenched both fists. I didn't know the situation inside, but the moment the point of light vanished would be the moment of Sis's failure. As long as the point of light remained, she was fine. The only thing I could do was wait. Soon, over 10 minutes passed. Drag it out any longer, and it would exceed the limit of time reversal, and then things would be hard to handle. And just as I was worrying, the large point of light suspended in the air burst with a bang, turning into a sky full of small points of light. I pumped my fist and let out a long breath. Phew, it finally worked. Phew, it finally worked. In Biluo village, a full day had passed since the demon beast attack. Hu Dongfeng sat in his chair and stretched lazily. This video, he'd spent a whole day and night editing. Right now his face was full of exhaustion, a full beard sprawling across both cheeks. To make the footage as clear as possible, he'd used everything he'd learned in his life. Now, the moment to witness a miracle. The next second, he hit send. The moment the video went out, his diehard fans got the push notification first. When they saw the content, they straight up lost it. Holy crap, how could there be a demon beast in a village? It's not CGI, is it? You can't Photoshop a video, it should be real. I broke it down frame by frame. I can confirm it's real. Heavens, thank goodness for these two, or this village would have been done for. The blogger's right, who says only those who stand in the light count as heroes. As time went on, the comments grew more and more heated, the video's popularity exploding. With the site's push and fans' reposts, in under half an hour it had swept the whole nation. What Hu Dongfeng couldn't have imagined was just how much pressure this video brought the authorities. Countless villagers demanded an explanation from the authorities. Why was there a demon beast in a village? You have to understand, at this time demon beasts were all kept in secret realms, blockaded by spirit warrior troops. Even if one escaped, it couldn't reach areas of human activity. So why was there a demon beast at Biluo village? Today it was Biluo village. Tomorrow, might it be their own village's turn? Under public opinion pressure, the authorities finally stepped forward. Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association Vice Chairman Ji Kuan specially recorded a video, recounted the whole affair, promised a thorough investigation into the demon beast's origins, and finally thanked from the heart the two heroes who'd saved the village. I have to say, Ji Kuan was quite savvy. He didn't name names, only pointed out that these two were one from the capital's Chi family, one from the capital's Gu family, effectively giving the acclaim to the two great families. Sure enough, hearing this, people praised the Chi and Gu families one after another. Others didn't know who the youth in the video was, but the Chi family, of course, could tell. Every villa in the estate was filled with praise for me. Truly worthy of being my grandson. This is the glory Wu Yang has brought the Chi family. Grandfather grinned ear to ear. He felt he'd laughed more this one day than in the previous 10 years. Need you say it? Look at whose grandson he is. Grandmother pressed her palms together, the pride on her face impossible to hide. In eldest uncle's villa, Chi Tsang got loud. Dang, Dad, You think cousin Wuyong could really get an invitation from Kunlun Academy? Reaching basic 3rd stage right after awakening, and able to crush a basic 5th stage demon beast. Qi Lingtai nodded. That talent probably isn't beneath your big brothers. Qi Tsang's face was full of anticipation. Has our Qi family finally produced another monstrous prodigy? Big brother crushed their whole generation breathless back then. I'm really looking forward to cousin Wuyong's showing now. Second uncle's villa was the same. If what Wuyong held had been a sword, the first strike would have slain that demon beast. Let him break through a few more stages, and at the same realm, he could be called invincible. Qi Linghua's eyes were full of admiration. Among the juniors, very few caught his eye. Brother Wuyong's talent probably isn't much beneath Big Brother Yu's either, is it? Qi Qiong smiled at Qi Linghua. Qi Linghua nodded, casting his gaze out the window, full of anticipation. Could the protagonist of this era be Wuyong? And in that single dog villa. Holy crap, my dear nephew did something this big before I even arrived. Fourth uncle's face was full of doting adoration. But before long, his gaze landed on the swordplay I'd used. The next second, he let out an owl, springing up and startling the servants. Holy crap, are my eyes blurry? My dear nephew's branch carries sword momentum? How old is he? Fourth uncle fell silent. Fourth lord, young master Wuyong, is 18 this year. A servant reminded him. Hearing this, fourth uncle laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, my dear nephew has the bearing of a great emperor. As the person concerned, I knew nothing of all this. I was still in the heavenly Tao space, waiting for my sister to be reborn through nirvana. Sis's crisis had passed, and since I was waiting anyway, I sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. The primordial mystic heaven scripture circulated slowly, and the dense spiritual energy around me converged toward me. This should count as my first real cultivation. The feeling was quite wondrous. Before long, the spiritual energy around me grew so dense it nearly dripped, scrambling to bore into my body, and my cultivation climbed with the tide. I was awakened by the sound of my sister's breakthrough. By now, half an hour had passed. My cultivation, too, had stepped from basic 3rd stage into the 4th, not far from the 5th. I opened my eyes and looked at my sister before me. Her face carried shock and disbelief, the whole of her frozen, motionless for a long while. Sis. I waved a hand before her eyes. The moment Qi Anren saw me, she stood right up and threw herself into my arms. Little brother, I really love you to death. You really are my wonderful little brother. Since being reborn through nirvana, the shock on her face hadn't faded. The points of light reassembled into a body, and before she could even react, her realm had broken through to advanced tier spirit warrior. Qi Anren was dumbstruck. Cultivating normally, she'd have needed at least 2 more months to break through. She never imagined that the moment Wuyong came back, he'd give her a first meeting gift like this. Right then, the nirvana fire whoosh flew out of her body, came before me, and affectionately nuzzled my cheek. Good work. I stroked it, opened my palm, and took it back. Then I looked at my sister. Sis, did your spirit vein grade go up? Qi Anren was still immersed in the joy of her breakthrough and hadn't had time to check. Hearing me ask, she closed her eyes to sense it at once. The next second, a scream rang through the heavenly Tao space, giving me a fright. Good thing it was here, with no one else around. Out there, if a servant heard, they'd think the two of us were up to something. Wuyong, my spirit vein, my spirit vein. Qi Anren was too excited to speak. I patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Seeing her this excited, the vein must have risen quite a bit. But how could she calm down, hugging me and bouncing with excitement, all Leda-like image gone? Sis, didn't you care so much about your Leda-like image? I was speechless. Qi Anren, unbothered, fixed her big eyes on me. My wonderful little brother, do you know what grade my spirit vein is now? Mythic. I actually reached mythic grade. In recent years, Donghua hadn't produced a single mythic grade. Only this year had appeared in a row. She'd never imagined that one day her own spirit vein would reach mythic grade too. This was simply unbelievable. I was stunned for a moment too. Sis's luck really was good. I'd assumed reaching peerless would already be great, never expecting she'd jump straight to mythic. Then the matter of digging up someone's ancestral ground overseas could be set aside for now. After the excitement, Chi Anren gradually calmed and looked at me solemnly. Weong you. As my own elder sister, she was glad I had such great fortune, but others wouldn't necessarily be. Even the closest friend, for the sake of profit, might betray you. She worried that if I were ever exposed, I'd be targeted by countless people. I knew what she wanted to say and gave a slight smile. Rest assured, sis, I won't be exposed. Chi Anren nodded, tears welling in her big eyes, weeping for joy. By the way, Weong, your spirit vein grade is? She wiped her tears and looked at me. With a heaven-defying flame like this, her brother's spirit vein grade shouldn't be low. I pointed my index finger upward and gave her a look. Chi Anren's pupils contracted sharply. She recalled that line that had surfaced in her mind before. An innate spirit vein has been born. Spirit warriors, honor its master. That was it. Had the innate grade vein awakened at an awakening ceremony, the person would long since have been exposed. But Weong hadn't awakened at the ceremony. He'd gone to the northwest, where he later had a fortuitous encounter and awakened, precisely when the strange phenomenon occurred a few days ago. Who'd have thought the master of the innate spirit vein, sought so desperately by the whole world, was this seemingly harmless little brother of hers? Then, avenging mom and dad. I'll leave that to you. Chi Anren laughed heartily. She was simply too happy. With her brother's talent this good and her own spirit vein risen to mythic, she could see the road ahead clearly now. I smiled from the heart too, and reminded her, Sis, have you thought of how to explain your spirit vein going up? My spirit vein, even a heaven tier couldn't see through, but mythic grade, that could be seen through. Chi Anren waved a hand. I'll just have grandfather hide it for me. I nodded. Next, I took my sister around this space and introduced its origins. This left her blinking in amazement too. Weong, tonight I'd like. She blinked her big eyes. To cultivate here for a night, is that all right? Of course. I nodded. What do you want to cultivate? Chi Anren thought it over. The light law, I suppose. My comprehension of lightning already surpasses light, but I still don't know any lightning spirit techniques. So I brought her to the stone room of the light law and sped up the flow of time fivefold. 5 nights inside for only 1 outside. This was the very origin of light. 5 nights would be enough for Sis to comprehend light momentum to consummation. With me controlling it, the laws here wouldn't harm her either. She delayed no longer and went straight through the stone door. I thought it over. Why not have grandfather come cultivate too? Maybe in 5 nights he really could touch the surface of the Tao. Grandfather's spirit vein was mythic grade as well, his talent the foremost of his era. Only, grandfather cultivated the lightning element, and there was no lightning element here. Never mind, I'd go ask him. Only by getting grandfather to break through to the next tier could I leave to roam with peace of mind. Otherwise, the demon beast side's Tao tier was forever a sword hanging over my head. Who knew when it might break the seal and come charging in? With a stir of intent, I appeared in the villa training room, then used my movement art and vanished in an instant. In the training room, grandfather sat cross-legged, straining to sense the great Tao. The demon beast side had already produced a Tao tier. He knew he had to find a way too. But after comprehending for a long while, in the end it turned into nothing but a long sigh. The great Tao wasn't yet complete, so how exactly had that demon beast broken through? And nearby you, 200 years ago, how had he broken the limit? He could feel a galaxy-like great Tao rule spanning the void, but it was utterly blurred, like behind a thin veil. Strain as he might to see it clearly, it stayed hazy. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was knocked. Without any movement from grandfather, the door opened on its own. Weong, looking for grandfather, is there something? The worry on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by warmth and kindness. When I'd been recovered, he'd meant to let me settle down as a young master, living a life of fine clothes and rich food. He never imagined that just one day back, I'd bring him countless surprises and shocks. I had already become his pride. Grandfather, earlier when I went to the northwest, I happened to obtain a heavenly Tao space. Coming straight to the point, I recounted obtaining the fortune, omitting, of course, the golden finger. Hearing it, disbelief surfaced again on grandfather's young face. This grandson's fortune really was heaven-defying. Weong, remember, from now on, in front of anyone, you must never mention this. Grandfather cautioned solemnly. Not everyone was as open-hearted as he. Grandfather's caution, I etched into my heart. Of course, I wasn't foolish enough to casually tell anyone about my fortune. The ones I could tell were those who'd treated me sincerely in my past life. Still, I nodded. Understood, grandfather. I'll only tell my closest kin. Grandfather patted my shoulder. Even your closest kin might betray you for the sake of profit. Then would grandfather? I countered. Grandfather's mouth twitched. Of course grandfather wouldn't. You're my dear grandson. Then it's fine. I laughed. Well, out with it. What do you need grandfather for? You didn't just come to show off your fortune, did you? Grandfather gave a helpless laugh. This little fellow really took after Lingsong's mouth. Haha. I gave a chuckle. In this heavenly Tao space of mine, there are 12 stone rooms, each corresponding to one primordial great Tao: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, time, space, reincarnation, creation, destruction. The reason humanity can't break through to Tao Tier now is that the great Tao rules between heaven and earth aren't complete, and people can't sense them. So I wanted grandfather to come try in the space, but there's no lightning law inside, so… Is what you say true? Your space actually has great Tao rules. Grandfather looked at me excitedly, the muscles of his face visibly twitching. I nodded. But there's no lightning, though. Foolish boy. Grandfather laughed heartily. Do you know what a primordial great Tao is? It's the most original, most fundamental Tao. Take the water Tao, for instance. This is the most original. Only later did it give rise to the ice element, the snow element. And the lightning element your grandfather cultivates was differentiated out later too. Its primordial great Tao actually belongs to the destruction system. Destruction? I was surprised, then thought about it, and understood. The existence of lightning was destruction, wasn't it? Belonging to destruction made perfect sense. Good grandson. Quick, take grandfather to see this marvelous space of yours. Grandfather finally couldn't hold back. I nodded, pressed my hand to his shoulder, and in an instant, the two of us vanished. Once in the space, grandfather's mouth didn't stop. Is this pagoda grass? A divine object that vanished into the long river of history, and it's actually here. And this, the mandala flower, shouldn't this appear in the nether region? Snow spirit fruit, a divine object that boosts blood and chi. There's actually so much of it here. And that's nine-leaf dragon Lingji. Grandson, you're really reaching for the sky. Watching grandfather gape in astonishment, I was delighted inside. Grandfather, whatever you need, just pick it. But grandfather waved a hand. Grandfather doesn't need anything right now. I'm just a little startled by this place of yours. You little rascal, hurry and take me to the great Tao stone room you mentioned. All right. Seeing this expression of his, I had to fight back a laugh. He didn't even seem to have adjusted himself. Already rejuvenated. Yet some of his gestures and expressions were still those of an old man, and doing them looked a bit comical. At the door of the destruction stone room, grandfather nearly leapt up. So clear. I can feel that great Tao even from outside the door. This old man has a chance to break the limit too. I pushed open the stone door, and the two of us walked in together. Seeing the space inside, grandfather was even more shocked. Before he could speak, he saw the galaxy-like great Tao in the void poured down dense power of law, and all these laws converged toward me. Grandfather was greatly shocked. Just what kind of monstrous prodigy was his dear grandson? Even the great Tao chased after him to feed him? With his grandson holding such fortune, he was even happier. Weong, can grandfather stay here tonight? Grandfather looked up at that great Tao, nearly drooling. Of course, I nodded. Grandfather, I've sped up the flow of time here fivefold. Cultivating here for one night equals 5 outside. Haha, splendid. Let me see just what this ethereal, intangible great Tao of yours really looks like. Grandfather laughed heartily, sat cross-legged on the stone bed, and closed his eyes. I shut the stone door and withdrew. Walking to the back courtyard, I looked up at that towering tree and felt my consciousness clear a few degrees. Right under this Tao enlightenment tree, let me cultivate for a night. I wonder if I can open 3 more spirit veins. Last time, it took 2 days and a night to open the first 3. The further along, the longer the distance of the heavenly cycle, the more spiritual energy needed, the slower the cultivation. These 5 nights amounted to 2 days and a night. and with the speed gradually slowing, opening 3 more veins would be a real stretch. I shook my head and stopped dwelling on it. In the south of Quan City was a subsidiary range of Mount Taiwa. In a valley deep in the mountains sat an enormous base, the whole base cast in steel, the outer walls wrapped in the hide of some unknown demon beast, every building able to withstand a yellow-tier spirit warrior's attack without damage. This was the Quan City Spirit Warrior Training Camp. Right now, the students of all Quan City who'd just awakened spirit veins had gathered here. The camp opened tomorrow. Tonight they had to arrive, or being late tomorrow would carry serious consequences. Chief Lin, I hear your son is taking the Martial Dao exam this year too? On the high platform, several burly men in team uniforms chatted idly. Lin Myong's father, Lin Hufei, nodded. That kid's got a wayward streak. When the time comes, don't go easy on him. Drill him to death for me. The others' mouths twitched. Who dare drill old Lin's precious grandson? You have to understand, the Lin family had now hitched themselves to a powerful patron above, and in Quan City, even in all of Shanghai province, they were an undisputed top clan. In the crowd below, Lin Moyong, Su Qingchuan, and Chun Shiyuan walked shoulder to shoulder. Those Su Qingchuan's and Chun Shiyuan's families weren't spirit warriors. After hitching onto the Qi family, they'd passively gotten into business too. In just 2 days, with the help of some strangers, they'd settled all the company's affairs extremely fast. The Lin family went without saying. Besides old Lin advancing to profound 8th stage, the family had gained several more yellow tiers, and the basic tier spirit warrior servants had nearly doubled, their strength surging. You think boss will come? What did he mean by that surprise tomorrow? Chun Shiyuan slung his handbag over his shoulder, anticipation in his eyes. They'd all received my message, but it was just one short line. A surprise from tomorrow. Please be sure to check for it. Su Qingchuan sighed. Surprise or no surprise, if only Brother Qi could come too. No spirit vein. That's probably something the whole world can't solve. Old Qi. Lin Myong's eyes were a little forlorn. How happy the 4 of them had been together before. Now, without Qi Wuyong, the 3 of them probably didn't even have the motivation to cultivate. And in the distance, there was another all too familiar person, walking along dejectedly. Lu Ruyan. Though she was the campus beauty of Quan City No. 1 High, she'd now become the laughingstock of all Quan City. Just like now, everyone around who knew her was gossiping behind her back. Hey, isn't that Lu Ruyan? The one you said dumped the Qi family's young master. Is that her? That's right. You don't know? She regrets it down to her bones now. What's the use of regret? If you ask me, breaking faith, she got her comeuppance. I'm her neighbor. You don't know? She's been thrown out by her family now. Her parents told her to go apologize to young Master Qi, and if she doesn't get forgiveness, never come home. People gossiped, not bothering to lower their voices at all. Enough. Stop talking. I'm begging you, stop. Hearing these voices, Lu Ruyan completely broke down and, like one possessed, lunged at the people around her, clawing and scratching. Hey, I didn't even say anything about you. Why are you scratching me? The one scratch got a fright and hurriedly pushed her away, dodging aside. The people around frowned and avoided her one after another. No one wanted to tangle with someone this crazed, only watching from afar and pointing. Lu Ruyan slumped to the ground and began to sob, but no one came over and no one pitied her. That she'd fallen to this state was entirely of her own making. On the high platform, the instructors gazed at the densely packed students below, full of emotion. There really are a lot of students who awakened spirit veins this year. Just a shame our Quan City didn't produce a mythic. Having a peerless is good enough. What more do you want? Indeed, 25 peerless veins, and our Quan City got one of them. We've truly been blessed. As they chatted, a middle-aged man in team uniform, military insignia on his shoulder, walked over. Director Chu. Everyone saluted. The newcomer was Chu Tianqua, the overall head of the entire Quan City training camp. Chu Tianqua waved a hand and passed the document in his hand to Lin Hufei. This training session is greatly different from before. It's pure combat-based teaching, growing through real battle. And at the Martial Dao exam half a year from now, there'll be a ranking of the training camps. Those ranked higher get priority in selecting students from across the whole nation. What? Lin Hufei and the other instructors gasped. This change was a bit big. They opened the document and read carefully, all sucking in a cold breath. Pure combat-based teaching, fighting demon beasts directly, grasping the meaning of being a spirit warrior between life and death. And that camp ranking. Before, students of each region went to their local camps. So the camps of big cities had super strong strength, and over time they came to think it was their own credit, and even arrogantly used it to bargain with the higher-ups for resources. This adjustment was probably aimed at them. You think it's your own credit? Then let's have a true contest. Big cities had many geniuses and strong forces, but if all the camps of a province joined hands for the honor, they might not be inferior to you. Close the door, and the city camps within a province were rivals. Open the door, and everyone was one family. This move from above had something to it. Thinking so, faced with the document's instructions, the instructors still voiced their worries. Sending them into a secret realm tomorrow? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Right, Director Chu, they're all green rookies, never seen blood yet. Even if some of good birth might have opened one vein and become spirit warriors, most of them. The instructors knit their brows, as if guessing why the higher-ups had given such an order. Chu Tianhua braced both hands on the railing, looking at the soon-to-be spirit warriors still laughing and chatting below, and sighed. The myriad races battlefield won't give us time to prepare. They could break in at any moment. When that time comes, that Dao-tiered demon beast chieftain will have plenty of heaven tiers to hold it in check. But in the end, what it comes down to is the mid to low-end forces. The Marshall University has changed its teaching policy too. This era is an era of guarding our homeland with blood. None of US can escape it. Hearing this, the instructors all understood. Indeed, with the other side producing a Dao tier, humanity's situation was perilous. To keep teaching the old way would be irresponsible to the students. I imagine the higher-ups surely have another reason too. Lin Hufei handed out cigarettes to everyone, lit one for Chu Tianhua as well, took a deep drag, his gaze profound. Everyone looked at him. Chief Lin, what do you mean? Chu Tianhua patted his shoulder and nodded. You've guessed right. To repel outsiders, you must first pacify within. This is an unchanging law since ancient times. There are tens of thousands of secret realms within our country, and guarding them consumes vast manpower. If the demon beasts of the myriad races battlefield really break in, these secret realms become a worry at our back. So the plan the higher-ups have set for us this time is the extinction game. The extinction game? The next morning, Grandfather looked at the document on the table, tapping the table lightly with his finger. My sister and I ate breakfast off to the side. We'd cultivated for 5 nights without a drop of water, and were starving. Grandfather, what this document means is, to repel outsiders, first pacify within. This is getting more and more interesting. My mouth stuffed full, my voice muffled. Weong, eat slower, don't choke. Seeing the way I ate, my sister wanted to laugh. Like a hamster, I nodded while eating. As a heaven tier, Grandfather could almost forego food. Eating or not didn't matter, and sometimes he ate only to satisfy his appetite. Listening to my words, his eyes brightened slightly. This grandson, not only good talent, but no simple mind either. Just as you say, that's exactly what the higher-ups mean. Grandfather rose and stood with his hands behind his back. If yesterday there'd still been worry on his face, right now it was full of calm. 5 days of cultivation had finally let him see through the veil to certain things. This was mainly thanks to that primordial great Tao. Not only were the rules clear, they were dense, and reaching them seemed not at all hard. And his dear grandson, for the sake of humanity's future, had lent him the heavenly Tao space for a time. So he was very confident he could become the second Niebayu before the myriad races battlefield seal broke. I grabbed a youtiao, dipped it in the soy milk, and bit off half in one go. Pretty sweet. My breakfast was just that plain and simple. Grandfather, the camp opens today, and that Shin Qingcheng isn't home. How do we break off the engagement? Other things I wasn't worried about, but this one couldn't wait. If I didn't settle it before going to Quan City, my heart wouldn't be at peace. Grandfather laughed heartily. Then just go straight to the camp. As it happens, with this old man reborn through nirvana, it's time to let the world get reacquainted with me. Yeah, Grandpa, you're a badass. I gave a thumbs up. My sister brewed a cup of coffee, eating bread spread with cream with relish, and looked at grandfather a little worried. Grandfather, won't making such a big show affect your relationship with Grandpa Shin? No matter. Grandfather waved a hand. Hasn't that old man Shin already decided to marry his granddaughter to that tin boy? This old man hasn't even settled accounts with him yet. But they only thought that because Wuyong. My sister trailed off halfway and didn't go on. Grandfather went to puff his beard and glare, only to realize he no longer had a beard. He didn't damn well come discuss it with this old man, did he? He doesn't take this old man seriously, so would I give a damn about him? Bring this up, and grandfather got worked up. You want to marry your granddaughter off to some other family's boy, fine, but you have to come tell me, don't you? The two families had a marriage pact after all. You didn't so much as give a heads up. That's a slap in my face. So why should I leave anyone else any face? Today he would proclaim to the world in the posture of heaven-tier grand consummation. He, Qi Jiannan, was still that Qi Jiannan. His Qi family was still the head of the 4 great clans. Grandfather closed his eyes at once, his spiritual sense spreading outward. In a few breaths, it enveloped the entire capital. When Shun Lifeng, Gu Tingchuan, and Tan Xinxiu felt a powerful spiritual sense enveloping them, they instantly opened their own to pit against it. Yet in less than a second, they were crushed. Then a voice sounded in their minds. Old friends, let's have a chat at the Capital Spirit Warrior Training Camp. The teacup in Shun Lifeng's hand nearly slipped. He abruptly stood, his face filled with shock. His spiritual sense had collapsed without holding out even a second against the others. Who on earth was this person? Tan Xinxiu and Gu Tingchuan were equally shocked. The voice was unfamiliar, the spiritual sense familiar, and they fell into thought for a moment. In a mysterious government compound in the capital, a middle-aged man with a square face was drinking tea in his courtyard. His brows were thick and arched, his black hair loose to his shoulders, his features carved as if by a blade. Feeling the spiritual sense sweep past, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Jiannan's healed, releasing his spiritual sense with such fanfare. For what purpose? The capital, it seemed, was about to grow lively. At 9 in the morning, the students of the Capital Spirit Warrior Training Camp formally assembled, lined up in the plaza, waiting. On the first day, they'd receive instruction from the head instructor and be assigned their respective sub-instructors. Shin Qingcheng stood prominently among them, at the very front of the line, basking in everyone's gaze. Wow, so that's the Capital Shin family's Shin Qingcheng? A peerless grade spirit vein, the standout of this cohort. Born of a top clan, and a peerless vein too, a starting point we couldn't catch up to if we whipped our horses. Compare people to people, and you'll die of frustration. The soon-to-be spirit warriors around murmured, their eyes full of envy. Rumble. Just then, a clap of thunder in the sky startled everyone. They looked up. It was a clear sunny day, so where did the thunder come from? At the camp gate, Shin Lifeng, Tan Xinxiu, and Gu Tingchuan had already arrived. The three exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. You heard that voice too? Who on earth is this person? Among the people we know, is there a young man this strong? Gu Tingchuan frowned, racking his memory, but came up with nothing. Shin Lifeng shook his head. Those who can call us old friends. Besides the sovereign, there's only old Qi. But this voice is too young. Still, the spiritual sense is quite familiar. Tan Xinxiu snorted coldly, his gaze chilly. Humph, whoever it is, this old man would like to see what he's after. They didn't wait long before a clap of thunder and a bolt of lightning struck down from the distant sky toward them. As the light scattered, 2 more people stood in the center of the scene, a young man and a youth. It was grandfather and me. Shin Lifeng and the other 2 stared hard at us. This person's strength was probably no weaker than theirs, was it? A heaven tier this young, you're joking? The spiritual sense this morning was this person? Before they could dwell on it, grandfather spoke, looking straight at Shin Lifeng. Old friend, call your granddaughter out. As it happens, everyone's here, and I have a matter to settle for my grandson. Shin Lifeng was taken aback. It really was this person? And what does he want me to call Qingcheng out for? His grandson? This youth beside him? Could he have taken a liking to Qingcheng and want to propose a match? That would be hard to manage. May I ask who you are, sir? Do we know each other? Tan Xinxiu stepped forward 2 paces, studying grandfather carefully. He really did find this man somewhat familiar, just couldn't place him for the moment. Grandfather snorted coldly. Old man Tan, you really are living backwards. After all this time, still stuck mucking about at the 7th stage? Tan Chinchou narrowed his eyes. Do you find it amusing to toy with us, sir? Why not show yourself in your true form? Gu Tingchuan, as a great general of Donghua, had a fiery temper, and his aura bore straight down on grandfather. Grandfather made no move, and his aura dispersed into nothing. The three were instantly shocked. Gu Tingchuan was 8th stage, one stage above them, and crushed on the first exchange. This. May I ask who you are, sir, and why? Shen Lifeng's words weren't finished when a thunderbolt struck in his mind. He knew who this man was. This face, they'd all seen in their youth and known well. It was just that after so long, used to the other's aged appearance, they'd let his youthful features fade. Old Chi, you're old Chi. His finger trembled, his tone still not quite certain. Hearing this, Tan Xianxiu's and Gu Tingchuan's pupils contracted sharply, and in their minds the veil over his youthful face was finally lifted. I said, why was this man so familiar? Tan Xianxiu sucked in a cold breath. Gu Tingchuan greatly admired grandfather and stepped up at once. Old Chi, what's all this? Grandfather waved a hand. Just a fortuitous encounter. I came today at this grandson's request. Old Shun, call your granddaughter out. Shen Lifeng still assumed it was about the childhood betrothal, nodded, and sent a spiritual message to the instructors inside. But Tan Xianxiu, skilled at reading faces, sensed something off. Old Chi, you're coming today? Is this? Grandfather shot him a glance and didn't beat around the bush. Break off the engagement. Break off the engagement. Tan Xianxiu and Gu Tingchuan were both startled. Today's matter, it seemed, would be a bit thorny. Sure enough, Shen Lifeng's face couldn't quite hold up. Is my granddaughter not good enough? Or did she do something against propriety, that you'd come with such fanfare to break it off? This was a slap in Shen Lifeng's face, and in the Shen family's face. I hadn't expected grandfather to really be this overbearing, not mincing a single word. But thinking of grandfather's current cultivation, he did have the capital to be overbearing. Then thinking of all the things about Shun Qingsheng from my past life. Break it off. Hurry and break it off. I'd thought Shen Lifeng would blow up on the spot, but instead, after a long silence, it turned into a mournful sigh, and he looked at grandfather. Old Chi, I know you're bitter over Qingqing's betrothal to the Tan boy, that you've got a grievance against this old man. You resent that I didn't discuss it with you, and that's a slap in your face too. But if I said I only found out about it afterward, would you believe me? As chairman of the Donghua Spirit Warrior Association, my affairs are many and busy, as you know. Right while I was handling the Lishan secret realm, those unfilial descendants took advantage of my absence and settled the betrothal with the Tan family directly. By the time I came back, it was already too late, so grandfather had been in a temper, but hearing this, his anger eased a little. And Tan Xianxiu, head of the second family involved, had an awkward look, not even daring to meet grandfather's eyes. Old Chi, I admit I was in the wrong on this. But what's to be done when my grandson likes her? And Qingcheng has feelings for Kunkin too. It was mutual affection to begin with, and as elders we ought to bless it. Most importantly, at the time we all thought Wuyong. Otherwise I'd never have looted a burning house. You know me. Grandfather snorted coldly. I do know you. The second you stick your ass up, I know what fart's coming. You thought this old man was finished. That's why you dared do it, isn't it? Tan Xianxiu. Could you not be so blunt? Damn, this Qi Jiannan's aura is too strong, probably even surpassing the sovereign's. What fortuitous encounter did he run into? To be reborn through nirvana from death's door. Why doesn't this good fortune ever land on my head? All right, old Qi. Cool your anger. This matter really was their two families' fault. Gu Tingchuan came in to smooth things over. With the myriad races battlefield in such peril now, they couldn't have infighting. These were truly the top-tier forces. Old Qi. Look, isn't Wuyang here to break the engagement too? Both families have apologized sincerely. Let's let this matter rest here. Why are you two so spineless? Since being reborn through nirvana, this old man hasn't had a chance to test his hand. Grandfather sighed, deflated. Well, today's fight wasn't going to happen. Shen Lifeng's and Tan Xianxiu's mouths both twitched. Damn, so all that overbearing was just because he wanted to come pick a fight? Good thing we didn't fall for his trick. By the looks of it, he's probably close to heaven-tier grand consummation, or he wouldn't be this cocky. If we'd really lost it and thrown hands just now, we'd surely have gotten a beating. And a beating for nothing, at that. Grandpa, what's so urgent? Just then, Shin Qingqing came running out the base's gate. She assumed something important had come up, or grandfather wouldn't have come in person. She'd rushed out and forgotten the microphone still clipped to her collar. As the standout of this cohort, she was to go on stage and give a speech. Shen Lifeng beckoned to her. When she came close and saw so many big shots, she was even more bewildered. The moment I saw this person, I turned my back, a wave of disgust washing over me. Break it off. Hurry and break it off. Let me go. Ching Chung, let me introduce you. This is your grandpa Qi, and this is his young grandson, the one you have a childhood betrothal with, Qi Wuyang. Shen Lifeng made the introduction, but before he finished, Shen Qingqing cut him off. You're Qi Wuyang? She'd meant to say, want to marry me? Forget it. But remembering the Qi family head was present too, she forcibly swallowed the words. Then it dawned on her. That's not right. I know Qi Jiannan, and by now he should be near death. So who's this young man? And grandfather even had me call him Grandpa Qi. In the plaza inside the base, countless students were waiting for the instructor's directions, hoping to glimpse the bearing of that one mythic and the several peerless veins. But just then, from the broadcast station's loudspeakers, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Grandpa, what's so urgent? Hearing this voice, everyone was bewildered. Before they could react, more dialogue came through. Holy crap, that's Shen Qingqing's voice. She actually has a childhood betrothal? Heavens, are people like me even qualified to hear earth-shattering secrets of a great clan like this? TSK, a top clan's business has nothing to do with us. Just listen for the fun of it. Hearing what came next, the whole plaza erupted. Shen Qingqing, one of the peerless veins, actually betrothed? They pricked up their ears, terrified of missing any detail. The instructors were shocked and wanted to hurry and cut Shen Qingqing's microphone. But whether they too wanted to listen or were genuinely thrown into a panic, they couldn't get it shut off for the moment. In the line, a black-clad youth's gaze was chilly. Qi Wuyang, the moment my fiancé steps out, your Qi family comes to my door about this engagement? Good, very good. Tan Kunkin clenched both fists, with the sense of having been cut in on. But before he could dwell on it, the dialogue outside continued. All right, Qingcheng, listen to me. Today your grandpa Qi came for the matter of your engagement with Wuyang. Shen Lifeng talked with such dramatic pauses that even I was exasperated. Just say I'm here to break off the engagement, would you? And listen to yourself. Who wouldn't misunderstand that? Shen Qingcheng thought to herself. Just as I figured, he's here to beg for this lady's hand. I didn't want to dawdle. I still had to hurry to Quan City for the task, or which lifetime would the golden finger ever fill up its fate points? When would I ever learn news of my parents? I raised my head at once, but my gaze went to the edge of the sky. Shen Qingcheng, I know you don't want to marry me. As it happens, I don't want to marry you either. I came today precisely to dissolve the betrothal. From now on, we have no relationship of any kind. Whoever you want to marry from here on is none of my concern. If you agree, have Grandpa Shin return the marriage contract to my grandfather. Of course, if you don't agree, it won't matter either. All right, that's that. Having said it, I paid no mind to Shen Qingqing's reaction and walked straight to grandfather's side. I wanted grandfather to take me to the airport. I'd fly straight to Quan City. Originally, grandfather had fourth uncle Qi Lingheng serve as my Dao guardian, but who knew the state would issue such a document, after which they'd basically be soaking in secret realms. So fourth uncle going along would be useless. Better for him to enter the heavenly Dao space and cultivate, breaking through sooner. As for my safety, grandfather had given me another jade token sealing a fragment of his own soul. This fragment held 80% of his strength, and on Blue Star few could break it. To have two heaven tiers, grandfather and grandmother, guard one's Dao. In all the world, I was probably the only one. Hearing my words, Shen Qingcheng was dumbstruck, and everyone in the base plaza was dumbstruck. By the time they reacted, the base straight up erupted. Holy crap, Shen Qingcheng actually got dumped? This is an earth-shattering secret. Who's the lord on the other side? That even Shen Qingcheng isn't good enough. The flooded really do drown while the parched die of thirst. You don't even know who he is, and you're listening so eagerly? That's the Qi family's just recovered young master, Qi Weiyang. A man like that, what kind of woman can't he find? Didn't they say he's just a mortal who can't cultivate? How can he compare to us spirit warriors? Are you stupid? What's he need to cultivate for? With top experts guarding him and all kinds of divine medicines to extend his life? You tell me, what's he need to cultivate for? People chattered back and forth, debating with great gusto. Tan Kunkin was stunned too. That Qi Weiyang came here to break off the engagement? Why did he break it? On what grounds? Did he look down on my Tan family, disdain this match? If the Qi family breaks the engagement, and my Tan family then marries her, wouldn't that put me a head lower, bested by your Qi family? You're indirectly slapping my Tan family's face. A warrior may be killed, but not humiliated. So, under everyone's gaze, Tan Kunkin rushed toward the base's exit. The instructors all played blind. This was the Tan family's young master, and they hadn't the nerve to stop him. Thankfully, they'd finally cut Shen Qingqing's mic, and whatever was said outside, no one could hear anymore. Outside, Shen Qingqing finally came to her senses. What had she just heard? Break off the engagement? Breaking it off was right, but shouldn't I be the one to break it? Qi Weiyang, what do you mean? Reacting, she glared coldly and demanded. Here it comes, that exact tone, forever thinking herself a cut above. In my past life, it nearly drove me mad. I dug at my ear with my pinky and blew on it. What do I mean? I've already said it clearly and plainly. And you'd best mind that tone of yours. I don't coddle anyone. Shen Qingqing was so angry she could hardly catch her breath. On what grounds do you break my engagement? You, a useless good-for-nothing who can't cultivate. What right do you have? She clenched her teeth, glaring at me coldly. What? Not happy? Then hold it in. I'd run out of patience and couldn't be bothered to tangle further, turning to look at grandfather. Grandfather, let's go. Right. Grandfather nodded. Right now he was a bit troubled. Was his dear grandson hurt so badly that, facing the Shen girl, he'd be this heartless, not leaving a shred of feeling? At this rate, Lingsong wouldn't get to dandle a grandchild down the road. Never mind. This couldn't be rushed. He'd talk him around slowly later. When Weiyang one day met the truly right person, it would naturally work out. Grandfather shook his head, stopped dwelling on it, and looked at Shun Lifeng and the other two. All right, that's all for today. My dear grandson doesn't agree to this childhood betrothal, so the matter's dropped. As for your two families' match, arrange it yourselves. With that, he made to take me and leave. Qi Weiyang, you stop right there. You're humiliating me, aren't you? Tan Kunkin had finally caught up, panting, glaring at me in a fury. This time I was genuinely exasperated. One after another, is there no end? And who's this one now? Kunkin, don't be rude. Afraid of getting beaten, Tan Qianxiu hurriedly blocked in front of him. Couldn't he see Qi Jiannan was looking for a chance to thrash them? At this critical juncture, best not to add to the chaos. But Tan Kunkin didn't notice grandfather's look, his mind entirely on me. Qi Weiyang, on what grounds do you break the engagement? On what grounds are you this arrogant? You, a useless good-for-nothing who can't cultivate. What right do you have? Both of us young masters of great capital clans. So on what grounds does my Tan family take the engagement your Qi family discarded and get bested by a head? Slap. Hearing his grandson's words, Tan Qianxiu silently cursed his luck and gave him a slap at once. Shut your mouth. Tan Kunkin's face was slapped swollen on the spot, covering his cheek. He looked at grandfather in disbelief. His own grandfather had actually hit him. And Tan Qianxiu right now only prayed I was dull-witted and couldn't pick out anything of value. But how could I oblige him? Oh ho! Hearing Tan Kunkin's words, I was amused, already filing him into the category of fools. I looked at Shen Lifeng. Old Shen, you've raised him so well. In this vast Donghua, there's no telling how many who can't cultivate, yet they don't realize. In the hearts of certain spirit warriors, they're nothing but good-for-nothings. Sigh, how tragic. Grandfather, I want to see the sovereign and ask whether ordinary people like me are even still allowed to live in Donghua. It's over. Hearing this, the hope in Tan Qianxiu's heart finally shattered. Though this Qi boy couldn't cultivate, his mind really was sharp, far better than his own foolish grandson. Shen Lifeng had a belly full of anger to begin with, and now it was finally ignited. He sneered at Tan Kunkin. So in your heart, those who can't cultivate are good-for-nothings? Good, very good. Only then did Tin Kunkin realize he'd misspoken and hurriedly tried to explain. Grandpa Shun, I didn't mean it that way. Tan Qianqiu stepped out to paper over the cracks too. Old Shun, why so worked up? Kunkin misspoke for a moment. He didn't mean it that way at all. Shen Lifeng shot him a cold glance. Humph. If that's so, then I'll have to reconsider Qingqing's match carefully. Little did he know, in Shen Qingqing's heart, she thought the very same. Those who can't cultivate are good for nothings. Gu Tingchuan patted Tan Qianqiu's shoulder. If the sovereign learns of this, you know the consequences yourself. The sovereign is touchy about such things. Tan Qianqiu of course knew. Couldn't they see he was working hard to salvage it? He turned his gaze to me. Weiyang, it's all Grandpa Tan's fault, failing to raise the younger ones right. This spirit embryo stone, I'll give to you as compensation for Kunkin. What do you say? Tan Qianqiu's storage ring flashed, and a palm-sized jade box appeared in his hand. Taking out this thing, his heart was bleeding like it had been gouged with a big hole. Sure enough, seeing him take out the spirit embryo stone, everyone was shocked. Holy crap, old Tan, you're not kidding? What you took out is really a spirit embryo stone. Gu Tingchuan's already rough voice grew even more earth-shaking, his bell-like eyes fixed hard on the jade box. Shen Lifeng was the same. Having had a belly full of anger, his attention was now wholly drawn off by the spirit embryo stone. You old scoundrel. Back then, I went to who knows how much effort, and you wouldn't even let me have a look. And now you're willing to take it out. My eyes rolled around shiftily. From everyone's expressions, I could tell this thing must be a valuable treasure. Even grandfather's eyes flashed with light, so there was no mistaking it. Even if I didn't know its use, something with this much allure, even to a heaven tier, was clearly no ordinary object. In that case, fine. In light of how sincere Big Brother Kunkin is, I'll forget what just happened for now. I spread my palm and extended it. Come, Big Brother Kunkin, hand the thing over. Tin Kunkin was nearly on the verge of collapse. Only now did he realize just how foolish he'd been. Not only had he been humiliated, he'd made his grandfather give away something this precious. This was too great a blunder. A spirit embryo stone. That was a divine object nurtured by heaven and earth, able to temper both body and spirit soul, a true treasure of heaven and earth. What are you still standing there for? Tan Qianqiu barked, startling the dazed Tan Kunkin. Tan Kunkin bit his lower lip and, unwillingly, handed the jade box into my hands. Thanks, Big Brother. I patted his shoulder and opened the jade box. Inside was a purple-red crystal stone wreathed in red mist. One glance, and it was as if you'd been sublimated. Grandfather glanced at it, confirmed it without a doubt, and had me close the box. That mist was actually the energy it gave off, every strand of it immense. Letting it disperse like this was pure waste, better to save it for cultivation. Watching this, Shen Qingqing felt thoroughly unpleasant inside. Tan Kunkin, that idiot. If he hadn't lost his mind, after the two of them married, Tan Qianqiu would surely have given this thing to them, which meant this should have been hers. Detestable, this damned Qi Wuyang, snatching away her fortune. Vexed as she was, there was nothing to be done. After watching this long, she understood. That young man was Qi Jiannan, who'd run into some fortune and not only healed his grave injuries, but grown young again. For Grandpa Tan to give away a spirit embryo stone this magnanimously, surely the purpose wasn't just to apologize? Oh, then tell me, what other purpose does that old scoundrel have? In midair, Grandfather looked at this grandson, monstrous in both intellect and cultivation, and asked with a smile. I knew this was Grandfather testing me. Watching Grandfather be reborn through nirvana, who wouldn't be envious? Compared to Grandfather advancing in cultivation and growing young again, any divine object seems not so important. So Old Tan's purpose is obvious. Curry favor with Grandfather, probe about the fortune, and see whether he too could. Ha ha ha, Weiyang. Grandfather can't wait to see in what posture the future you will ascend to the peak of this era. Grandfather laughed aloud, thoroughly delighted. After all, an innate spirit vein has never appeared before. Even that Nye Baiyu was only mythic. With a grandson this superbly talented and superbly intelligent, who wouldn't be happy? Hearing Grandfather say this, I laughed too. I knew it couldn't be hidden from Grandfather. With matters here settled, I could finally leave with peace of mind. By the time I came back, I should already be famous across the world. Capital Martial Dao University, the martial arts platform. Tan Hongru stood on the stage, spear in one hand, eyes shut tight. Per the principal's instruction yesterday, he and Chi Anren were to fight again today, but he'd waited 10 minutes, and still no sign of Chi Anren. Could Chi Anren know she can't win and not dare to come? Impossible. Yesterday she dared trade her life to wound Tan Hongru. She's not that kind of person. Humph, who can say for sure? Then why hasn't she come? The crowd below murmured, 10 minutes late already. The teachers were conferring too, all kinds of opinions among them. By rights, Chi Anren being this late should be ruled a loss. Let's wait a bit longer. Something must have held her up. Humph, making us teachers wait this long for one student. The gall. Then go say that to old Chi's face. Don't run your mouth here. Another 2 minutes passed. Su Jinghong glanced at his watch and a helpless look crossed his face. I declare the winner is. Wait. Su Jinghong's words weren't finished when Chi Anren's voice cut him off. She appeared, her body turned into a streaking afterimage, flying in from the distance. Before anyone could react, she was right there. Sorry, everyone, something held me up. She cupped her hands in apology. Today Wu Yang was leaving again, so she'd chatted with him a while longer. When they'd next meet, she didn't know. With the situation tense, grandfather had already canceled the homecoming banquet on the 6th. No need to go to all that trouble over such formalities. Classmate Shi, everyone's been waiting a long time. Let's begin. A teacher, getting ahead of the other's criticism, said with a smile. This stumped the teacher who'd wanted to criticize, who said no more. Su Jinghong nodded, signaling they could begin. Chi Anren, you wasted 10-some minutes of my time, so I'll take it back out of your hide. Tan Hongru opened his eyes, his tone grim. As arrogant as ever, clearly still unaware of what had happened at the capital camp gate. Even his dear brother Kunkin had stumbled, and here he was still putting on airs. The Chi Anren of this moment was calm and unruffled, utterly confident. She said nothing, and with a flicker was on the stage. Hey, did you notice? Chi Anren seems a bit different. She does, a bit, just can't say where exactly. Humph, putting on a mysterious act, she's still no match for Tan Hongru. The students got loud again, all forgetting they didn't even have the qualification to step on the stage. Chi Anren, let's settle it in one strike. Tan Hongru glared coldly at her, his spear flying into the high air. One spear props the heavens. He used yesterday's move. This time, he'd clearly kept a measure of caution, not pouring all his spiritual energy into this strike. Seeing the move, Chi Anren sneered. Tan Hongru, if this is all you've got, then this is where you end too. The same words returned to him. Her hands slowly rose high, and as her slender hands moved up, countless tiny beams of light surfaced around her. When her hands rose above her head, these beams actually merged into an enormous sword of light. As her aura projected outward, Principal Su Jinghong and the teachers abruptly stood. The other 8 students below also had their pupils contract sharply. Advanced second stage? And this sword of light. It faintly carries the shadow of resonance. Impossible? How could she break through from intermediate 9th stage to advanced second stage overnight? She didn't dope for today, did she? That harms one's foundation. None of the teachers understood why Chi Anren had changed so drastically, and a stormy sea churned in their hearts. Su Jinghong listened to the speculation and shook his head slightly. You can dope for spiritual energy, but comprehension, you can't dope for. Chi Anren's power of light truly does carry the shadow of resonance. Reacting the same as them was Tan Hongru. Impossible. Chi Anren, how could you possibly have broken through to advanced? No, he didn't believe it. Today he'd still stomp Chi Anren viciously underfoot in a crushing posture. What? Chi Anren broke through. I said she seemed different today. Turns out she broke through. But on what grounds? She was intermediate 9th stage yesterday. She definitely doped. The students below murmured one after another. The only thing that made sense was doping. They weren't Su Jinghong. Unable to see the finer points, they could only guess wildly. Listening to the murmurs, Tan Hongru had a sudden epiphany and looked at her scornfully. Chi Anren. Oh, Chi Anren, I never thought you'd be this obsessed with saving face. Doping just to beat me. I'd say this is the best you'll ever amount to. With that, he swept a big hand, and the spear stabbed down from midair. To guard against Qi Anren's trick yesterday, he again mobilized spiritual energy and put up a defense. As for Qi Anren, both hands gripped the hilt of the Sword of Light. That sword was over 30 feet tall and about 3 feet wide. Held by her petite frame, it looked especially unwieldy. Watching Tan Hongru attack, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Today, let me shatter your Tao heart. Holy radiance, sword of judgment. With a delicate shout, the enormous sword of light swept down. Rumble. In just 1 second, the sword of light shattered Tan Hongru's spear, its momentum undiminished, cutting on toward him. What? Tan Hongru was shocked. His strike hadn't held out even a second against the others? You have to understand, that had used 2/3 of his spiritual energy. The crowd below gasped too. Holy crap. I thought it'd be a standoff for a while. Never thought the spear would shatter in 1 second. The gap's too big. Tan Hongru's lost. Can't say for sure. That strike of Qi Anren's probably drained her too. If Tan Hongru can take it, he's still got a chance. Hopes are always lovely, and Tan Hongru thought so too right then. He poured all his remaining spiritual energy into the defensive technique. Just then, the Sword of Light came slashing down. Crack. This time not even a second, and Tan Hongru's armor of spiritual energy shattered. Then his body flew backward. Puffed. Blood spurted from his mouth, spraying into the air. Then, with a bang, he crashed heavily to the ground, knocked out cold. Dead silence. The whole place fell into dead silence. Even 7 of the remaining 8 gazed at Qi Anren gravely. Intermediate 9th stage yesterday, a leap to advanced 2nd stage today. Even a rocket isn't this fast, surely? And that light law had actually touched resonance. Didn't that mean that as long as she accumulated enough spiritual energy, she could go straight to yellow tier? Only now did they regard Qi Anren as a true rival. Watching her best friend this strong, Gu Qing laughed happily. I knew Anren wouldn't stay down. Her strength now should rank in the top 3. Good. Su Jinghong rose, clapping, and all the teachers stood and applauded with him. Now I declare, the winner of the bout between Tan Hongru and Qi Anren is Qi Anren. As the referee declared it, countless students burst into cheers. That damn Tan Hongru finally taught a lesson. That's what you get for being arrogant, for looking down on everyone. You fell at the hands of the Qi family's princess, and now there's nowhere to take your revenge, is there? You have to understand, her Qi family is no weaker than your Tan family. When Tan Hongru woke, he completely broke down, biting at whoever was near like a lunatic, and everyone kept far away. No, I don't believe it. How could Qi Anren get this much stronger in one night? Something's fishy. I demand a thorough investigation of Qi Anren. In the end, Su Jinghong put him back to sleep, and only then was it quiet. Next, the match continued. In pairs they fought, and Qi Anren did indeed charge into the top 3. In the end, she lost narrowly in her bouts against the other 2, her ranking fixed at 3rd. No helping it. Those 2 had peerless veins, had cultivated long, and were both at mid-advanced. Though her spirit vein had risen to mythic, she'd cultivated only 1 night, and the gap was still wide. But she wasn't discouraged in the slightest. She believed that given another month, she'd surely catch up. By the year-end assessment, she'd have everyone in her cohort groveling at her feet in a crushing posture. She looked to the south, the corner of her mouth curving up slightly. Weiyang's plane should have landed by now, right? Finally landed. I looked out the window and stretched lazily. This was my first time on a plane. I was a bit nervous. Before, 4th uncle had carried me flying for a night, and the 2 feelings were completely different. I wonder what it'll feel like once I become a yellow tier spirit warrior and can fly. A little something to look forward to. In a training room at the Kunyu Spirit Warrior Association. 3rd Elder, that Qi Wuyang has reached Quan City. What do we do next? A young man in association uniform asked, cupping his hands. On the meditation cushion sat a figure. Looking closer, it was actually a woman. Right now her face was a bit twisted, killing intent stern in her eyes. He dares kill my child. I will rip out his tendons, flay his skin, grind his bones to dust, and scatter the ash. After venting a while, she gradually calmed. She knew a young master like Qi Wuyang surely held trump cards. To take revenge, she absolutely couldn't be hasty. Once she beat the grass and startled the snake, Finding another chance would be hard, and she might even be traced back by the Chi family, with no escape for herself. How are things on Shauner's side? The woman looked at the young man. Though she couldn't act herself, that didn't mean she'd made no arrangements. This plan was extremely thorough. Even if that Chi Wuyong had trump cards, he wouldn't escape. The young man shook his head. Still no reply from the young master. So it's probably. Before he finished, his phone rang. A text message. Proceed as planned. The young man was delighted and hurriedly reported. Elder, the young master has replied, saying proceed as planned. The woman nodded. Understood. Notify that side act. Yes. The young man cupped his hands and withdrew. Quan City Spirit Warrior Training Camp. By the time I arrived, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Seeing such imposing buildings, I gave a slight smile. The coming half year would probably be spent here. I stepped toward the gate. At the gate, 2 guards stood watch dutifully. Seeing me approach, they blocked me directly. Who goes there? Before I could speak, a figure abruptly appeared between us. This startled the 2 guards. Seeing who it was, they saluted one after another. Director Chu. The newcomer was Chu Tianqua, the chief commander of the Quan City camp. Chu Tianqua nodded and looked at me. You're Wuyong, aren't you? Sure enough. Carved from the same mold as your father. On the way here, grandfather had briefly told me about the situation on this side, so I knew of Chu Tianqua too. Wuyong greets Uncle Chu. I saluted first, then asked, puzzled, Uncle Chu knows my father? He'd been missing 18 years. Could it be the 2 had crossed paths 18 years ago? Chu Tianqua patted my shoulder and laughed heartily. Your father Chi Lingsong and I were brothers who'd trust each other with our lives. This, I'll tell you slowly later. Come, follow me in first. I nodded and followed him inside. The 2 guards were bewildered. Who on earth was this youth, that Director Chu would come out to greet him personally? They etched my features deep into memory. From now on, mustn't offend him. Wuyong, how much do you know about this session's teaching model? Chu Tianqua looked at this handsome youth half a head taller than himself and couldn't help recalling his own youth. Time really did fly. I gave a rough account of what I knew. Chu Tianqua nodded. Since you're clear on it all, I won't say much. They're all assembling in the plaza now. Soon they'll be sorted into classes, and after that they'll enter the secret realm. All right, then I'll go straight to the plaza. Uncle Chu, go attend to your business first. I didn't know what expressions those 3 rascal buddies would have when they heard my name. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly, and I couldn't help looking forward to it. Chu Tianqua pointed me in a direction and left on his own. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. I didn't want to make a fuss, and he wanted to see my performance too. Little did they know, this seemingly harmless youth would soon throw the place into utter upheaval. In the plaza, most faces carried nervousness, a sharp contrast to the morning's excitement and elation. All morning, head instructor Lin Hafei had first given a talk. The instructors had taken turns introducing themselves. Then those few advanced spirit vein holders had been called on stage to speak. And finally, Lin Hafei had run through the coming teaching model. When everyone heard they'd be entering the secret realm that very afternoon, straight into real combat, a chorus of wails went up. Nothing's been taught, and right off the bat it's one-on-one fights to the death with demon beasts? Isn't this nonsense? Who teaches like this? But hearing that those who performed well could earn an opening reward, they secretly rallied themselves. Of course, plenty were nonchalant too. They were either already spirit warriors or had learned some spirit techniques, and handling a basic first-stage demon beast was no problem. By the time I reached the plaza, the class sorting had already begun. Each class had 2 instructors, 1 lead and 1 assistant, standing in different areas. Students whose names were called went to the corresponding area by class number and lined up. 50 to a class, and with over 10,000 students, that was roughly 200-some classes. With this many people, even finishing the sorting would take until evening, and they'd probably be staying in the secret realm that night. I thought to myself, I could see the higher-ups' painstaking intentions, getting everyone used to this way of life ahead of time, so that when the myriad races battlefield broke in, they wouldn't rest poorly because of the environment. Chu Tianqua had already submitted my name. I just had to wait to be called. I quietly made my way to the very back of the plaza and stood in a corner. The plaza was so large that with this many students lined up at once, it didn't even look crowded. Hey, Look at that guy over there. He's so handsome. Where? How come I don't see him? The one who just came in white. Wow, he really is handsome. Huh. Why do I get a familiar feeling from him? Come on. What handsome guy doesn't feel familiar to you? I'd barely arrived when some girls beside me started murmuring in low voices. The corner of my mouth twitched, gossiping this loud from this close, not even afraid I'd hear. I glanced over out of the corner of my eye. Among those girls, some had had their names called. Just as I was about to draw my gaze back, I spotted 3 familiar figures not far off. The 3 rascal buddies. Heh. My eyes rolled, and I quietly slipped over, coming to the very back of the line the 3 were in. From my storage ring, I took out 3 small wooden boxes and fiddled with them a bit. Then I pulled out a pen and paper, tore the paper into 3 pieces, and wrote 1 line on each. A surprise from today? Then I tucked them into the boxes separately. I'd meant to use them tonight, but since I'd run into them now it was. Little did I know, this whole maneuver of mine was taken in by the people around me. Dang, which great family is that guy from? He's actually got a storage ring. In our Quan City, the only one that counts as a great family is the Lin family, right? I've seen young Master Lin. It's not him. Probably some small family's young master who loves to show off. Doesn't get the principle of not flaunting wealth. I paid no mind to the murmurs around me, a cheeky little grin on my face, and walked up to a girl not far off. Before I could speak, the girl recognized me first. Hey, you're the one from Just. Shoo. I made a shushing gesture. The girl hurriedly covered her mouth and nodded. Could you do me a favor, classmate? I came straight to the point. Go ahead. The girl nodded. I pointed at the 3 rascal buddies. See those 3? Help me deliver these 3 boxes into their hands. Whatever they ask, don't say a word, just deliver them and come right back.